Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass candidate, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to keep us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know the man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl, and I'm baby boy. And man makes them happy, because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
greetings, Black family, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah. I'm joined with the other host, Lady Chasey, in the background. And on this season 5, episode 12, part 3 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 1 and part 2. And those are: Latina says she's appalled that FBAs aren't protesting with them. Oh, boo-hoo, cries Solid River. And gives stern warning. Then we got white man admits the main reason his community is against paying FBA's cash reparations. Then we got man kills Minnesota legislator in politically motivated rampage. MAGA gunmen arrested after deadly attack on Democratic politicians. They destroyed the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy for Boys. Why don't ICE protesters ask white people for help? The real reason FBA delineation is called divisive. After failed parade, Trump doubles down on mass deportations. A Black police chief expects to be arrested by Trump administration. And if we have time, the Unhoused neighbor news and the illegal migrant deportation news. Salute, Daniel. Cheers to you. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. I'm going to hop right into it with the first topic, which is going to be from Uncle Phil, which says Latina says she's appalled that FBAs aren't protesting with them and gives stern warning. The liacity. So many cues. Which one is the right cue? Give me 1 second. I only got one of them. This one. Okay, I found it.
as we continue to hear the videos that keep coming out from a lot of Latinos who really just thought that we were going to run out there and play the Black Avengers, right, or the Black Justice League, many of them still making videos. You think after all this time the videos will kind of dissipate? Oh no, the videos still keep coming. Case in point, this particular Latina, she is very surprised by this, but I want you to hear not only what she has to say, but what she has to say directly to us as Black Americans.
I am very appalled that I have not seen any African American descent. I've seen a few, but not a lot, out protesting of what's right, what's wrong. It's just weird to me that they are staying away from all this that is going on. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure what's going on, but I just hope that you guys do realize when it was Black Lives Matters that a lot of Hispanic and even Caucasian people stood up with you guys to represent that we all belong here, that we all need to be respected, because everyone is a human. And weird to me how protests, I only seen like Caucasian people and Hispanic people, and just think that it's weird. Not sure why. But I really hope, America is always about government, it's always about hating a race. Like when they used to hate the Indians, when they used to hate all Chinese people because of coronavirus. Now it's the immigrants. Then when they used to hate Black Americans, Black African Americans. But it never ends. It's gonna come a day again where the government's gonna say something about maybe African American people, and you guys will be attacked again because it happens all the time. Probably like every time like something happens, it's always a race being attacked. So what I'm trying to say is that we will stand behind the people that stand with us. But if you're right now looking at everything that's going on and not saying nothing, not speaking out, comparing yourself or saying that it's not the same, we will stand behind the people that stand with us. That's what I'm trying to say. But other than that, I don't think it's right. I guess you guys, or some of you guys, yes, are with us. But when at the end of the day, we are all humans and we all do need respect. And let's stop the hate.
Ma'am, let's go ahead and take our time with this. First of all, you mentioned in the video that white people is out there with you. A lot of white people play both sides of the argument. They'll deport you and then march with you and say it's wrong. Now, shouldn't your community look at them sideways and say, wait a minute, hold on. Y'all the one deporting us. How you out here marching with us? That don't even make sense. If you really want to stop the deportations, you need to go talk to your people, right? Wouldn't that make more sense? But no, you let them play games. See, we don't let them play games like that. But since you're not used to being in this kind of position, since you're not used to dealing with the weight of America, and what I mean by the weight, I'm not talking about microaggressions and some discrimination here and there, or maybe some racial slurs here and there. I'm talking about the weight of America, because America has a weight that we have been carrying, ma'am. We have been carrying it, and we've been carrying it so much that you use the word, you are appalled that FBAs aren't out there. And the word appalled, let's look at it what it actually means. Let's break it down. When she says she's appalled, she is shocked that we're not out there. A part of appalled as well is to be horrified. She's horrified that we're not out there. And she's deeply dismayed that we're not out there. And I'm looking at her and I'm like, man, were you crying? I see your mascara look like it was running on your eye down there. Were you crying, ma'am? Like, it's gonna be all right. It's go time now. But here's the thing. She is so used to, and others are so used to us being the human shields for you, being on the front line.
Indeed.
She's so used to seeing our community demonized.
Salute.
She's so used to us taking the brunt force of the American government, the police, and every other entity out there. They're so used to the FBI coming visiting us. They're so used to us going to jail, and they can just stand behind us and just go home. And now they got to face all of that. And they keep saying, now, where are the black people? Where are they at? Listen, it's time to tell the men of your community to step up and fight for their community. That's it. Y'all, listen, y'all got way more numbers than we have, not by natural means, but by, unchecked illegal immigration. Y'all got way more numbers. Deal with them. Deal with the folks. But see, dealing with the folks put y'all in a messed up position, because in one instance, you want to better the race, right? Especially a lot of y'all in California that discuss that. Better in the race, in which you better in the race is get you a white man or a white woman. That's better in the race. So the people that you looked at to better your race is the people that want you out of here. Then you don't understand that the people want you out of here also protest with you too. See, y'all really don't understand white supremacy and how it really plays. And we tried to tell you for a long time, stop playing footsies with white supremacy. That's not nothing you need to do. But you didn't listen. A lot. We talking about as a collective. I'm not talking about her in general, but I'm talking about as a collective. You wanted to say that we were lazy. A lot of you got with the white man and tried to sabotage our jobs. We talking about the men sabotaging our jobs. And I'm hearing from some sisters that happened with the women too. So I got to take their word for that. You thought it was all good playing around with white supremacy, and white supremacy turned on you. It turned on you, which we already told you they would do that. And even those who believe in Kamala and the Democrats, they told you too. And your community did. Ma'am, I don't like that you're trying to put all the weight of your problem on us. And I'm getting a little bit more, starting to get bothered by it, because you don't take personal responsibility for your community. Your community went out and vote for Donald Trump. I will vote for Donald Trump, that song. Your community, they say, well, that's them Cubans. I don't care. That's your community. That's Latinos. Okay. Yes, I know you delineate, but hey, in this country, y'all, it is what it is. The fact is, this man ran around saying he's going to do mass deportations. This man also, about Mexicans in particular, when this man he first ran, he targeted Mexicans. He targeted Mexicans. He said every vile thing about Mexicans. And some of your own people still went and voted for him the first time too. Y'all got a problem. And your problem isn't black folk. We ain't got nothing to do with it. And it's not our job to come fight for you, white folk, or anybody else. We're not getting paid. Maybe if you'd have supported our reparations as a community, and maybe if you'd have been behind it and say, yeah, let's do whatever we can so for FBAs to get their cash payment reparations. But what were a lot of people in your community saying, man? No, why I gotta pay? You wouldn't be in this country to even have this discussion. It wouldn't be from the FBAs. I mean, to be honest with you, you wouldn't be here. So if anything, you say, hey man, whatever comes out of my taxes, I don't care about that. I'm just happy to be here. I'm happy to get some money. I'm not in my homeland right now. I can send money back to my homeland. I can do this. I can do that. It wasn't meant for the FBAs, man. I would have had this opportunity. So hey, whatever FBAs got going on, hey man, I'll support it, man, because I'm getting a good bag over here in America. That's all black people saying to do. Black people isn't telling you to go fight for anything, stand up for anything. Do you see us ever crying for any of you? Anything we deal with from this government, we've never cried for any of you. We never say, where the whites at? Where the Hispanics? I'm appalled. Hispanics out here. We don't call for you like that. And then you're trying to give us some warning. Well, you know, when they're going to do something to you, we're going to be paying attention. You stand with us. We've always been standing alone. Dr. John Henry Clark has said a long time ago, we have no friends. We don't. We have no collective friends. We always stood alone. And then when people came out because they chose to, we ain't begged none of you. Show me the videos of black folk. You mentioned George Floyd. Go show me videos of black folk begging whites, Hispanics, Asians, and anybody else to come out. We ain't begged for nobody. You know why we didn't beg for nobody? Because we used to fighting. That's what we used to doing. And that's why you want us out there. Because you're used to it.
Yeah.
Now your community being propagandized. Now they're showing your men looting. And then some of y'all try to blame black people. Like, oh, the blacks is out there looting. We wasn't even there.
Right.
The fact is, y'all don't like that we have a boundary now. We have a boundary that we have put up and said, why in the hell should we go out there? Number one, it's not appreciated. Number two, it will not be reciprocated in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Why should we sit up here and get shot with rubber bullets, beat, demonized? They pull out all the new weapons on us. Okay, that's what they do. And then we go get nothing in return from it? No. Listen, we doing y'all a favor by not being there. Let me explain to you why. You could peacefully protest and you don't have to worry about the police escalating anything. Look at over the weekend that No Kings protest. Did you see the police acting a fool? Why? Because we wasn't there. So y'all can actually get more done if we not there. You see that? Now, would you have any soul to it? No. Do people pay attention to it? No. That's why y'all want us out there. But if we come out there, we're sacrificing our lives, our bodies, and everything else. And no one is worth that. No one. The only one we're gonna stand up for and fight like that for is us for a change. So you could warn about not standing with us. Who stood with us when we was on the plantation?
Right.
Who stood with us in Jim Crow? Who stood with us during the Black Codes? Huh? Who stood with us going through convict leasing? Who stood with us then? Who stood with us that we was crying and begging for the civil rights movement? Oh, well, they had a couple of white people and Jews and this. They chose to be there. And at the time period, Jewish people was treated bad in this country because they were really serious about delineation at that time in the white community. You was Italian, Polish, any other white. They treated you bad. Martin Luther King and them didn't beg. You gonna mention Martin Luther King. When have you seen Martin Luther King begging for any other group? They came out there because they wanted to. When have you ever seen Malcolm X crying for any other group? You know he didn't do it. When have you ever seen the Honorable Elijah Muhammad calling any other group?
I'll see the picture.
Like when? Well, when did you see any of that?
I showed it yesterday, remember?
Marcus Garvey, when he was here, did he cry for any other groups? Nobody cried for no groups. Any other time that we have stood on our own, no matter what, the Black Panthers, now they joined with other people and did different things, Fred Hampton in particular. But who really stood with the Black Panthers when them brothers was going through it? Only thing that I'm saying is that we don't cry when we go through things. We may cry among each other, but we don't cry for other groups because we know we can't depend on you. You're not dependable. Because the problem is with other groups is you want a proximity to whiteness. And what's happening right now, because the white numbers are dwindling, white supremacy got to close ranks. So all you buffer groups that's been used, all of you. That's why white supremacists say, yeah, you got to move around. You got to go. Because you're getting too intertwined with us. Our white numbers are decreasing. And yes, our white people are being with Hispanics, Asians, and yeah, definitely the black people. But y'all is too many. It's too many of y'all, and you speak a different language, and y'all sending money to the foreign country. Yeah, they trying to close ranks on y'all, and you're not used to seeing that. Black folks, we know where to get down. So this warning you giving us, we don't care. We're not gonna cry. Yes, white supremacy gonna attack us. We used to that.
Okay, got you, crew.
That's what it is. We're so used to it, and we're so good at fighting back. That's why you're on here whining about you're appalled that we're not there to defend you. Call the men of your community, ma'am. Call them to come defend you, not FBAs. You have a lot of men that you say that's hardworking. Call those hardworking men to defend you.
Right.
Leave FBAs out of it. Or do you see us? Do you see us outside actively campaigning for ICE?
Mm-mm.
Do you see FBAs, the majority of ICE picking you up? No, it's the same people that you wanted to better the race with, right?
FBAs, majority.
Right? You want to better the La Raza, right? Well, see, maybe if you actually had some self-love, you would want to better the race. Your race is fine the way it is. You understand? See, we don't think like you. We don't look at white folks and say, ooh, let me have a baby with a white person. That's going to better the black race. We don't think of, well, no, we love being black. We love our dark skin. We love our caramel skin. We love every bit of skin tone we have. We love our hair. We talking about as a collective. Some people got issues, but as a collective, we love ourselves. We're not trying to change ourselves. We ain't skin bleaching like that as a collective of people. You may see that in the Caribbean. You may see it in the African continent, but you don't see it here with black Americans. We're not trying to better the race. The race is fine exactly how it is. So call your men. Call them to go fight for you. Leave the brothers can't do that for you. I don't care if you go get you a brother. That's only one brother. That's not the collective. Now he may fight for you because he with you, but outside of that,
that's not sure.
FBAs are doing just fine in what we're doing.
For white people.
But I want y'all to pay attention to that. That I'm noticing more of the women. I'm keep noticing that the women of their community keep calling for FBAs. I'm like, you don't have no confidence in your men? Like you don't think your men can stand up to the U.S. government? You don't think your men can't stand up to ICE? Why are you calling us?
Right.
That's just an interesting thing. You know what I'm saying? It's very interesting. It's the women that's doing it. The women. Oh, you've been sent out here by your community to be calling for FBAs? I'm just curious. I think it's an interesting thing. And usually women do that kind of stuff when they're scared. Women think more about survival because women are more vulnerable. I mean, just on a norm. It's not just has nothing to do with their community. It's just being what women do. Women are in survival mode. And yeah, a lot of women are scared. Yes, they are. You know. But you got to call your men to the carpet and say, hey, stand up and fight for it.
Right, I feel. So they can hold their own nuts. They can hold their own chalupa and their own burrito on taco. We ain't got time for the bullshit. This broad talking about she's appalled that FBAs aren't protesting. We're appalled that you think that you can just call on us whenever you feel like it. We're appalled that you think that we're going to condone you breaking the law. We're appalled that you try to use us for our numerical value and then abandon us in our time of need. Them days are long over. And you Latinas and Latinos is going to finally get the memo. Exactly. Cruz said, I've seen too many of my guys and shy that like that Mexican Puerto Rican and have a light skin. It's a real thing out here. Yeah. I stand on it and I called him out. Phil has a Mexican red bone too. Yeah, he does. I'm appalled. I'm so appalled. Yeah. Yeah. So hold your own chalupa. Moving along. We got a white man admits the main reason his community is against paying FBAs reparations. So again, Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on that.
The people that do, just want to say that to you. So just secure it today. Also, definitely take advantage of the emancipation sale that we have on the app. The last sale of the year. Okay. It comes directly to us. It's ours. And, ownership is a beautiful thing. These platforms like YouTube, they're great, vehicles, but we don't own it. Okay. We don't own this platform. So the app is ours. We can do what we want. Friday we have our live streams and we're working on our, shows that we're working on over there. Of course, as we, get more funding, we create more shows, original programming that we have over there. So definitely, ladies and gentlemen, appreciate that kind of support. Now.
That's good. I don't know what Fanny here.
Tonight we're going to be talking about, and I don't know why. It's interesting. Some nights you have people flooding in, but sometimes you don't get notifications. So we're going to go with it. Tonight we're going to be talking about the main reason why the folks, they just don't want to pay reparations, and we're going to get into that. But before we get into that, I want to review a video maybe around the late 80s, early 90s. I say, whoa, this is kind of funny, but has anything changed to that time period?
No.
Let me go up and cue this one video up real quick. Let me see here. Y'all check this out. This little young sister had to say.
Your white skin is so beautiful. Why do you go to the beach and burn yourself to a crisp trying to get brown if it's so wonderful to be white? And if you love your thin lips, why are you going to the doctor getting collagen injected and telling me my lips are too big? Don't, that's my thing. That trips me out. Whenever, white girls come to me, oh, your butt is so big. And it's like, well, why do you go get on that stair stepper at Holiday Health Spa trying to get your butt as big as mine? And being white is so wonderful. I don't understand why all these white teenagers don't stay white.
Now, when I first heard her talk, I'm like, whoa, it said she kind of roast a little bit like Jasmine Crockett. That's kind of how she speaks. I say, that's not Jasmine Crockett, right? But no, that's not Jasmine Crockett. She's not that old, right? But yeah, so the same issues that we were discussing in the 80s and 90s is still discussed. But actually, I think those issues are worse today than what it was when this little young sister at the time, though she's a grown woman now, was saying these things, right? Today, I don't really hear them saying any of that. Today, they go on just directly to the spa, getting their lip injections. They go and get BBLs. They like she said, cooking yourself in the sun. I promise you, I bet that young sister today, well, I know she's an adult now. I bet you she would have never thought that they will be out here trying to get BBLs or anything else. I mean, that's like the ultimate, you trying to, because who else you mimicking? Because your men is not asking you to do that. I haven't heard no movement of white men telling their women to go get a BBL. I haven't heard a bunch of white men say go inject your lips with chemicals, to lip fillers. I mean, it's chemicals you're putting in your body. I'm sorry, it's chemicals. It's not natural what you're doing. Right? I haven't heard a bunch of white men asking their women for that. I haven't heard white men asking their women to go put braids in their hair. I haven't heard, white men saying, hey, could you mimic the dress of black women? I haven't heard that. Not at all. So who you doing it for? Right? And I know just when I saw that, I'm like, I guess being a black woman, it really has to mess with your head at times, because you've been so ridiculed for every part of your body. You've been so ridiculed by how you dress. Everything about you has been picked apart. And then while you being picked apart, the same people that picked you apart is the same people that want to literally have everything you have, copy everything, copy what you say. I mean, it is crazy. They come up with something new and then everybody repeating it. But at the same time, you don't like black people or black women in particular, because black women, they deal with it at times from other groups of women. They do, and then when black women come up and say, oh, they clocking tea, they clocking it and all that stuff. And then that stuff they come up with, then, it'd be like 2 seconds later, all these other women, especially Becky and them, could copy in there. And I can imagine they like, man, can we have something to ourselves? Can we keep something to ourselves? And I would tell you, sisters and brothers, no. As long as we are here in America around them, we can never keep nothing to ourselves. Mm-hmm. Especially if you put it on the internet, no, it's not going to happen. So I would say just be used of it. I mean, everybody follows us like that little brother or sister that you say, go back home. What you following me for? And they won't stop following you. That's them.
Take a hard ground.
All right. Now, they want to copy you.
Kardashian.
They want but they don't want you to have justice. They don't want you to have reparations. They don't want to be equal in society. Because y'all have to understand something. I think I'll get into this because South Africa, let me talk about South Africa for a minute. The white folks in South Africa is what scares them. And I think I want to talk about that a little later. Now, let's cue up. You say the whole world mimics FBA women. Yeah, they do. Oh, yeah, they do. Yes, they do. I've seen it with my own two eyes. I've seen it in the African continent. We've seen it in the Caribbean, but that's totally different for me. But when it comes to other groups, right, outside of the African continent or the Caribbean, they do. Don't even talk about the Asian society. It's like they copying black women all over the place. Yeah. They copying them. And also, when you travel, we do have a black American privilege that Africans don't have. They don't have the privilege that we have. But let's get this video. The main thing I want to talk about tonight. This white gentleman is going to kind of tell the truth about his community. And shout out to him. But let's go ahead and cue this up real quick. And let's see here. Where we at? Right here. All right, cool.
It sucks to be a white American. Now, hold on. Give me a chance. Let me explain. I want you to think of the kind of person who would put on a White Lives Matter sticker on the back of their Ford pickup. Why do they do that? Is it all racism? Well, yeah. But I think it goes a lot deeper than that. White Americans basically have no culture, not in the same way we see other people. And we white people, we know this inherently, and it scares us. We know we have our regional cultures, our cities, our sports teams and families all give us our regional culture, but being white basically means nothing, or generally at least nothing positive. White people throughout American history are almost always seen on the side of the oppressors. Not all white people, but most of them. And this sucks to learn. It's even harder to internalize. And it's why white people usually don't accept this, because it makes us feel a deep sense of guilt. I think it's why white...
Now, I want y'all to hear that he said about a deep sense of guilt. And the reason why I'm kind of interjecting, I'm doing this for a reason. But notice the guilt part.
People say nonsense like, I can't be racist. I have black friends. Sure, you probably don't see black people as objects, but you're refusing to accept the role our people have had in their oppression. That guilt we feel is our responsibility for the actions of our ancestors. It's why white people refuse to say that black people deserve reparations, because it admits our guilt. But black people deserve reparations. It just makes sense logically. You can sue someone for scratching your car, but black people can't sue the American government for the enslavement of their people.
All right, so definitely want to play that now. You know, like we do it. Let's go ahead and start this over, and let's take our time with it a little bit, at least with the allotted time that we have, right? Let's start this one more again.
It sucks to be a white American. Now, hold on. Give me a chance. Let me explain. I want you to think of the kind of person who would put on a White Lives Matter sticker on the back of their Ford pickup. Why do they do that? Is it all racism? Well, yeah. But I think it goes a lot deeper than that. White Americans basically have no culture. Not.
All right. So he said one good point. He says that white Americans have no culture. Now, how many times have we been told that, which is a total lie, and we know this, but he admits they have no culture. You know, the first time I've heard that, years ago, Dr. Nancy Yoon, she was a Chinese I think psychologist I interviewed years ago, and she was the first person that told me, like, really broke them down and said they have no culture. Said this is why they gotta go to everybody's country. This is why they gotta take from everybody's culture. He said, think about it. What kind of culture do they really have that people can say, oh, this is their culture here in America. This is their particular culture. She said, say, remove the negativity things that's related to their culture for sure. We can definitely lay negativity as a cultural practice, she was telling me. We said, think about it. What do they have? What is their cultural dances? What is their cultural food that's been practiced for hundreds and hundreds of years? Like, what do they really have? Right. And she said, that's why I feel they follow Black people so much. They follow us because they got to sit here, and because we are the kings and queens of culture. We are the culture of America. Listen, that's why they try to say, well, Black culture is American culture. They'll say that when they're trying to steal it. Yeah. No, it's our culture. It is, but they want to take our culture. That's why it don't matter where we at, what we do. Here they come following, because it's no different like sinners. They got to try to get in where we at, but we got to invite them in. And we have been inviting them in for too long. We have, and that's on us. And we got to accept that. We've been inviting them in. They just don't come in. They invite them, so, they try to get in. So doing Jim Crow, no matter what time period it was, they always trying to be around us.
Well, history. FBA.
And what everybody don't like about delineation is that we're gatekeeping that, and you're not really having access. You have access to us online, but it's a total difference having access to us personally. Right. You understand? When you saying the cookout invitations have been rescinded. Yeah. When you say, nah, we're not inviting everybody to come around us just because you can cut a jig on the dance floor. We're not impressed just because you wearing some Jordans. Right. Or you got some box braids. You understand what I'm saying? Or you speak with a black accent. We're not impressed with that. Right. And that will usually get them in the door. Now that's not even working. We're not impressed with that, because now we're saying, look, we need to kind of make access to us exclusive, because think about it. When something has exclusivity, it's valuable. When everybody got access to it, it's no value. That's why a diamond, like a high carat diamond, everybody don't have access to it because of the price point. So it makes it more valuable. But people got access all day to cubic zirconia because it don't cost much, and anybody can get access to it. So it's not worth anything. So what we have been doing with our culture and just having access to us, going out there fighting for other groups, that's part of our culture, the revolutionary fight. We've been just doing that for no reason at all, not even benefit, not having a reciprocal relationships with other groups. Why are we doing this? And then now we pull back and say, nah, we good. We sitting down, we resting. Now people seeing the value. Think about it. Now people seeing the value in FBAs now, because we're not going out there just freely giving of ourselves. Like you're just supposed to go out there and do it. Trust me, white folks are saying, hey, where black people at protesting? Where they at? The Hispanics are saying the same thing. Where's black people at? Because they're realizing how valuable we really were, but they had too much access to us at the time period. So this is why it's easy to disrespect something that has no value to you. Very easy, because it's too easily accessible. And I want black people to get even more exclusive. I want black people to gatekeep more and back away from people a lot more than what we're doing now, because that's how you're going to get your respect. That's how you're going to get it. And what they don't like is that they can't scare us into certain things. See, and I knew this change was coming, because I said years ago, and those of you who've been here, I said once that civil rights generation go on to glory, and when you got the new black people that's coming up, I said, oh, it's going to be a different day. And the Democrats, I know they feared this day coming, because the Democrat Party now is in shambles. Why? Because they cannot use the Civil Rights Act and say, oh, come vote for us. No. We are a different generation. Right. We need our reparations. That's right. And we have seen the Democrat Party be the main party against reparations. They'll say, oh, it's the Republicans. No, it's you. Black folk gave you 60 plus years of votes, faithful voting. That's right, bro. And what have you did with? Nothing. You gave all the resources and everything that we fought for to illegal immigrants. That's what you did over the years. Yeah. You gave it to white women. You gave it to white LGBT. You gave it to white disabled. Everything that we fought for. And now black folks saying, no, if you pay me. Right. That's what I need right now. You're going to pay me. You paid all these. Listen, when Biden was in office, when these other groups came over here, you put them in nice hotels in New York that FBAs can never stay in, while the FBA is on the street, homeless.
Yeah.
But you put up another man from a third world country that came over here because he chose to.
Mm-hmm.
You gave him food.
True. After you pay me.
They were so ungrateful. They said, I don't like, throwing the food in the trash. Yeah. And then what Eric Adams said in New York, oh, well, you know, we're going to give them their cultural food. Mm-hmm. Then it went from their cultural food, like, man, I didn't know you get a menu. You know, when I grew up, I was told beggars can't be choosy. That's what I was told. Maybe that's changed. Then they got an EBT card with thousands of dollars on it. Mm-hmm. Black folks, please, you get black folks $500 of food stamps, and the white folks is all talking about they lazy, this and that. Then you find out later when you look at the numbers, more white folks get food stamps than any other group.
Yeah, that part I'm feeling.
But they ain't lazy though, right? So we gotta gatekeep a lot more. We gotta keep ourselves distant a lot more, so people understand the value. So when we do step out, whenever we choose to step out, first of all, we step out for ourselves. That's number one. Mm-hmm. But if somebody will get access to us, it's going to be a reward for something they did right for our community. It's not going to be for, oh, we just see this is not right, so we coming out there. No. Where's the men of your community? Make them step out. Let me see. Hold on. Sherelle says, imagine FBAs develop their own language to maintain that exclusivity. Well, I mean, at this stage in the game, I mean, the best we have is, and we change it constantly, is, you know, Black American Vernacular English. That's the furthest we go with it. But we change it so often. But with the internet and AI, I mean, people are learning it just like this, right? But it doesn't matter about that. People can learn whatever language they want to learn. The fact is, having access to you is more important than internet access to you. But let's go ahead and continue.
In the same way we see other people. And we white people, we know this inherently, and it scares us. We know we have our regional cultures, our cities, our sports teams and families all give us our regional culture, but being white basically means nothing.
Now, he said being white means nothing. That's a deep statement.
Yeah.
He's admitting, he said being white means nothing. I mean, so, and let me lean into that real quick. And I know we're gonna get back to what he says a little bit later, but think about it. What does it really mean? I mean, like a statement. Lord, hold on a second, y'all. Give me a quick second. Let me get my child on here. One of my family members. Hold on. Y'all watch the interview real quick, and I'm going to and I'll be right back with y'all. Just give me a quick second. Thank you.
Yes.
Can you tell us anything about your trip so far?
I would say it's just been a beautiful experience. Just going to the villages. I think it was, I can't remember the name of the village. Even the parks, the views, everything about the trip was amazing. It was very amazing. Honestly, I'm just not ready to go back. I'm just not ready to go back.
And he was just telling me, oh sorry, I interrupted. He was just telling me that what was your favorite food you can tell me right now?
Injera.
On Gail talking to one of the gentlemen that went on the Ethiopia trip. Now, for them to say, the man say it doesn't really mean anything. And like I said, that's a deep statement, because for me, it means a lot to be Black.
Yeah.
It is ancestral pride,
right,
of what everything that happened to my ancestors. You got to think about it. Our story is a story of, you know, not only horror, but a story of, you know, triumph, a story of innovation, you know, a story where a group of people that should have been extinct is still here. And you think about their story. They went all over the world, taking the lives of people, stealing people's land, stealing people's resources, causing calamity everywhere they go. They like to divide and conquer people and sit back and watch these people finish each other off. They provided weapons, you know, so they could finish each other off. They oppressed people. They just did. I mean, think about it. What did they really, if you think about it, and what I kind of researched estimations. Estimation is that they just about and took about 10 to 15 million lives as a collective of people. We're talking about as a collective, okay, globally, or over the time that they have, had any kind of rule. With slavery, you look at the colonization, you look at, even though this is against, each other, you think about the Holocaust, all the different things that's been done. You look at King Leopold, all the millions he killed. It's a lot of people that lost their lives over the years. So when he said that it don't really mean anything, just what I get from it is that I don't really have nothing I could point to say I had something good or its greatness attached to us. Now, some of them would say, oh no, we created this and we had this innovation, that innovation. Yes, some technology was created by their community. I'm not going to take that away from them. But this is the thing. Have you ever heard of your bad outweighs the good that you ever done? You ever heard of that? Like, you can do some great things, but what you done over here is so bad, or what you have continued to done has been so bad that it overshadowed any good that you may have done. And that's really the issue, right? Is that the bad is overshadowing the good, because we got to look at it as a cultural, because they do have a culture now, but as a cultural practice, a guy like him is ostracized in his community. He's ostracized.
The end lover.
He's not respected in his community. He's not, given, say, you know what? This is the guy that we need to put in leadership of a political party. This is the guy that we need to put him as the branch manager of the bank, so he can be fair, to all people, but definitely he can just be fair, right? Oh, no. They don't want him. They don't want him.
No.
They want the anti-black racist to be in charge of the bank. They want the anti-black racist to be the police chief, the judge, this is what they want. They don't want him. They'll ostracize him. People like him, back in the Gap, the Ku Klux Klan would have got at him for even saying some crap like that.
Mm-hmm.
There's been many white Americans who had lost their lives by the hand of the Klan because how dare they spoke up for what's right.
This is white supremacy.
What I've learned, any white person who have done the right thing in American history, all the way up to now, they ostracized and they could be even killed for doing the right thing. Now that's not, you have a culture, and that's part of that culture. A white person to speak up for what's right is ostracized. They're kicked out of their community because they have to go along with the cultural practice of oppression and the wealth gap and privilege and all of that. That's why the ones who feel like him are ostracized, and the ones that really want to stay within the group, they have to stay quiet. They can't say it. They may say it to you. You ever seen them on the job, pull you to the side, and they be like, I don't really agree with this guy over here. He's, I can tell he's racist. I see how he talks, and I see this, and I see that. They want to sneak and talk to you, right? Instead of standing up at the time and say, hey, I see what you're doing. Stop. No. They'll wait till the whole incident's over, then they'll come pull you to the side and like, I don't like that sort of thing. And I have a grandchild who's black, and I see things a little different now. But when it's time to say something to your fellow white people when they're being racist, you don't do that.
Exactly.
Because you want to make sure you stay good within your community. Right?
Are you nervous?
Let's continue.
Let's
continue. Let me see where my video at. Hold on. We right here.
Generally, at least nothing positive. White people throughout American history are almost always seen on the side of the oppressors. Not all white people, but most of them. And this sucks to learn. It's even harder to internalize.
So he's saying that in his community that when everybody say that you nothing but a colonizer, that hits them different. When you say, you the oppressor, or you, all the different things that's been said, right? By not just black people, but every group of people. He's saying it, to hear that constantly affects them. And I guess it would, because let's just think about it. Nobody really likes negative things said about them. That's just a human trait. Nobody like that. Now, when you take, especially if, let's say if you didn't do it, you really don't like it. Give an example. Just like we don't like a stereotype, a racist stereotype, right? You know good well you're not like that at all. You have never done it, but they're trying to put this negative stereotype on you. You don't like it. Now, that's just a stereotype. Imagine if it's a fact what people are saying. So when people say, oh, you're a colonizer, right? And you know it's a fact that that everywhere you have been, you have colonized. And you're still practicing even neo-colonialism in the African continent today. And you know it. You're just helping to stabilize the Caribbean. All these people that's coming up here with Latin America, I've said that before because I know what I'm talking about, is they're the reason why they keep coming up here, because they destabilize their nations, their homelands. They're not trying to help them stay in their homeland. They're not. They want them Latin American countries the way they are, so they can keep going there and taking their resources. You talking about the drug. They are the main reason the drug is what it is. Trust me. Black folks know all about that with the crack era.
Yeah.
Black folks, how all that cocaine got in the black community? We ain't had no planes for that. We didn't have no speed boats for that. We didn't have any of that. And you know, if you go watch even when you watch the what was that Kiki Camarena, that show that was on Netflix, you know, he was a DEA agent and how DEA was all involved with that. And people mention the CIA and all that stuff, Oliver North and all these things that, you know, because you got to think about it. After the civil rights movement, that's what their attack was on us. We had a win. We had a win, and they say, "Oh no, we got to figure out a way to destroy this black community. Because the black community is too strong with the family. We got to break this family up. We got to get them hooked on drugs. We got to get drug dealers, and we're gonna bring in mass incarceration right afterwards." Yeah. That's exactly what they do. Think about that. When people see them, they say, "Oh, you just mass incarcerate people. You a slave master. You are this, you are that." Yeah. I'm pretty sure they don't like that. I'm pretty sure because it's true. That's why. And when it's a truth, you can't really shake it too much. But it's a solution, though. It is a solution. So let's go ahead and play this real quick. Let's continue.
And it's why white people usually don't accept this, because it makes us feel a deep sense of guilt. I think it's why white people say nonsense like, I can't be racist. I have black friends. Sure, you probably don't see black people as objects, but you're refusing to accept the role our people have had in their oppression. That guilt we feel is our responsibility for the actions of our ancestors. It's why white people refuse to say that black people deserve reparation, because it admits our guilt. But black people deserve reparation.
Okay. Now, when you think about the white supremacists, he's right. How many times do white supremacists say, I don't have white guilt? I don't have guilt. I don't have guilt. Who put the guilt on you? Why do you keep having the white supremacists think about it? I know you're here listening. Why do you keep saying you don't have white guilt? You listen, the Bible taught that after Jesus ascended into heaven, the Holy Spirit will come, and part of the Holy Spirit is to convict men of sin. One of the ministries of the Holy Spirit, right? That's in the earth today. And I don't care if you don't believe in the Bible. I don't care what you believe in. You can say you don't believe in the sun. I don't care. Because listen, I'm talking to people that know what they know, and most black people know what they know anyways. That's who I'm talking to globally, right? I'm talking to anybody who want to listen, but if you know, you know. So, what you feeling? I'm gonna tell you spiritually what you're feeling. You're feeling a conviction by the Holy Spirit. Understand? You're feeling a conviction of sin, because what you have been doing has been very sinful against God and unrighteous. So this guilt you're feeling is because you won't repent of your sin. And as long as you don't repent of your sin, you're going to always feel the guilt and the guilt and the condemnation is going to increase with time to the point that it's almost painful, that you just don't like yourself. You don't look like looking at yourself. This is why sometimes, believe it or not, whether y'all like what I'm about to say or not, some of you get into drugs due to this guilt because you want to silence the condemnation. You would use drugs more than anybody else, actually.
They do.
People know, they've made songs about it, about how, you know, what they call it, white girl wasted, you know, white boy wasted. When y'all do it, y'all take it to a level that we've never seen before.
Yeah.
As Black people. When someone has some sort of guilt and condemnation, even if it's a Black person, sometimes they try to drown it out with drugs, drown it out with alcohol, some escape. Okay, well, as a global, there's not just America, as a global community who has even in 2025 still doing things that's sinful and unrighteous.
Yeah.
Didn't the scriptures teach thou shalt not kill? But how quick you justify killing somebody? You call it self-defense when it's really not.
Yeah.
When Connor grows up in the school and air out the place, you call it mental illness. That's sinful when you justify that. Because one of the 7 things God hates is one who's quick to shed innocent blood.
Yeah.
And you would justify as a culture the shedding of innocent blood.
Oh, Black folks don't do it like that.
You will say,
sip on whiskey and smoke a blunt.
This country can't get a nuclear weapon. But you got it.
From the block.
Why can't this country have a nuclear weapon, but you can?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's be equal. Everybody get rid of the nuclear weapons then. Everybody. Every country in the world, get rid of it. Get rid of it, and hey, we have a nuclear-free world. I'm with that. But you can't say, I can have it, but you can't. So I can mass wipe you out, and you can just be a sitting duck, but you better not do it.
That's what I
mean, the world is getting tired of that. They're tired of it. And this is why the world is turning against y'all as a global entity every day. Every day the world is like, man, I'm getting sick of these people, man. Why? Because what you do is hypocritical, which just basically make you a liar, which violating the 10 Commandments. Texas wants to put up the 10 Commandments, but these people can't follow not one commandment. Not one. Not one. Thou shalt not covet your neighbor's property. Yet you have built your whole empire off of coveting your neighbor's property. Like, go and get their resources and taking it from them and giving them pennies on a dollar or giving them nothing at all. Right?
Why for life like this?
Can't follow one commandment. Can't follow one. Your whole empire has been built on coveting your neighbor's property. The Native Americans tried to be nice to you. You coveted their property and you took their lives. And then you put them on reservations and thinking you did them a good thing by putting them on reservations. And then when you actually talk to real Native Americans, I'm not talking about the Elizabeth Warren Native Americans. I'm talking about the real ones, right? They are very angry because they felt while every Native American I've ever talked to, I'm talking about the real ones, the red Native Americans. Well, every time I talk to them, they ain't happy with you. They don't feel these treaties was good for them. They feel that they're worse off than what they were before they met you. And you took all their land. Look what you did in the Caribbean. The Caribbean was the buck breaking central before they got over here to this side. Do you know why a lot of Caribbean people, especially Jamaicans, don't like all that LGBT? Because it was some major buck breaking going on over there. You better understand the history of why some people in the Caribbean are hardcore about that. It was a lot of buck breaking.
Those were the seasoning plantations.
In the African continent, they saw you coming and said, oh man, hey, we want to welcome them in. Hey man, you know, And you didn't view them as, hey, they just some nice people. No, you look at them like, oh man, they ain't got no guns. Oh man, look all that land over there. Like just plotting to take their life. And the steal, because you stole, because you coveted their property. The whole entity has been built up off of violating the 10 Commandments. Forget the rest of the scriptures, just the 10 Commandments. And so I understand why you feel a guilt. And see, one thorn in your side is black people.
Have always been here. My native.
The thorn in your side is black people. Let me tell you why.
Yes. We're top.
Black people, black Americans in particular, is always a reminder of what you've done. See, if you invite our Nigerian brothers and sisters over here, you don't really feel anything about that. But when you look at me, and my name's Philip Scott, my name alone reminds you of what you've done. It reminds you of there was a white man by the last name Scott that had a plantation that my family was on. It reminds you every day. People like myself can remind you about every ill that you've done to my people. And when we call out for reparations, yeah, it bothers you. Because one, in your spirit, you can say no, 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 but in your spirit, every time we say that to you, it tortures you. I'm not giving it. You saying that with your mouth. But we're tormenting you when we bring up what you have done and say if you want to make it right and remove yourself from this guilt and shame and condemnation, just do two things. Say, you know what? Do it for yourself. Don't do it for me. Don't do it for FBA. Do it for yourself. So you know what? I had nothing to do with slavery. I had nothing to do with Jim Crow. Why should I be feeling guilty about that? So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make it right in my generation so I don't have to be dealing with this, right? And then you do cash payment reparations. You don't tell us what reparations should be. It's cash payments. It's just that simple. Now, if you want to add something else with it, cash payments, okay, cool. And then you set society where it's equal. But here's the fear with that. Not only black economic, empowerment, but the fear is I'm going to be relegated to the position of the white South Africans. And that's my greatest fear. See, they look at South Africa. They look at South Africa. Oh, don't get this off the screen. And they say, see, this is what happens when you become a minority, for one, when you lose power, and black people get in charge. This is what's going to happen to us.
Yeah.
So we got to do everything we can to prevent becoming a minority, not making things equal. Got to keep the wealth gap, and definitely don't let black people get in charge. Well, I'm going to tell you this. You cannot escape fate. None of us can. And you can't either. Now, you got two paths, though. You can take the path where you are saved and do what's right, or you can continue on the path you're on, the wide path, and at the end of that path is certain destruction. But we're not on that path. We're not on that path because we didn't do anything to be on that path. And I'm sorry, I wouldn't want nothing to happen to me that I had nothing to do with personally. No. That's like going to jail for somebody else. Why should you go to jail for a crime you didn't commit? Who wants to do that? Well, it's just like a lot of you. You're dealing with judgment and everything else because of some things you didn't even do. But the problem with you is you go along with the system because you do not want equality. You don't want that. Because black folks not even asking to be in charge. Black folks just saying equality. Give me my reparations and just be equal. Equal. That's it. But to people like yourself, equality is oppression. Just like the white South Africans. They were happy during apartheid. Even in 2025, they had a South African brother. Never forget this video. And he said, if they were two South Africans and you could live in apartheid South Africa or this South Africa today, which one you want to live in? All the white folks said apartheid South Africa. That's what they said. They want to live where black people are subjugated, and they in control, and they have the power, even as a minority. But even if y'all trying to get even all the Latinos out, I know you're trying to do that. I'm just telling you what I know. You're never going to be successful with that. You're not going to get all the Latinos out. Trump can go crazy all he wants. You're not going to get all the Latinos out. You can get some out, but you're not going to get a lot of them out. And then the funny part is about some of that, I was kind of laughing beyond with y'all. They got these Mexicans making TikToks of them coming back. They get deported and they film their whole journey to come back. They come right on back to the U.S. That one dude video I saw, he told Trump, say, hey, thank you for the deportation. I get a week off. I'll be back. And dude came right on back. Right on through. They had a female that did it too. I'm like, whoa. I said, now that's some dedication. I said, man, you get deported and you right back? I'm like, bruh. So you're not. But see, the thing is, and the reason why all those people are here, because you did that to undermine us. You see, every time we try to get some sort of economic empowerment, you flood a zone with a bunch of immigrants to dissipate our economic empowerment. And you give the immigrants all this grants and loans and money that you never gave to FBA. But you overplayed your hand now. You overplayed your hand. You let so many immigrants in, now you got a problem. Now you're trying to reverse it. It's kind of too late. You can't reverse it. I mean, when I looked at the demographics of freaking LA, they have 1.8 million Hispanics in LA alone. Bro, that's a Hispanic city. Hispanics got that city. Y'all did that. Now you want to go out there with ICE and trying to get them out? You shouldn't have let them in the first place. But you did all that mess to undermine FBA. And now you're gonna deal with the consequences, because them people are very entitled. You created that too with them. You created it. Because when FBA say pay me right, no, I ain't paying you. Let me go get the Mexicans. Let me go get the Guatemalans. I'm gonna get everybody else but FBA. And now you got something on your hands. And we ain't got nothing to do with it. We ain't got nothing to do with it. All the little underhanded things that you did to FBA, it is coming right up. We ain't got nothing to do with it. We hey man, don't bother us, leave us alone. You deal with it yourself. Don't come, because think about it. You notice how they be coming to us? Hey, black people, yeah, it's way too many immigrants in here, and they be taking our jobs and this, like. What are you telling us for? We didn't tell you to bring them people in here. I ain't seen one black person say, hey, bring all the immigrants you can. Every time. Think about it. When Joe Biden was in office, he flooded Chicago full of immigrants. Kept doing it. And the Democrats were giving them money, but they wouldn't give FBAs no money. Then the FBAs in Chicago, shout out to them, they stood on business. They say, oh no, we're not about to come LA part 2. They ain't happening. And shout out to them for that. But don't come telling us about immigrants. Yeah, you got issues with illegal immigration, with jobs, but our problem isn't our issue with immigration is when it's affecting us. Outside of that, if it's affecting you, that's your problem. Just keeping it 100. We got our own issues to deal with. You brought them people in here to undermine us. Now it's too many of them, and your numbers are dwindling, and now you want them gone. See what happened? See, like my grandfather used to say, y'all. Like my grandfather used to say, when you dig a ditch for somebody else, you always fall in it. And that's been y'all problem for a very long time. You always digging a ditch for black people. And now it's coming full circle on you now. Oh, it's coming full circle. You really got a problem with immigration now. Yeah, Trump gonna be what he gonna do, right? I don't care if Trump deport 3,000 people a day like he want to. Trump cannot get them all. He can't. He can't. Now he backing off of it. Talking about, well, I'm pausing raids on farms and hotels. Oh, now you're pausing raids on farms, Trump? Huh. Oh, you realize how much the pickle you got yourself in this country? See, if you'd have left FBAs alone, just paid FBAs, you wouldn't have had this problem. So now basically immigrants got y'all by the balls. Basically, you can't really deport them all. Not my problem. Not my problem. That's y'all problem. So don't let them come over here telling y'all anything about immigrants and all that. Say, look, our issue about immigration is not your issue. Your issue is worrying about becoming a minority. I ain't worried about that. You worried that you losing jobs now to the immigrants. That's really what that is. When we're losing jobs to the immigrants, they didn't care. Immigration didn't become a problem until Brad and them start losing jobs to Jose and them.
Yeah.
Then immigration's a problem. But when DeAndre losing his job to immigration, oh, y'all just being lazy. Go out there and find a job. Well, Brad, go find a job. Stop being lazy. Well, maybe Jose and them are just harder working than you. Maybe they could just be harder working. You're just being lazy, Brad. Why are you mad at immigrants, Brad? They just work harder than you. That's why they got the jobs. And even the immigrants clown them too on TikTok. I see the immigrants be showing them how fast they work and how slow they work. They don't like them either, but they play the game with them. When they get enough people in the city, they go after them too, and they notice that. They say, "Wait a minute, these people don't really like us like we think it. We think it. No, they don't like you. They don't like you. They actually harbor a lot of disdain for you, but they play the game with you, and they say, "Oh, I don't like them black people just like you." Like, "Oh yeah, come on my team," and you realize like you inviting somebody that can't stand you behind. But that's your fault, not mine. That's what you get for undermining FBAs, right there. You did all that mess to hurt us, and now it's hurting you. So now you want to get all, I'm a mass deporter. Trump be out of office, he ain't gonna put a dent in it. He ain't gonna put a dent in it. Sure, he'll stop him from coming in, but he's not gonna put a dent in it. It's too many. It's way too many. But not my problem, not FBA's problem. That's white folks' problem. That's y'all problem, not ours. So don't come to us telling us nothing about no immigrants. That ain't my problem. Only time I got an issue is when they telling us come out there and protest and come out. No. Because y'all was on some anti-black racism. You deal with white folks. That's y'all insidious relationship that y'all made together. Y'all made that relationship. Don't put us in the middle of your crap. White folks or any other immigrant. We don't want to be in the middle of your relationship. Now white people breaking bad on y'all. Now you want to say, black people, hey, help. Hell no. Hell no. Keep us out of that. You didn't put us in that relationship in the beginning. Keep us out of that now.
Immigration is bad for America and black people especially. Yeah.
If you want to say getting with them is better in the race, we don't think like that. We don't look at white folks as better in our race to have a baby with. Hell no. We don't have the same mindset. So keep us out of it. And that's right, Lee, everybody with FBA. But hey, we can just sit back because eventually, listen, I told y'all the conversations that immigrants are having now, they would have never had this conversation. And boy, it's just interesting. But make sure, like I said, check out my podcast tonight because, we got another one I'm going to be covering because they still won't stop talking about the FBA. And I'm going to keep covering it until they stop. But thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us on the stream tonight. Greatly appreciate it. Make sure you click the subscribe button. Make sure you click the like button. Also, head on to AfroWire AI. LaSherica is going to be going in actually on that same topic. LaSherica going to be talking about the same topic I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about the immigrants saying crap and everything. So make sure you go over there. Make sure you subscribe to AfroWire AI when you're there. And that way you can check and click notification bell.
And make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. Yeah, so every once and now and again, a cracker tell the truth. And this cracker decided to tell on his own people. And can't fall for that because they are some savages. So shout out to him for letting that see known. But he's a very small minority rather, of their race, of their people. So they would try to label him mentally ill or delusional, like they did John Brown. They're gonna have to pay the debt. The debt is owed. So either they cut the goddamn check or they just gonna keep losing elections. Because it's more than likely was a Democrat too. So it's always that. So speaking of the Democrats, 2 or 3 or 4 just got gunned down in the good old state of Minnesota. Was it what is the name of the state? The Thousand Lake State or some shit. The state with 1,000 lakes. Minnesota. Man kills Minnesota legislature in politically motivated or driven rampage. So Press the Black Truth is gonna give us an update on that.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the Moment of Truth. Over the weekend, there was a political assassination that took place. In fact, it looks like a couple of them, and all in the state of Minnesota. You had Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark, who were killed in their own home. And then about 5 miles away, you had State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, who were also shot in their home, though in their case they were wounded, not killed. All of this seems to be politically motivated, and the suspect is, well, frankly, I'm shocked. Now, let's go ahead and cut to the chase. This killer has been caught, that's no surprise. He went after 3 white politicians, so it wasn't a question of if he would be caught, it's just a matter of how long would he be allowed to be on the run. Because you have all of these black figures, especially black judges, getting killed under mysterious circumstances, and years later, nobody's been caught or arrested. Interesting how it always works that way. And I do agree with the sheriff's office how they described him. This is the face of evil. There's absolutely no question about that. Now, the interesting thing is they actually had the guy in their clutches before I guess he got away. What happened was when the police responded to the shooting at State Representative Hortman's home, when they arrived, they encountered the suspect, 57-year-old Vance Bolter, and he was dressed like a police officer. As he came out of the house, he exchanged gunfire with the cops before escaping on foot, leaving behind what appeared to be a police SUV with emergency lights at the scene. Apparently, it was a homemade job of his. The police found writings in the vehicle that included a hit list with nearly 70 names on it. And yeah, that does remind you of Anders Breivik, doesn't it? Those names are mostly Democratic politicians or figures with ties to abortion rights, including Minnesota lawmakers like Representative Ilhan Omar and Senator Tina Smith. Bolter also had survival gear in his vehicle, so I guess in his mind he was going to be prepared just in case he had to go roughing it out in the woods. But there was no need for him to actually bring it with him because he never had the chance to use it since the cops actually arrived in a timely manner. But it just goes to show this guy was working his way through a list. This is already being described as politically motivated assassinations, and that being the case is no surprise if the reports are this guy had conservative views, that he had voted for Trump, though any further connection to the Orange Man or the GOP in general seems to stop there, though this case is only just starting to unfold, so that could change in the future. Not that it would matter, though. But here's a little bit of further background on him. He claimed that he was in the security business, but in actuality, he had only worked in the food business. He said that he was the CEO of Red Lion Group, though it's not clear what that was supposed to be, though from a 2022 Facebook video about the Democratic Republic of the Congo, it was just a clumsy front for some would-be opportunism in Africa. This guy was listed as the keynote presenter for an organization called Minnesota Africans United. Yeah, because when you think of Minnesota, the first thing you think about are Africans, right? It already sounds like some sort of dummy front organization, but even if it wasn't, this guy was in the Congo trying to drum up some business for himself, and this during the height of the pandemic, by the way. So apparently this guy wasn't afraid to travel as long as he thought there was some quick cash in it for him. I guess he figured some white folks would go over there to Africa and razzle-dazzle the natives, and truth be told, that's usually how it goes. But of course, whenever it comes to these psychos, there's always some sort of strange, bizarre connection to black people, either as bigots or someone with some weird interest or even fetish when it comes to black people. That train is almost never late. So why did he do it? What was his motivation? That's not clear, and rampant speculation abounds. Was it some sort of coincidence that this happened in the home state of Kamala Harris's running mate, Tim Walz, or was that the entire point? They couldn't get to Tim Walz, so they went after someone else. White media reports do say that this Bolter character had been put on some sort of bipartisan state committee by Tim Walz, but that seems to be just coincidence. But something I think could stand to be mentioned is whenever people from the dominant society kill, they do it either to uphold their power or for the sake of blocking somebody who they think threatens it. That's what happens when they use violence. When Black people kill, it's usually over respect or for some amount of chump change, which usually is all about respect in that regard too. But I think the only thing more sickening than how these privileged punks like to use violence is how eagerly the white powers that be cover up for them every time they do it. Because, of course, on cue, the white media has been reminding everyone that this Bolter character, he's a human being, regardless of how many human lives he took or attempted to take. Headlines say that there were few signs of extremism from him. They didn't say none, they said few. So the process of minimization is already underway. And, of course, you got to have the friends and neighbors who are reported as describing him as mild-mannered. Because so long as the shooter isn't Black, we can't go demonizing him now. Before it's all over, we're going to be hearing about how he was a diligent worker on the job and never had any problems, didn't even come in late. We'll be hearing about how he was devoted to whatever members of whatever family he's supposed to have. That's what we'll be hearing. So they can say, trust me, he's just like us. That's all there is to it. He's just like us. That's why there's no way to predict these kind of things. He's just like us. Yeah, you can't predict it because you're not looking for these individuals. Are there going to be any new laws? Since he killed lawmakers, you would think that would be the natural result. We know the profile of the suspect, and that's why it's not going to happen. And this is in a state where Democrats control both houses of the state legislature. See, in Michigan, when you had those hooligans during the pandemic who went to the state legislature, they went there with their guns in tow. And as a result, the Republicans, who at that time had control of the state legislature, they decided to respond by at least tightening up the laws when it comes to bringing guns around the Capitol. That was their response to that, tepid as it was. On the other hand, though, when you look at Democrats, when they're in control of some sort of legislature, they don't even seem able to do that much. See, when the GOP controls these state legislatures, they go ham trying to ramrod through every crackpot piece of right-wing legislation that they can, mostly aiming these laws at Black people. Democrats, on the other hand, get in charge, and what do they do with the power? They don't roll back any of this GOP nonsense. They certainly don't pass laws to reinforce Black people's position and to make sure that conservatives know that the playing field is going to be tilted in favor of justice, and that is in our favor. Democrats don't do that. Instead, when they get in office, they prioritize virtue signaling about transgender bathrooms, sanctuary cities, and abortion. That's their priority, even to the point of death, it would appear. And just in case we don't want to seem neglectful, there was also another mass murder, this time in Austria. You had yet another Scooter the Shooter situation. Reports are this guy killed almost a dozen people and then himself, so the cops aren't going to get a chance to take him to Burger King is what it looks like. The white media claims to be so befuddled and baffled why this keeps happening. Well, let me go ahead and tell you what it isn't. These shootings are not motivated by politics or bullying. They're motivated by privilege and entitlement, and people who think they have a right to kill the first time things don't go their way. That's the reason why it keeps happening. We all know it, and the white media is going to keep pretending as if they don't know it. And something else that they're not going to mention, this clown pretending to be a security expert, it's like so many of these mass murderers. They all see themselves as being some kind of soldiers of misfortune, be it race soldiers or urban commandos. All of these clowns are living out some sort of would-be macho Hollywood fantasy, which the white media is only too glad to fuel and reinforce. They all have delusions of grandeur. And why not? Give them a gun and a politician to fire at, and they all imagine themselves to be the second coming of George Washington because they got a white media that glorifies and rationalizes their violence, and a society that continually reminds them and everyone else that all of these historical figures under white supremacy, their life stories are more myth than fact, but they all revolve around violence. That's the one thing that all of white history's heroes have in common. The people who they do the most to put on pedestals are the ones who show that they have absolutely no qualms about using violence. Under white supremacy, that's what makes them heroes. That's what makes them worthy of praise. And as a result, what it teaches all these other people is that for certain groups, it's okay for them to act the exact same way. Someone will appreciate what you do. That's basically the unspoken part. Someone's going to appreciate all this, all the bloodshed. Someone's going to give you a pat on the back, even if only posthumously. With politicians being gunned down left and right now, one would hope that common sense would break out and that they would use their positions to punish these guys through policy. But of course they can't because the principle of genetic immunity from law must be preserved. And as they see it, the fact that the political leadership and even their own children can be killed right in front of them and that they don't do anything about it, well, for them, that proves how dedicated they are to maintaining their true power. They're not going to be the ones to undermine it. This is how they show how dedicated they are to the cause. Already, we're getting the usual empty talk about how people need to tone police themselves and they need to dial down the rhetoric. People need to stop being so bellicose. The left will repeat their usual calls for gun control, and the right will point out that even if those proposals had been law, it wouldn't have stopped this from happening. But what we won't see is any of them seriously planning how to craft laws to go after the class of people who perform political assassinations. The face of evil. No matter how the politicians may act, they are not helpless bystanders in all this. They're choosing an action. And even though they are clearly the ones in the crosshairs, they still seem content to just sit back and let these killers take another shot at it. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Walter Wilborn, Mark Anderson, Anthony Molden, Williams, and Onan X. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
MAGA supporter, a man who decided to shoot 2 Minnesota lawmakers, has been arrested for murder. Put it up full mass. There was a 2-day manhunt that rattled Minnesota. It came to an end yesterday evening, ending with the arrest of 57-year-old Vance Bolter. Here are the details. The investigators have pursued the suspect, identified as Vance Bolter, 57, throughout the weekend as Minnesotans reeled from the killings of Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark Hortman. In a separate attack, the gunman also wounded State Senator John H. Hoffman and his wife, Yvette Hoffman, at their home in the Minneapolis suburbs. Let's put his picture back up again. That is an actual criminal. That is a violent thug. That is a dangerous human being. That is your deplorable. That is, in fact, the worst amongst us. That right there. That's what it is. Donald Trump is not going to ship him anywhere. Trump is not going to wax poetic about how horrible this human being is. No. Those who Trump appointed to carry out our constitutional laws and protect our constitutional rights will not echo that either. The complaint against Bolter describes police officers arriving to the home of State Representative Melissa Hortman as seeing Bolter shoot her husband, Mark, through an open door. The police then exchanged gunfire with him, and he ran into the home before escaping. At some point, he also fatally shot Representative Hortman. That's interesting, isn't it? After what officials called the largest manhunt in the state's history, investigators arrested him on Sunday near Green Isle, a small town about an hour southwest of Minneapolis, where he had a home with his wife and children. For much of Sunday, tactical teams had conducted searches in the area, where investigators found a vehicle and a hat that they believe belonged to the suspect. After one officer thought he saw Mr. Bolter running into the woods of police, where the police converged on the area, found him in a field near his home. We would call this a terrorist attack if his last name would have been Muhammad. Terrorist attack is an attack utilizing violence in order to affect a political outcome. That's what terrorism is. Why is this not terrorism? Why don't the headlines say terrorist? Well, because he's a white male. I mean, MAGA would not stand for that. Yeah, this is a terrorist. This is a terrorist who decided to utilize violence in order to effect political change by actually shooting at and successfully killing a public official. Officials say the suspect was armed when he was arrested, but that no force was used in the arrest. Did you hear what I just said? Officials said that the suspect was in fact armed when he was arrested, but that no force was used in the arrest. He's still alive. He had a shootout with the police. He ran, shot more, apprehended near his home, was armed. No force needed, still alive. I'm not saying he should be dead. What I'm saying is that a whole lot of people should be alive. The gunman had impersonated a police officer during the attacks. How did he do this? By wearing a rubber mask and a bogus badge, according to the officials. He had a notebook that mentioned the names of about 70 potential targets that included both of the lawmakers. Officials said he had fired at officers responding to one of the homes before escaping. The wife of Vance Bolter, who is suspected in the Minnesota lawmaker shootings, was in a vehicle that was pulled over by law enforcement on Saturday. Passports and cash were found in the vehicle. The victims, put them up. Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman, her husband, and her husband were killed in the politically motivated shootings early Saturday. This is according to Governor Tim Walz. Hortman had served as House Speaker for 6 years. When the 2024 elections cost Democrats their slim majority, she led fellow Democrats boycotting House sessions for almost a month, starting in mid-January, to prevent the GOP from using a temporary vacancy in the Democratic seat to cement control over the chamber, forcing Republicans into a power share. Another prominent area lawmaker, Senator John Hoffman, was shot and wounded alongside his wife in their home about 15 minutes away. We have footage of Bolter giving a sermon in 2021 at the DRC. Here it is.
And I'm just as excited about Jesus.
Et je suis juste excité
right
de
here,
Jésus.
right now.
Jusqu'à présent, même maintenant.
And when I get excited,
Et quand je suis excité,
I want to dance.
je veux danser.
And what Jesus did for me.
C'est que Jésus a fait pour moi.
Jesus is God.
Jésus est
Almighty
Dieu.
God.
C'est le Dieu
He
puissant.
saved my life.
Il a sauvé ma vie.
I'm excited about God.
Je suis excité de Dieu.
And I want to worship Him.
You're starting to get the picture. If anybody wants to argue this is not a cult, that individuals have not been radicalized, that these folks are not carrying out acts of domestic terrorism, your argument has no weight anymore. People who decided to serve their community filed their intent to run. Like them or not, they got elected by people. We still live in a representative form of government. Somebody decided to not only take away that human being from a family, somebody decided to take their voice away from democracy. Now that's antithetical to what we understand as normative in this nation, even though we are here. He allegedly had many more names on his hit list. The suspect arrested in the murder of Minnesota Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband reportedly left a chilling hit list of potential targets that included Senator Amy Klobuchar, Representative Omar, and the offices of multiple abortion providers. He also left a handwritten list described by police as roughly 2 pages long and containing 60 to 70 names. That's according to the Minnesota Star Tribune. This list was not alphabetized and included addresses, some targets. Representative Kelly Morrison, Democrat, as well as other members of the Democratic Farmer Labor Delegation were among those identified. Authorities have downplayed earlier descriptions of a list as a manifesto. Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension Superintendent Drew Evans clarified it was not a sweeping ideological document, but rather a notebook of a lot of lawmakers and others, as opposed to an actual document, which I don't see the difference. His roommate describes him as a Trump supporter, for those who are wondering why we call him MAGA supporter. Here it is.
Can you talk about his politics a little bit? I know that you had some discussions. I just wanted to talk.
Well, everyone's calling him a Democrat. He's not a Democrat. He would be offended if people called him a Democrat. He because of this board thing he was on for Governor Walz, it wasn't to serve. He was just serving the community. But I can't believe a political issue would cause him to do such a thing.
All right, Jackson, thoughts here.
So, there's just so much to take from this whole incident. First and foremost, as you pointed out, I mean, there's no effective way to pretend like this is not a nationwide cult going on, because, I mean, put yourself in this man's shoes. In order for you to make this hit list and go through all this detailed, intricate, slow grind planning to make it happen, how committed you are to the plot, how much of a true believer you are. Like, you really think that this is going to set us right. This is going to get us back on the track that God always had destined and ordained for the American people. And we're going to get our country back, and we're going to get it back. Like, these people really believe this type of stuff. But, at the end of the day, one of Trump's biggest issues, America's issue at large, but Trump in particular, is I've been saying this for quite some time. I still think he's going to end up the ultimate scapegoat for everything that's getting ready to transpire. I mean, like, at the end of the day, what has he done for any of us lately? This man has, him and Elon gone after programs like Meals on Wheels. Among everything else in the administrative state that just generally gives the public some stability and some access to climb the social ladder or just stay above water if they can. The tariffs, as you pointed out in the last show I was on, the tariffs that he's got going, eventually that's going to crash the economy. We're almost certainly about to go to war with Iran because Israel is. So because Israel's going to war with Iran, America's going to war with them. And we've been wanting to go to war with Iran for as long as I've been alive, at least. So that's going to cause worldwide economic issues. So, it's like they're doing all this chaotic craziness is going on for a game show host who's really just destroying the country at the end of the day. And it's unfortunate, but it's real life.
It's real life. And that's why we have to stay on top of it and report it. We bring you updates as they come.
Brothers and sisters, as we start a new year, vandalism has began again at the Frederick Douglass High School. As we start a new year, vandalism has begun at the Frederick Douglass High School. We haven't had anybody vandalizing the school for several years now. We do have cameras. I'm going to go through the cameras and find out who it is, and I will make a police report. I will be sending images to the police. We haven't had any vandalism in years, and now the vandalism is back. But it will not go unchecked. Brothers and sisters. We had a YouTubian struggle streamer, undercover booty bandit, who called the electric company posing like me. Y'all know who he is. The undercover booty bandit, Dr. Umar hater #1. Now, they spilled paint over everything. They stole some things, but they did way more vandalism than theft. They destroyed everything in there, brothers and sisters.
They got here. They can come through that door.
So y'all been seeing the people who've been breaking into the school?
Yes.
Wait a minute. Yo! Excuse me. Get out that school. Yo! Come out. This is a school, young people. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing, family? What are we doing? Let me find out. It's the little people. Sister, I need you to turn that camera off. Nothing's funny. Turn it off. And I need y'all to move on. You can't hang on this block. This is... Excuse me? I need y'all to go, or I'm going to call the police. Peace and Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism. Peace and Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism. Peace and Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism. This is your big brother, Dr. Umar Ifatunde Oguntade, coming to you live and direct from the most honorable Frederick Douglass and the most honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey Academy. I got some bad news for my FDMG donors. I got some bad news for my FDMG donors, but we still going to end it on a positive note, brothers and sisters. First of all, I want to say to my neighbors here in Wilmington, Delaware, I'm very disappointed. To my neighbors here in Wilmington, Delaware, I'm very disappointed. And the reason I'm disappointed is not because of the vandalism. It's not because of the graffiti. It's because I was gone for about a month and nobody called me, nobody texted me, nobody inboxed me, and nobody emailed me the fact that our high school had been broken into. Nobody said a word. I had to learn of this on my own. On my own. I got back last night, stayed in Delaware so I could come and check the post office and come check on the school. And what do I find? That they broke into the high school. What do I find? That they vandalized my private book collection of more than 5,000 books that I've been collecting most of my life. Out of print books, rare books, supplies for our children, clothing for our children, things we can use for the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy. And nobody from Wilmington called me and said, Doc, I think the high school has been compromised. Now, let me answer a question right now, brothers and sisters. Let me answer a question. Some people are saying we thought you had security. We do on the Marcus Garvey Elementary School. We do on the Nat Turner John Jacques Dessalines Gymnasium. We do on our corner storage building. We have security on that side of the building. We have surveillance. We have up-to-date security system. If they do anything over there, the police will be on their ass within seconds. If they do anything over there, the police will be on their ass in seconds. If they do anything over there, the police will be on their ass in seconds. But we don't have that on the high school because we do not have electricity in the high school. We do not have electricity in the high school. we do not have electricity in the high school, brothers and sisters. This happened in the Frederick Douglass High School. Now, originally, we were going to save our money and wait to renovate the high school after we had our certificate of occupancy for the elementary school. That was the plan. But after about 4 years of no vandalism, brothers and sisters, after 4 years of no vandalism, brothers and sisters, after 4 years of no vandalism, they back at it again. They back at it again. They back at it again, brothers and sisters. So we're going to have to get started on the high school immediately. Black electricians who can do a commercial job, licensed in Delaware and Wilmington, I need you to come to the forefront. Black electricians who are not licensed in Delaware and Wilmington, I need you to find somebody in Wilmington who can pull the permit. I need my black electricians who claim they care to find somebody in Wilmington who can pull the permit so you can repair the electric. The good news is the high school electric system was not as vandalized as the elementary school's electric system. The good news is that the Frederick Douglass High School electrical system was not as vandalized as the elementary school. So it's a larger school, but the system is much more intact. It's a larger school, but the system is much more intact. Let me say this. Don't ask me another question about the school. Let me say this again. Don't ask me shit about the school again. I'm not answering no questions. Because we've been going through this for 6 years, and y'all keep asking the same dumbass questions that you already been giving answers to. Y'all know y'all been sabotaging. Y'all know y'all been vandalizing. Y'all know y'all been throwing trash and litter all on this campus. Y'all know y'all been sabotaging and undermining, talking about why the school not ready yet with a steady barrage of sabotage. Talking about why the school not up yet when you know why, because your ass keeps sabotaging. We had a YouTubian struggle streamer. We had a YouTubian struggle streamer, undercover booty bandit, who called the electric company posing like me. Y'all know who he is. The undercover booty bandit, Dr. Umar Hater #1, the undercover booty bandit. He called the electric company and the gas company posing as myself. Posing as myself.
Well, that sounds like
and so
fraud
we had
to me.
to get a private security clearance added to our account because we got YouTubian struggle streamers like that booty bandit. We got YouTubian struggle streamers sabotaging our accounts, brothers and sisters. This is what they do. And y'all celebrate and cheer them on. And then you say, why the school not open yet? And then you say, why the school not open yet? Now, with that being said, we're going to try to get the electric cut on as soon as possible. I got to go through this again. We got to go through this again. So I'm going to bring some companies in and walk through the high school and see what kind of bill they're going to give us. Because once we get the electric on, we can do the security surveillance. Once we get the electric on in the Frederick Douglass High School, we can get the security clearance on again. Okay? So I'm going to look at the cameras. It's going to take me a while because the cameras are continuous record. The cameras are continuous record. So I have to look at all the footage because I don't know what day this happened. It could have happened yesterday. It could have happened 30 days ago. I don't know if this happened when I was in UCLA. Shout out to my UCLA students. I don't know if this happened when I was at Manchester University in the UK. Shout out to my Manchester University UK students. I don't know if this happened when I was debating Elon Musk's father at Oxford University. Shout out to my Oxford University and Oxford Union African students. I don't know if this happened when I was in Ypsilanti, Michigan. Shout out to the Ypsilanti family. I don't know if this happened when I was in New Orleans. Shout out to the New Orleans family. I don't know if this happened when I was at Chicago. Shout out to Chicago and the Jacob Carruthers Center for Inner City Studies, Northeastern Illinois Africans. I don't know if this happened when I was at Cleveland. Shout out to my Cleveland, Ohio. I ain't been on campus in a month, brothers and sisters. I haven't been on campus in a month, brothers and sisters. So I don't know when this happened. And nobody even bothered to call me to tell me it happened. Peace, King. Good to see you, brother. All right now. Nobody even bothered to call me. Now, I did get a call from a sister from Wilmington. Shout out to all my Wilmington supporters. I love you, Wilmington, Delaware. Shout out to all my Wilmington supporters. I love you, Wilmington, Delaware. Shout out to all my Wilmington supporters. I love you, Wilmington, Delaware. But I got a call from a sister from Wilmington, Delaware about a week ago. I don't know if this has anything to do with the vandalism. Destroyed my 5,000 book collection that I have amassed my entire professional career. That hurt me in the heart. That hurt me in the heart. They spilled paint over everything. They stole some things, but they did way more vandalism than theft. They destroyed everything in there, brothers and sisters. Now we got to clean up the gym for the third time. This is the third time we've had to go through this. I used to hire security to sit outside the school, but most of the time they didn't even do their damn job. They would be home sleeping, telling me they at the school, and then I would do random pop-ups and they wouldn't even be out here. This is why, yes, sir. Yes, we own the school, young brother. What's your name, Prince? What grade you in? You don't know your grade? You're about to go to the third. What grade you in, Prince? You in the 5th grade? Okay, y'all brothers, y'all look alike. So you're about to go to the 3rd, you said. So when we open up this school, it's going to be 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, right? So 4th grade, you might be here, right? 4th grade, you might be here. You're going to the, oh, you're going to the 6th grade. We might not catch you until we in this building, the high school. And to my young princesses, we will be opening up the Anna Douglas Amy Garvey Academy for young princesses as well. So it's going to be boys first, and then it's going to be girls. So all y'all might one day be students at the school. Say that again. Some people just went and win. When? You saw somebody walk in this building. What door? No, nobody. I've been here the whole time.
No, they walked in that door. They got here. They can come through that door.
So y'all been seeing the people who've been breaking into the school?
Yes.
Wait a minute. Yo! Excuse me. Get out that school. Yo! Come out. This private property. I need y'all off. Okay, my brother. I believe you, young prince. I need you out. I need you out of here. This is a school. This is a school, young people. This is a school, young people. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing, family? What are we doing? Let me find out. It's the little people. Let me ask you a question. All right? Y'all go ahead and enjoy the rest of your day. It's okay, King. You're all right. You're all right, my brother. Don't worry about it. We're about to get the locks changed right now. I'm waiting for my locksmith to show up. We're going to change the locks. Somebody broke in. We're going to change the locks. Sister, I need you to turn that camera off. Nothing's funny. Turn it off. And I need y'all to move on. You can't hang on this block. Excuse me? I need y'all to go or I'm going to call the police.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And I don't think it was kids who broke in. They're not brilliant enough to do that. Because somebody had to rip the wood off, jimmy the door. I think it was the drug addicts. Yes, sir. Understood.
So this is like the first time in like a minute that I've ever.
Okay. Yeah, we've been. They love. We ain't had no issues. We haven't had any issues since 2021, I want to say. And then all of a sudden, I leave for 30 days and I'm back. And the children have found out it was open because they've been running around in there. So I don't know when it had to happen within the last 30 days. You know, 302. While I was on the live, the children had snuck into the school, which means they knew the door was unlocked. Listen to me, brothers and sisters. For children to know that a door is open, and I was only away from the school for 30 days. For children to know that the door was open, and I was only away from the school for 30 days. For children to know the door was open, and I was only away from the school for 30 days, I wonder when they broke in. I wonder when they broke in, because if the children already know the door was open, we're not blaming the children. We're not blaming the children. We're saying that it had to be general knowledge that the school was broken into, because how would the children know to go in there? How would the children know to go in there? The door was closed. The doors are closed. How did the children know? Young blood, quick question, young fellas, quick question. How long? Okay, so I'm Dr. Umar, right? Say Dr. Umar. That's me. Okay. I was gone for 30 days, right? 30. My question to y'all, how long has that door been open for y'all to go in and play? Would you say a week, a couple days, a couple weeks? Because I was only going, not 2-3 months, sweetie, because I was here a month ago and I checked the doors all the time. They weren't open a month. 2 or 3, okay, so they might have broke in. Okay, that makes sense. 2-3 weeks, because I was going for 4. Say that again. Yeah, but they didn't break it open though. They wasn't the ones who broke it open, because whoever broke it open, they had to use equipment. Okay, I appreciate you, young people. Y'all take care now. All right. No, we ain't looking for the kids. We looking for the grown people who broke in. She said 3 weeks ago. She said 3 weeks ago. She said, Princess said 3 weeks ago. So they broke in while I was on my way to England. They might have broke in when I was at UCLA. They might have broke in when I was at UCLA. Somebody said the police broke in. I'm not putting it past nobody, but I'm going to look at the cameras. It is on camera. I just have to take time and find it. It is on camera. We have cameras around both buildings. Peace, Baba. It is on camera. It is on camera. But I have to take time and go through 30 days of footage. I have to go through 30 days of footage. They destroyed my private book collection. I'm waiting on a locksmith. We're getting new locks today. The police said they're going to try on the doors. The police said they're going to pay close attention to the Frederick Douglass High School until we get the electric on. Police said they're going to pay special attention to the Frederick Douglass High School. Somebody said Elon Musk broke into the building because I beat his father in the debate. Somebody said Elon Musk broke into the high school because I beat his father in the debate. Somebody said Elon Musk broke into the high school. The saddest thing for me, though, is nobody from the city bothered to call me and tell me. That's the saddest thing for me. How is the cameras without the electric? Let me worry about that. Let me worry about that. You don't need to know everything. They said, how you got cameras in the high school without the electric? Let me worry about that. Y'all worry about too much. That's none of your business. Harlem, New York, tomorrow, there's a rally for Ibrahim Traoré, Burkina Faso, and the Sahel Alliance, including Niger and Mali. General Goita and Gianni, Dr. Umar will speak at 6 o'clock tomorrow at the state office building. I need my Harlem Queens to come give me a hug. I'm a little sad that we got vandalism again at the school. I'm a little sad we got break-ins again at the school. I'm a little sad they destroyed my 5,000 collection private book. I'm a little sad right now, brothers and sisters. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little sad right now. I thought vandalism was over. I thought the break-ins was over. They destroyed my private book collection. I'm a little sad right now. So I need some hugs from my Harlem Queens tomorrow. I need some hugs out of my Brooklyn Queens tomorrow. I need some hugs out of my Queens from Queens tomorrow. What do I want for Father's Day? Make a donation to the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy so we can get the electric on, brothers and sisters. Will y'all help me get the electric on in the Frederick Douglass High School? Will y'all help me get the electric on in the Frederick Douglass High School? Will y'all help me get the electric on in the Frederick Douglass High School? Hit your PayPal, paypal.me/FDMG Academy. Hit your PayPal, paypal.me/FDMG Academy. Hit your PayPal, paypal.me/FDMG Academy. Check a money order. No Cash App. We don't have a Cash App. No Cash App. No Cash App. We only have PayPal. We only have PayPal. Check a money order. You can mail it. Check a money order. You can mail it. Check a money order. You can mail it to P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. Check a money order. You can mail it to P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. Check a money order. You can mail it to P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. 19809, brothers and sisters. This is my Father's Day gift. Vandalism, break-in, and private book collection completely destroyed. That's my Father's Day gift. My Father's Day gift is vandalism, break-in, and my private book collection and school supplies completely destroyed. Completely destroyed. Completely destroyed. I don't take grants unless they're from Black people. This is a self-determination project, my brothers. This is a self-determination project. I don't take grants. If it ain't Black, I don't want it. We have security cameras. I already told you that. Security cameras don't stop a break-in, my brother. We don't have security surveillance on the high school. We have security surveillance on the elementary school. We have security surveillance on the elementary school. No more questions about the school. I'm sick and tired of questions about the school. You don't donate anyway, okay? Y'all keep sabotaging and vandalizing the school, then y'all want to ask about what's up with the school. What's up with the school is you need to leave it the hell alone so we can finish the school. It's going to be an elementary school, princess. Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Elementary School. Have you ever heard of Frederick Douglass? You haven't heard of Frederick Douglass? He helped our people fight and get free from slavery to freedom. Yeah. And Marcus Garvey, he gave us the largest Black organization in modern history. And this school is going to be named after Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey as soon as we can stop people from vandalizing the school that we're trying to fix up. Well, that school is done over there, little brother. The elementary school is ready. That school is ready. We just got to do some tile. But over here, we got to get started. Yes, that's the elementary school. That's the Marcus Garvey building. This is the high school. This is the Frederick Douglass building. This is the one we still got to fix up. That school is ready. You're going to go in that one at first. And then when you get to high school, you come to this one.
What do y'all have in there?
Well, it's a school, so nothing's in there yet, right? Because we haven't furnished the buildings yet.
What does it look like?
A regular school. Good, good. I want you to do well this year. Peace, peace, peace. All right, all right. Yeah.
I wish you could graduate, bro.
Get out of here. Moyer Academy. Yes, sir.
Whatever the case may be, you know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
See somebody trying to do something with it, especially I know what you into it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That school is done. We just got to do the floors.
Okay.
You know, so I'm waiting on that, trying to get the best price. You know how the contractors be. You know, this school we got to get started on. So they just broke in here, bro, and vandalized my whole private book collection. 5,000 books, man. Poured paint all over it and everything. So I'm waiting on my locksmith because he got to give us some new locks. You know what I mean? It just hurts my heart, though. You trying to build a school for the children. And, you know, we've been going through this for 6 years, bro. They spray painted on the back. Why would you spray paint on the school we trying to fix up for the kids? You know what I mean? So it hurt my heart a little bit, man, because you try so hard and your own people tear you down. But we going to stay focused. You know what I mean? We
understand the bigger picture, bro.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. For sure, man. For sure.
I definitely respect and appreciate the shit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We getting there. We getting there. You know, when we apply for the certificate over there, if all goes well, you know, we're going to do a grand opening. It might be before the year out. And then once we done over there, we're going to start over here.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So we're going to do 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade the first year. And then the second year, we're going to go up and down the grade. So the second year will be 1st through 5th. 3rd year will be K through 6. 4th year will be pre-K through 7. 5th year will be daycare through 8. That give us 5 years to get the high school ready so they could just come across the street. So that's the plan. You know what I mean? If motherfuckers leave us alone and let us do what we got to do. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Now, when we first got to school, so we had them for 6 years. We got to school in 2019. When we first got to school, it was crazy because we ain't have no electric in either building. You feel me? So they was breaking in, robbing. Somebody took a shit inside the school. I'm like, bro, you could take a shit in the alley. Why would you shit in my school, bro? You know what I mean? So we went through hell, man. So we finally finished over there, but now we got to take care of this. So that's where we at, brother. Take my number so you have it in case you ever need to reach out to me, man.
One of them areas too, man.
I know. I had security people I was paying to sit out here. They scam me too, bro. They would take a picture of them sitting in their car, go home, tell me they out here. I'll pull up. Nobody out here. Getting paid for doing nothing, man.
It's crazy because, like you say, getting paid for doing it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In there, though, Dr. Umar, UMAR.
My name Dion, by
Brother
the way.
D. All right, D. Pleased to meet you, brother. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Gotcha.
Appreciate you, bro.
All right. All right. All right, D. All right. And if you come across any meetings they having in the city that you think I need to go to, just to familiarize myself, not to speak, but just to kind of listen, to pick up on things, let me know. Send me some flyers. All right, D. No doubt, brother. All right, brother. I can't even go get nothing to eat because I'm fasting. I can't even go get nothing to eat because I'm fasting, brothers and sisters. I want to eat so bad. I want to get me a pint of butter almond ice cream, butter pecan ice cream. You feel me? I just want to eat right now, but I can't eat. I can't break the fast, but I want to eat. Because you know, when you eat, that calms your nerves, but I can't eat right now. Because this right here just, you know, they destroyed my book collection, man. They destroyed my book collection, man. They destroyed my book collection. Nobody called me and told me that they broke into the school. Y'all saw kids playing in the school. You ain't even called me, man. That shit hurts. That shit hurts. Don't ask me no more questions about the school. I'm not answering no questions about the school. Feel how you want to feel. Think how you want to think. Lie like you want to lie. Slander me how you want to slander me. I'm not answering no more schools about the school. When it's done, it's done. I'm tired of this shit, man. I'm so tired of this shit. I didn't grow up with Meek Mill. Meek Mill lived across the street. My brother grew up with Meek Mill. We lived on the same block, 18th Street. I didn't grow up with him. I don't know him. My brother knew him. I knew him as a little kid, but, you know, I never knew him. I just knew him as a little kid. I ain't got no more books now, brother. They destroyed the books. I ain't got no more books. I got to rebuild my book collection. That was a 25-year book collection. I got to rebuild it. That was a 25-year book collection. I got to rebuild it. That's a 25-year book collection. I got to rebuild it. It's all right, family. It's all right, family. Hit your PayPal. If you care, have you donated? Hit your PayPal. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. Hit your PayPal. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. You got a credit card, go make a donation. I got to get this electric on in the high school. I know this is going to cost us at least $100,000 to get this electric done. It's going to cost us some money, brothers and sisters. Make sure you donate. Make sure you donate, brothers. And we got to get the electric on in the high school so we can get security. Yes, the cameras work. We already talked about that. Cameras don't stop a break-in. We need security surveillance. We have security surveillance on elementary. We don't have it on the high school because we need more electric. We need electric. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. If you're not an African, you cannot donate. I appreciate your support, but this is a Black people's agenda. This is a Black people's initiative. If you're not an African, you cannot donate. What happened to the FDMG Cash App? The struggle streamers had it shut down. What happened to the FDMG Cash App? The struggle streamers had it shut down. What happened to the FDMG Cash App? The struggle streamers had it shut down. P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. FDMG Academy. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer for FDMG. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer for FDMG. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer for FDMG. You could text me at 215-989-9858. Happy Father's Day to all my unapologetically African alpha males out there. And if you ain't got biological children, say happy Father's Day to you. If you've been looking out for the Black boys and girls in the neighborhood, it's not just about your biological children. It's about all the children in the neighborhood, brothers and sisters. Happy Father's Day. I'll wait for the locksmith to come back. We putting new locks on the school. I'll wait for the locksmith to come back. We putting more locks on the school. Who tapping in? I need some tap-ins. They destroyed the school for Father's Day. That's the thanks I get for saving more Black kids from the school to prison pipeline than any Black person in American history. That's the thanks I get. That's the thanks I get. Who tapping in? Who tapping in? Pour out a little water for the ancestors. The Orishas, the Loas, the Abusums, the Netters, Egbe, Iyami, spirit guides. At ease, my queen. At ease, my queen. What do you mean you want to do what to the prince? At ease, my queen. Going twice. Where you at, sister? How you doing there, Queen Mother Joanne?
Hi, Dr. Umar.
How you feeling today?
I'm well. How are you?
Where you at in the world? What city, my queen?
I am in Scarborough, Ontario, Canada.
Scarborough, Ontario, Canada. What's going on up there with our Canadian African brothers and sisters? What's the biggest challenge with our Canadian African brothers and sisters?
The fight continues. The fight continues. I am happy that you chose me today because despite what you're going through with your school, I'm so sorry that they're broken again. And I hope you get justice for what's happening. But I just wanted to share a bit of a good news to perhaps lift your spirit.
Yeah.
Because of your teachings, because of your free conferences that you have for parents, I have been fighting the school system here since last June. I recognize that they have been racist and discriminatory towards my son, and I brought a case against the school board to the Human Rights Tribunal here, and it seems as though I am winning the case. And so I just wanted to say thank you for what you have done, because it is because of your teaching that I was able to put together my documents, put together my arguments. And so I just wanted to say thank you so very much for what you do for us in the community.
Thank you.
And I just pray God that He will continue to give you the strength to continue to do what you're doing for us, because we need voices like yours. We need people like you to help us to see the vision and to go into the direction that we ought to be going in. So thank you so very much.
Queen Mother. And I know I still owe you a phone call too. So shoot me a text message so I hit you up.
Yeah, well, he is still in school, so perhaps in the summertime, because he's winding down now for the school year and he has lots of closing assignments to do. So perhaps in the summertime when he's off, I will definitely connect with you.
Thank you, Queen Mother. Stay blessed up there.
You be blessed as well.
All right. Now, take care. Now.
Okay then. Bye.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for the love, Queen Mother. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the love. I sound Jamaican. I might got some Jamaican blood. I'm sure I got a Jamaican ancestor too. I'm sure I got a Haitian ancestor or two. I'm sure I got a Bahamian, Barbadian, Bayesian ancestor or two. We know I got a Nigerian ancestor. We know I got a Ghanaian ancestor. We know I got a Cameroonian ancestor. We know I got a Congolese ancestor. We know I got a Togolese ancestor. We know I got a Benin ancestor. And we know I got a Cote d'Ivoire ancestor. New York City, tomorrow, 163 West 125th. Hands off of Burkina Faso, hands off of Mali, hands off of Niger, hands off of Africa. We stand with Ibrahim Traoré. I want to see the whole New York City out tomorrow. They destroyed my book collection. No. I need a hug. I need a hug. Address, woman, I just told you to address my beautiful African sister. I just told you to address my beautiful African sister. Adam Clayton Powell, excuse me, the Honorable Congressman Adam Clayton Powell Jr., State Office Building in Harlem, New York, 163 West 125th Street. 163 West 125th. How many times I gotta repeat the time? How many times I gotta repeat? This is what you do. Can somebody tell them what time Dr. Umar speaking tomorrow, please? Can somebody please tell them where and when? Can somebody post that, please? I need my New York City queens to answer one question. Where am I getting my back massage tomorrow after the Harlem rally? And where we having dinner at tomorrow after the Harlem rally? That's all I want to know. I'm going to say it again. I've been traveling for 30 days nonstop. I done been to California. I done been to England, brothers and sisters. I done been to Cleveland. I done been to Michigan. I done been New Orleans. I done been everywhere. How we doing, Baba? Where is that massage going to be? And where are we having dinner at? We pulling up to, what's the Sylvia's? Where we having dinner at tomorrow? Where the African restaurants in New York? Who has the best African food in New York City? That's my question. Cape Verdean Islands. When I get an invitation to Cape Verde, I'm there. I'm a Cal Cabral. If you live in the Congo, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Dr. Umar is pulling up the first week of July. Where my Congolese Africans at? Viva la Mumba! Where my Congolese Africans? I'm pulling up for the first time, Kinshasa. King Kong Kinshasa. Patrice Lumumba's 100th birthday celebration. I will be there for the first time in the heart of Africa, the richest country in Africa. I'm coming, brothers and sisters.
Yeah, so as I can see, based on what he said, his schools got vandalized, if you believe that, and he's back to begging for money. What are your thoughts, Lady King?
My first date, I would be like, does the bitch gotta pay for the massage and the meal? Because, well, no, you ain't got no money. You gotta beg you for it. He's all fragile about the questions about the school.
Mm-hmm.
He don't want to ask. You want to ask you about the school.
Yeah.
And what else?
The kids.
I'd be more upset about my book collection than I would be about the school. It's never gonna open.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then it's talking about after we got this, and we gotta open up a little girls' school. I'm like, shit. Basically, nothing's gonna get open. It's been at least 13 years.
Yeah.
At least. Ain't nothing popped off. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
People have made like movies in between that time and open a whole museum.
Yeah.
Put out like books in all that time, and he still can't get his shit together.
Basically, yeah.
And it's not like he's paid for all these trips. Motherfuckers paid for the ticket, his boarding, his food, his travel expenses, and they give him a little bit of bread. That's how it works. So it's not like he's making all kind of money on these little travel discussions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It costs more to the consumer than it does to him. Yeah.
To the speaking engagements. Yep, so Kubar's back to a scamming, tetherous ways.
Oh.
And now he's back to begging for money.
He's like, we're going to give him a massage and we're going to take him to dinner. I'm like, no, buddy. It's a lot of meat to massage.
Yeah. Lord have mercy.
That's a big man.
Yeah, I met him. He's a pretty big dude. Nevertheless, he's still a scammer. It shouldn't be supported at all. And Prince of Pizza needs to sit it down somewhere. Still ain't got no goddamn school. Got every damn excuse in the book on why we ain't got no school. And now the school done mysteriously gotten vandalized. So moving along, why don't ICE protesters ask white people for help? Tariq would like to know, and we would like to know as well here at Frontline Campaign, Frontline Black News.
Who did this stuff all together?
So, he's gonna give us an update.
Y'all know they still got the stuff going on in the Middle East. There's so much developing. I'm going to break a lot of that down on my Sunday broadcast. There's way too much stuff developing as we speak. Tel Aviv got hit, and it's about to be very interesting. It's about to be extremely interesting. So I'm still looking and seeing how everything is going to transpire, and then I'm going to break some of that stuff down on Sunday.
Apparently, several people.
But other than that,
what he's saying,
we still got stuff going on in California with the immigration protest and all of that. Senators are crashing out. This Padilla dude went up in some type of conference. He's a senator. He's crashing out, and they're trying to compare him. I saw somebody compare the image of him getting escorted out by the police. They put up a photo of like John Lewis and Selma in the 1960s. Damn, dude. I have everybody fatigue. I'm just tired of every damn body who's leeching off FBAs, man. Everybody has to co-opt everything I do. It always circles back to us, don't it? Every goddamn thing circles back to us. And they always have to tie us in. This dude went up there yelling about the immigration protests. He's yelling. The cops took him out. They handcuffed him and all that. And they gonna compare that to us fighting for civil rights in the 60s in a country where we're citizens and taxpayers, and in a country we built. You're gonna make that kind of false equivalency?
I didn't.
Yeah, listen, family. The best thing we could have done was delineate. Delineation was very important.
Yeah.
Delineation, and this is why so many people have a problem with us delineating, because now we are no longer allowing ourselves to be this undefined, exploitable underclass where everybody's just going to exploit us. We don't have any boundaries. We don't have any real definition. So we're just some generic Africans or some generic Blacks that everybody can just kind of latch on to. We stopped all that, and notice that everybody's flipping out. I posted a video early tonight, some Trinidadian chick talking about, oh, we Blacks, us Blacks need to be concerned about the immigration because they can come get any of us. They can come to Harlem and start getting us, and ain't no us. No, that's a you problem. No disrespect. Don't drag us in it. Ain't no us and we. None of that French stuff.
Right.
No.
No, Tree.
We're not going to be drug into that. But the fact that we have delineated and we're making waves by just chilling. Look at all the power we have exerted by just kicking back and not putting the cape on. We done got everybody in a tailspin. Have y'all noticed that? That's power, ladies and gentlemen. Where people are just flipping out and we ain't even harming nobody. We just sit back saying, okay, well, we're going to let you do you. Since we're Carters and y'all got Black fatigue and you guys got all this great culture and you work hard and we need to learn from you, and okay, well, we're gonna learn. We're gonna sit back and learn, not teach. Wait, nigga, nigga. I did not mean that. I don't want to hear nobody copping, please, man. You know, I'm in New York. I did a video early. I posted, and some tethers got mad because of a video I posted early. I posted a video. I'm in Times Square earlier today. I was there. Well, this morning, me and the family, we left our hotel and we are just walking around Times Square. We were looking for like a brunch area.
I did watch that.
And I'm filming. I'm live on the gram. I'm doing an Instagram live, so I'm live filming. And I'm filming my kids, filming my old lady, just filming the little characters that's out there in Times Square, just talking, just chilling and talking. And then while I'm talking, some African dude comes up and tries to sell me some bootleg earphones. And then I'm like, okay, what's this, brother? And I kind of put the camera on the guy. He's like, oh, shit, nigga. And then he covered his face and ran off. And I'm like, good Lord. It was funny. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, this African dude just hauled ass. And I posted the video, and the tether is going to get mad at me. Like, why are you making fun of that man trying to make a living? I'm like, what the shit up? Why are you disparaging a man trying to work? Hell, don't shut the hell up. I didn't do nothing to the man. I didn't do shit. He approached me. I didn't tell this nigga to sell me some Beats by Andrea. Wasn't even no real Beats by Dre. The shit said Andrea. What kind of shit is this? A nigga tried to sell me some bootleg ass earphones. How you mad at me? Yeah, I didn't know that the block was hot for the nigga. He hauled ass. He must not have wanted to get deported. He must be an illegal immigrant. This nigga he jumped over a cab. His flip-flops was just clicking all down Broadway. Oh shit. I'm like, oh, what the hell? Somebody was like, well, if he was FBA, you would have said how much of a hustler he was. And well, if he was FBA, the nigga wouldn't have ran. That's the problem. Yeah, he wouldn't have had a reason to run if he was a foundational Black American. He wouldn't have to haul ass and hide his face.
And walked off fast.
Yeah, don't project that shit on us. I didn't make this nigga sell bootleg shit and run and flee.
Like, yeah.
People like to project this weird stuff onto us. Y'all not gonna do that because your shit is janky. Yeah, and again, he approached me. I'm already filming. He approached me. Y'all nigga. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of that shit out here in New York. They be out here selling all types of bootleg shit, running little hustles and scams. Okay, I'm not knocking you, but shit. Don't walk up to somebody and when they're filming and then you know that your papers ain't right, and then you start running. All right, nigga, scare my kids. They like, shit. They didn't know what happened.
Scared by kids.
Yeah, New York is it's very interesting. You know, in New York in Times Square, you know, they be having the women, I call them the titty ladies, the kind of with their titties out in thongs, taking pictures and stuff. Y'all know what I'm talking about. All my New Yorkers, y'all know the titty ladies out there in Times Square. They paint their titties. They put like Spider-Man paint on their titties and, you know, walk around Times Square taking pictures with tourists. Some of them motherfuckers be old. Some of y'all need to put them titties up. Yeah, some of them women are trying to squeeze some energy out the game. Some of them be young, some of them be old. And the other day I was walking, had my kids, and you know, our kids, sometimes they walk in front of you, sometimes they lag behind because they be trying to look at shit. And I'm walking, and it's real crowded. You know how crowded it is. And sometimes the kids be in one direction. Hey, but come over here, TJ. I said, come on, get over here. And I'm walking. And I got a whole bunch of kids, so it's hard to just watch all of them. And one of them, he was missing. I'm like, where the fuck is my son? And Teo was like, hey, he's over there with the titty lady. The titty lady, he's standing up there hugged up on the titty lady. I'm like, let my goddamn son go. Like, oh, you want to take a picture with him? No, bitch, let him go. What's wrong with you? So you got to really watch shit out here, man. Watch the titty lady, watch the crazy homeless people, watch the musty bootleggers. It's sometimes it's too much. You got to watch Immigrant Elmo. They had the Elmo. It was somebody in an Elmo outfit. And the dude took off his Elmo mask to smoke a cigarette, and it was clearly like a Hispanic crackhead. And my son started feeling bad. Tail was like, "Oh my God, what happened to Elmo, Dad?" No, it's a costume. Did Elmo get evicted from Sesame Street? No, son, no, because they don't understand. You know, they think it's Sesame Street and all that is real, and you know. I have to explain. That's a crackhead making a couple of dollars pretending to be Elmo. So it's sometimes it can be traumatic for kids out here. It is what it is. And we got a lot of folks trying to get on early. Roger Ward, hop on, Raj. Raj, get on.
No, son.
Mr. Raj, hop on, Roger Ward.
What's going on, Tariq, brother? How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm good. It was just something I had noticed in regard to the my lady's in here laughing at me, but something I had noticed in regard to the protests and the riots that they got going on in LA with the Hispanics. They love to talk about, oh, what the FBAs and blah blah blah, but I don't see them calling on any of the Hispanic celebrities like Fat Joe, Canelo Alvarez, Daddy Yankee.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to figure out, like, why they not calling on their heroes or quote unquote heroes or celebrities, and they trying to call us out. So just, you know what I'm saying, something I noticed.
Yeah, real good observation. Yeah. They don't never call on their own Hispanic so-called influencers. Yeah, brother made a very good point. They're not calling on the John Leguizamos, the Edward James Olmos. They're not calling on none of their celebrities, none of their Hispanic, George Lopez. They're not calling on any of them. Have you noticed these people have been silent? All the Hispanic entertainers and influencers, they've been very silent. Everything is about where the FBAs. How come the foundational Black Americans ain't stepping up? And we're like, hey, we're chilling. We ain't got nothing to do with this.
And you gotta pay.
Well, it could happen to you too. Now, yeah, okay. Well, tell your celebrities that. How about all those Hispanics who voted for Trump and this administration, knowing that he was going to do this? Why are they not being called out? Huh? Why are they not being called out?
That's $700.
Everything circles back to us. We're supposed to be the saviors of everybody. It's a new day. It's a brand new day, ladies and gentlemen.
700. So you got
Again, a lot of people have issues with our delineation because the whole undefined black concept, that's not happening no more.
fancy places.
Right.
See, for centuries, black people, foundational black Americans, we've been used as the default scapegoat, the labor force, and the cultural engine of America. I want us to understand our importance, and people are showing you, foundational black Americans, your importance.
Like white people, man.
We've been doing all of this for all these other people, but we have not received any protected ethnic status like all of these other groups and subgroups, Hispanic groups, Native American groups, none of that stuff. We do all the work, but we don't get none of the protection and none of the benefits.
Yeah.
And as long as foundational black Americans, we can be seen as generic blacks, the system could continue to exploit us endlessly while denying us specific reparative claims of justice and legal protection, ladies and gentlemen. You see, that's why it's very important that we are delineating. That's why it's so very important. Hold on, what the hell is my Siri thing doing? Hold on, sorry about that. And the thing is that undefined status that we set up here and let these people put us in, that allowed wealth, credit, and influence theft. See, when foundational black American culture is undefined and it's boundaryless, that means it can be co-opted and monetized by other people, white society, corporate America, immigrants, other ethnic groups. That's why all of our music, fashion, slang, activism, it's constantly appropriated and stripped of attribution all the time. Everything we do, we end up having to give credit to other people. That's why we did microphone check. Damn that. Damn that. I ain't that shit of just us doing all the work and then everybody gets the credit. Damn that.
Damn that.
That's why they want us undefined, so they can come in and say, well, yeah, that hip hop drill music, well, that came from the UK. Yeah, Chicago drill, that came from the UK. How it come from the UK? Drilling is with a shoot with a gun. They don't have guns in the UK like that. How would drill music come from the UK? You know what I'm saying? Just everything we do. People find a way to co-opt it and come in and just snatch it up. And listen, defining ourselves as foundational black Americans, that closes that open door, that forces recognition of cultural ownership. And like I said the other day, man, people, they want foundational black Americans to basically absorb all of their societal negatives. See, without boundaries, all the negative statistics, crime, poverty, abortions, all that shit, from various immigrant groups and other segments of society, that can be lumped into foundational black Americans or black people, but black people. If you're just saying you black, that shit can be lumped into blackness. In media and academia, they love it because that preserves the narrative of the dysfunctional black American. Now, when we say, oh, no, you're not lumping that shit in with us. When you see a big gang bust in Minnesota and they got a bunch of melanated faces and all of their names are East African, we're going to specify that.
Right.
No, these are not foundational black Americans. That has nothing to do with us.
Right.
That has absolutely nothing to do with us whatsoever. We're calling that stuff out.
I tell my brother to put the walker.
And foundational black American delineation, that exposes that little statistical sleight of hand that they've been running on us. They know what they've been doing. They've been doing this stuff deliberately, family. This is not an accident. They know what they're doing. They know that having us undefined or having a generic title over us will undermine us. This is why we're shaking the damn table up so much, just by delineating. You see, because the system needs a permanent other, quote unquote, group to blame for everything. See, white society historically needs an underclass to define themselves against. So black people were supposed to serve this purpose as an internal caste system, that's maintained in America where black people are on the bottom. So when we delineate ourselves and reclaim our cultural and political agency, see, that disrupts that whole engineered caste hierarchy. Yeah, so yeah, we're putting a stop to it. And being boundaryless, that allows tokenism. See, that lack of delineation, that allows corporations and academia and politics to basically elevate non-FBA faces to represent Black America. What have they done in the political sphere? Everything is all about bringing in some damn tether to be our spokesperson. Obama, funky ass Westmore, who shot down reparations. Remember, Obama's bitch ass shot it down too. Kamala bitch ass, she said, I ain't doing nothing for Black people. You think I'm gonna do something only for Black people? She just said, damn reparations, I ain't gonna do nothing that's only gonna benefit Black people. You know how cold that shit is?
Right.
Think about that. Do you know how cold that is? You wouldn't say that to no other group. That woman said that to us with her whole chest.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And people wonder why we delineate.
Right.
We should have been delineating. Claude Anderson had been trying to put us up on game for the longest.
That's what the broad said, though.
So us utilizing
sit
our
here and say, I'm
foundation
gonna
of
do
Black
something that's
American
only gonna
identity,
benefit Black people.
that makes it harder for them.
He got shots at his own crib.
Oh my God.
Token immigrants to come and undermine us because we call them out from the gate. We starting to do paperwork checks, as we should. And understand these immigrant groups, they benefit from us remaining undefined. See, these immigrant groups, they've been exploiting that whole undefined Black category to get access to set-asides, policies, scholarships, all of these things that were intended for foundational Black Americans, but we're sitting up here under this big old generic ass banner. See, when we delineate, these groups start to lose access to these unearned benefits. That's why they sit up here talking about how divisive we are. You niggas are divisive. Divisive means you ain't gonna get all them goodies that we have to kick the door in for. That means you're gonna have to wait your damn turn. That means you're not gonna come in here and get two sets of benefits. Number one, you come get everything we got, you in first in line for it, and then all of the immigrant benefits, you get that. So these people have been doubling up and double dipping in all the pots. They got access to immigrant resources that we can't even touch, but they can come and just pillage anything we have. That's why anytime they have a when they have a Juneteenth scholarship, which is our culture, that's foundational Black American lineage. When you look at the people who get them scholarships, it's always people with African last names or Hispanic last names. They leapfrog in line to get that shit.
Yeah.
You understand? Every time. Y'all look at that. So we're saying enough is enough with all that stuff.
Right.
We're saying enough is enough with all of that.
You dig this up.
Yeah? Let me get my brother McCall in here. Brother McCall, hop in. Let me get Brother McCall and let me get Sister Brooke in here. Brother McCall, hop on in, sir.
Yeah.
Brother McCall. Brother McCall, unmute your microphone, please.
How art thou?
I am good, brother. How are you, sir?
Oh, just living a dream and winning.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
I'm recollecting an experience or something we experienced in 2024 with microphone check. And I didn't want to bring it up, but why not? Do you remember the amount of work we put into that film and having it seen in theaters for the Latinos to come along and undermine us? And in addition, the work we put in to get that film, an incredible, groundbreaking documentary, nominated for an Oscar, and how excited our friends at the Oscars were, and how these people
Yeah, we was pretty hot.
Created a force multiplier, conspired, took you to court, literally.
Mm-hmm.
The attorneys that we needed to bring in to deal with that, and how unmerciful and relentless they were about that. Remember?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I didn't forget, and I still have a bad taste in my mouth about that. I just wanted to bring that up because, you know, it was on my mind, and I remember, you know how that affected us. But I'll
Yes,
land.
sir.
Love you,
Thank you
brother.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Brother McCall brings up a phenomenal point. You know what? This is what I like. A lot of us are bringing up receipts. Folks brought up those receipts of American Cholo, who I've been going back and forth with him. I've been checking him on his anti-Black racism for years. People brought up that clip of him, and it's gone viral, of him and his other Hispanic buddies talking about we shouldn't get reparations, and if anybody gets reparations, it should be Mexicans first. Oh, people are pulling up all the receipts. My good brother Afro Elite pulled up that receipt of that immigrant up at the Chicago. It was some kind of city council meeting somewhere where they were telling Black people that they're lazy. This was an immigrant telling Black people they're lazy and stop begging for reparations. This is a damn immigrant who could barely speak English.
The audacity. Oh, what the hell? Oh my god, the whole damn pew closed out. Hold on. Damn it. What the hell just happened? I lost my whole goddamn pew I just had set up.
Don't worry, he's chopping it up with Jess anyway. You got the gist of it.
Back up.
These folks. Yeah, and Brother McCall made a good point, man. We did the movie Microphone Check. That movie, man, we were killing the game. It was in theaters, man. It was about to do a real big nationwide. We had a weekend theatrical run. It did so well. They were about to put it in theaters for like another month. It was about to really, really change the game. We were getting a big Oscar buzz. The Oscar Academy, they were very excited about it. We were getting it qualified for the Oscars. It was the damn Latinos who sat up there and conspired and put a wrench in it. Don't ever forget that. I'm so glad Brother McCall brought that up. Them Latinos sat up there and got with each other and threw a wrench in that shit.
Yeah.
Calling theaters, making little threats because of images that slipped through up there. They were doing everything they could to sabotage that film because we told the truth about hip hop, that it came from foundational Black American culture. Listen, if we don't sit here and let these people leech off of us, they'll just go scorched earth. They'll just burn the whole shit down. That's their mentality. And we're supposed to jump up because now the pendulum has swung back on that ass and we're supposed to.
God damn it. What's going on? That's the one I get that dope ass speech.
Good night. How are you?
Hey, beloved, you're very low. You're very, very low.
How about that? Is that better?
Still low. Still very low.
Okay.
Yeah, something sounds like it's very, very, very bad reception. I have you call back in a minute, dear. I have you call back. That's our lovely, good sister Brooke. She was out there with me. She was helping out at the microphone check screening in New York. Oh, and shout out to Brooke. She's such a phenomenal sister. And she came.
Hello.
Oh, who's that? Pareto?
Pareto, yeah. I think
How you
I'm
doing,
up
Pareto?
next. Oh, I'm doing just fine. I just was interested in this space. You mentioned a lot about how immigrants tend to, what's that word, appropriate a lot of African American, foundational Black American scholarships, and even jobs as well, like the whole DEI thing. I noticed a lot of, this is so funny, a lot of white Hispanics who are like, whose parents are in the cartels or like billionaires from Brazil and Argentina. They get all the spots for DEI, but then they kang and say, oh, I'm like 1% Hispanic. I mean, they are Hispanic culturally, but they're white. I think, honestly, I mean, that's not my whole point. I think the biggest issue is I think there's a lot of division and people need to start targeting the actual power structure in America, which is the foundational white American ruling class. They need to be dealt with. They're the ones who are dividing and conquering, not just people in America, but people all around the world.
What's the foundational white American?
The foundational white American is essentially someone who settled in the United States, descended from the 13 colonies. If I were to be very liberal about that definition, probably pre Ellis Island era.
Yeah, but then they are immigrated though. You know what I'm saying? These are people who immigrated when things got pretty good. Yeah, we can't see, the thing is, by definition, there's no such thing as a foundational white American, because the white people who tried to form colonies here and around the beginning of the 13 colonies by themselves, they all died off. They started cannibalizing each other, so they couldn't found anything. They didn't found anything. They weren't the foundation of anything. They failed. It was the foundational Black Americans who kind of made things foundational, and everything was built on our shoulders. And most white people, they started coming over here in the 20th century. Most white people now, they're descended from Ellis Island white people. You understand?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Gavin Newsom, our governor, he's literally half Irish. What's that? Irish Ellis Islander.
That's left.
A lot of these WASPs, like, they're actually like an Irish Ellis Islander. This is something people don't know. But yeah, like I think, anyway, how my philosophy is, like, instead of like targeting other minorities or quote unquote, what I'm personally doing is I'm striving to compete and outcompete white people. I'm striving to undercut white people. When I'm checking a resume and I see a white last name, I tend to put it in the end of the resume pile. It's all, subtle.
Now you are white though. You are white, right?
Oh no, I'm not white.
No, what are you?
This is funny. Okay, this is actually funny as hell. But I'm not making this shit up. I'm an anchor baby. So my dad is Bangladeshi, my mom is Indian. I grew up in the Middle East, and I was born in the States, and I went to American schooling. That's why I have such an American accent. And I moved to the States at 18 for university. I did get a scholarship, but it wasn't, it wasn't a minority scholarship, so I didn't steal any scholarship from foundational Black Americans. However, I went to college, and now I'm working, and I'm doing everything in my power to one day, perhaps go to law school and make this country more equitable and seize wealth from the white people.
So what part, were you born in Bangladesh, or were you born here? They anchored you here?
Oh yeah, no, my parents, they flew all the way here. My mom gave birth to me.
Where are they from? Dhaka? Where are they from?
Bangladesh, Dhaka. My dad and my mom is from India, and I grew up in the Middle East in Dubai.
I don't know what it is.
Oh, okay. Okay, damn. Okay. So you're all over the place. What'd you grow up eating? What they make for you when you were growing up?
American food, actually. Well, a mix of everything, honestly. It was just like Arabic, mostly Indian, obviously.
Like what? Name some of the dishes.
Idli, sambar, biryani, cereal. I mean, I ate a lot of American food. I mean, there was a lot of junk food, like
what's
in the
East
Middle
Indian
East.
cereal? What's Indian cereal?
I didn't eat Indian cereal. I ate like what's that American brand? Pops, Rice Krispies.
Some rat Krispies. What were you eating?
Rice Krispies. Look.
You had rat Krispies. Okay.
Anyways, yeah. But look, I like America. I see it as a place to pillage and pirate.
Were you eating Cinnamon Roach Crunch cereal? What were you eating? Cinnamon Roach Crunch? What were you eating? What kind of cereal?
I love Cinnamon Roach Crunch.
I got to hear about some of this East Indian Bangladesh cereal. That sounds interesting. But go ahead, Pareto.
I do feed rat poison to like my white coworkers.
We don't want to.
I stink up the. I do this on purpose.
Okay, yeah. Let me
go to the bathroom.
Sister Brooke, what's going on, dear?
This is crazy.
Hi, yes, okay. Can you hear me now?
Much better, yes.
Okay. So I was calling because when you were talking about delineating, I wanted to let everybody know that we have a bill here in New York where we are, it's a disaggregation bill, which is basically a delineation bill. So that we can be counted separate and apart from the other Afro, Caribbeans, Africans, whoever might consider themselves Black. So we would be a separate entity unto ourselves. I'm gonna Google how to put things on the Jumbotron, if that's okay with you, and figure that out before you get off. And because we need people to email our senators and our legislators so that we could put pressure on them to get this done. I also want to let the family know I had done an interview with the president of the U.S. Freedmen Project, and they're the ones that are spearheading FBA Freedmen reparations here in New York. And I work closely with the president. His name is Divine. His lineage over melanin on Twitter, and he informed me that the Caribbeans tried to do this before here in New York. So I encourage people to check out the interview that I did with him because he breaks down all the trickery, all who tried to the December 12th and in Cobra trying to get money in the bill. For the study, for the commission, they were trying to get money for the bill. How we're flipping senators, Senator Sanders. I call him Senator Seersucker Suit. He was kind of against us at first, and now he's on board with our delineation bill. So, we're making progress here in New York. And like I said, I'm going to figure out how to put my call to actions in the Jumbotron before you get off.
Perfect.
Thank you so much for letting me do that.
Absolutely, beloved. Thank you so much, Sister Brooke. Yeah, man, folks, we stopping people from doing all that little slick stuff when it comes to lineage.
You've heard the buzz. You've seen the media stories. Now experience the truth for yourself. Microphone Check, the critically acclaimed documentary uncovering the true origins of hip-hop. Available now on Blu-ray and streaming on Amazon Prime. Visit Microphone.
Yes, you don't give me Lady Chase trying to eat me out of house and home, y'all.
You don't ever feed me. That's what it looks like. That okay? That's why give me cold water.
That's a lie.
It's like having a pet or pet sitting. You don't feed the pet or give it water, or you're watching somebody's plant and you don't give the plant water. So the plant just dribbles up and dies by the time the owner gets back. It's like that. And you send me home. And have like rumbly tumblies and fucking.
She's been eating the whole time she been here. She eat me out of house and home.
It's a liar. And then he goes to my house. He He's all the good shit I got over there. But what happened over there the other day that you was eating?
What did you have?
We had that meat that shit that I got from the Mexican store. And like it had it was like chorizo, but it wasn't
No,
the
the taco
meat.
meat.
That's what they said it was taco meat, but taco meat don't have weenies in it, cuz.
No, the pork had weenies in it.
Yeah, so we was eating that. And then it's like different kind of, it's like a chorizo type of mix. And then
Yeah, I made tacos, burritos out of it.
yeah, we had burritos, and then we had like breakfast burritos or some shit. And then the night before that we had what do we eat?
Breakfast burritos.
No, we didn't eat breakfast burritos at night, cuz.
At night.
We had tacos.
We had tacos.
That's why, cause like if he's in the kitchen, he just do whatever.
Mm.
I actually had plans, but like I said, I've been going through some things. I get home, I get like majorly fucking depressed. Like I'll go lay down and I won't get out of my room. I won't do nothing with myself. I'll just be in there just depressed. And it's hot as fuck up in my room.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, I'll be up there on my machines and whatnot. And I'm just like, we watching Law and Order or something fucking crazy. Something that got like 29 fucking seasons.
Yeah.
And it's like boom boom. And that's why I woke up Jesse today. I was like boom boom. It was Law and Order.
Yeah.
And I was like, you're breaking the law. You're breaking the law.
Like that video of the little kid getting arrested.
Oh yeah. I was talking to Jesse this because we had a family. We had a family. Let's knock on some wood so this don't happen. We're in a family planning stage, right?
Mm.
And I'm like, you ain't ready. And tell Jesse like that. I'm watching reels, right, on Facebook. And there's a little this one content creator. Why do I gotta hold the fucking mic up?
So
I talk loud enough as it is.
Yeah.
Jesus. And I gotta hold the fucking janky ass mic.
It's not janky.
It is janky. It's not like my mic. My mic ain't janky. My mic is hello. That's good. Okay, so what I was saying, anyway, so I guess the father has like two little black kids, the whole little black family in the South, right? But he acts like he's like a white officer, like a white police officer, like the kind you don't want to run into. And he's always sweating the son. He's always running up on him, and like the little boy's like maybe like 2 years old. He's like calling him names, and he's sweating up his shit. He's like, I'm gonna arrest you. And he's like gives him the little fake taser, he's like that. And I was like, see how much fun that is? That are, I'll be watching like little shit and then like little stuff. Kind of like an adult baby fever thing going on right now. It's weird. Anyway, so I'm like, you ain't ready, motherfucking little babies are weird, dude. They was like, you ain't ready for all that? I saw one, I was like, that's what our kids gonna look like with all this hair. I should have major curls.
Yeah.
I was like, shit. I had my hair out all this weekend. I refused to put it up.
Yeah.
I refused to put it up. I was like, go to sleep. I was like, throw it everywhere. I refused to put it up. Then I was like, talking to B, I was like, God damn, man. There's no goddamn sense for all these sprinkles, all these tinsel pieces to be so bright and exuberant right in front.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts on why the ICE protesters ask white people for help? Don't ask white people for help.
What you mean? They got all the help they needed during that No Kings fucking protest. That was them getting help.
Yeah.
They did that protest, that No Kings protest. All the white people in the free world showed up.
Mm-hmm.
I was a lot of motherfucking white people everywhere, just everywhere. I'm like, gross.
They got paid to show up.
And I'm like, why it cost the city so much money? There wasn't any free food or nothing out there.
No.
So why it cost them so much money?
Because they got paid to protest.
Sound like a whole bunch of bullshit to me. So I was like, because they were running down on one city, how much it cost the city for all this protesting or whatever. And I was like, I can't wait till they tell us what Denver costed.
Oh, it was L.A. It was like,
no, it was LA, yeah. I was like, Jesus Christ. All these millions and billions of dollars. I was like, God, man, like, and again, I don't understand, like during the peaceful protest, allegedly, why it cost so much money, because there was no free food out there, or water, or nothing. But I do enjoy the pelting videos.
Yeah.
I do enjoy those. They get pelted by motherfucking rubber bullets and tear gas and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
I do enjoy that. That was great.
That's lightweight compared to what they hit us with.
Oh yeah, that's just terrible stuff.
They just
What
give
is
them
that?
those. What is what?
What is that?
What is what?
On the other computer.
What do you mean?
What kind of card is that?
What card? What are you talking
What kind of
about?
card is that?
What are you talking
Card.
about?
What kind of card is that?
What card?
On the computer, right next to your finger.
You're talking about card.
Go look up. What is that, cuz? What is that?
That is my provider's card.
What's on it?
Nothing.
Ooh. All right. Anyway, what else, Jesse? What else? Because I don't want to hold this. Right? This thing feel like it's gonna fall apart.
No, it don't.
Listen. Does it sound like it's gonna fall apart to you?
No.
Sound like to me, it feel like it.
But yeah, listen, family, we're the only group of people who are called divisive simply because we acknowledge our unique ethnic group. Do we not have a unique ethnicity? We either do or we don't.
Why would you do it? Are you scared?
See, that's why when people start talking about divisiveness, they can never really say what it is, and they start talking a bunch of straw man arguments. No, lineage is lineage. There's no ideology. Your lineage is your lineage. There is no leader. There is no group. There is no cult. Anytime people say that, that's usually Fed talk. Your lineage is your lineage. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging and then defining your lineage. We aren't Jamaican. We're not continental Africans. Okay, from where? If we're continental Africans, what nation state are we clicked in with?
Ridiculous ass conversation.
We don't get no dual citizenship in no Africa, so we're not going to be claiming to be some damn generic Africans. No.
An article I read.
We have a very unique ethnic group.
Move the fuck off.
And the fact that we acknowledge it triggers people. Why does it trigger people?
Stop asking for it.
See, they want foundational Black Americans to be a permanent underclass without boundaries.
Go down there and get shot up.
When foundational Black Americans, when we delineate ourselves as a distinct ethnic group, that threatens the whole system that treats us as an undefined, exploitable underclass.
No, you got the play.
See, other groups, they're allowed to have ethnic pride because they're not expected to play this role. We're supposed to be just undefined, and then everybody can just latch on anything we do.
Yeah.
You see, and also foundational Black American delineation, that forces accountability for all of the anti-Black practices that go on.
You just upset that you can't.
When we define who we are, that exposes mistreatment that we specifically face from white society and from non-FBA immigrants. Because a lot of people like to sit up here and blur identity, so this accountability can't happen. So now that we've delineated, we can call out the musty Myron Gaines. Speaking of Myron Gaines, Myron Gaines is a cancer, and we've extrapolated that cancer. We don't let that cancer get among us. That's what you do to cancers. You identify it and then remove that shit. because sometimes a cancer cell can start off looking like a regular cell, but it's dangerous. So you better know what a cancer cell is, because it'll get inside of you and grow. Yeah, the Candace Owens and these people who identify as Caribbean and African and all of that, we should have been delineating from that a long time ago.
Shit that fell out their pockets.
So now that we've delineated, now that we have different goggles on in order to see who's among us and what their agenda is, we can spot tethers a mile away now, and they hate that. That's what they really hate. They hate when they come around saying some stupid ass shit. We see, hey, like, where you from? The first thing we ask, where you from? That's kryptonite to a tether. That's why they get so offended.
That's the only reason we should be outside.
When somebody does something stupid, we're like, hey, man, whose man is this? Hey man, where you from? Where your family from? What nigga? What is that? We're all black, nigga. We're all black people. Divisive. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you damn right we asking questions now. We ain't gonna have everybody running up around us talking about they black and they do everything they can to undermine us and do all types of phenomenal things for their ethnic group and their fellow immigrants, like Obama. Yeah, we wised up. Obama didn't do a goddamn thing for us. Let us get slaughtered while rolling out the red carpet for fellow immigrants. And then Kamami was going to do the same thing. And we said no.
No.
Come on now, y'all act like you talk about divisive. Divisive is a damn vice president talking about, I ain't going to do nothing that's only going to help black people. No. Yet you kick the damn door open for fellow immigrants. And we're divisive because we ain't going for that bullshit ass program? Man, please.
What I do in here?
Nigga, delineation is the move. You understand? And that foundational black American identity, that destroys the whole pan-black finesse industry. There is entire academic, activist, nonprofit sectors built on pan-Africanist rhetoric, where non-FBAs benefit financially and socially by lumping all black people together.
Don't say that.
And us delineating undermines that whole finesse. See, they sit up here and ride our coattails, and you get the tether class getting tenure at colleges and universities while they still harbor anti-FBA views. Like that one mammy over there in what school does she teach at? That one Nigerian teacher at that professor at a university. I can't remember the name of it, but yeah, she teaches African American studies, and we got tweets of this woman calling us every type of akata. This woman sat up here on Twitter for years calling us akatas
George Jefferson
while teaching African American damn studies. Yeah, we're cool on that. Yeah, we delineated from that. But that's not divisive. We're divisive because we don't want to be sitting up here being called akatas. And we're like, no. We're designating ourselves with dignity. We're not going to let you put some bullshit ass title on us.
Now you're dressed for this type of madness.
You see, they never call those folks divisive. All of that akatas and we're Jareers and we're Abids and we're Yanks. They never call them divisive. But we don't want to sit up here and let these tethers give us these derogatory labels, othering us, because they know that we're different and we're unique and we're not them. They know this. We get called divisive because we said, hey, we're going to acknowledge our own lineage and our own ethnic group.
Sorry.
And again, the tether class, they get pissed off because they want to control Black American narratives. Foundational Black American identity, that's a grassroots movement that cannot be controlled by mainstream media or non-FBA gatekeepers. And that terrifies institutions who's used to manufacturing Black narratives for political and commercial gain.
We're gonna go all the way.
That's some real grassroots shit, and real true grassroots thing. You can't really control it. It can't be controlled by the corporate sector. That's why the Democrats crashed and burned.
I gotta get another one.
After spending all of that money on Beyonce, Megan Thee Stallion, Cardi B, and all of that bullshit, the grassroots made that shit crash and burn. That's why the Boule class is always whining about us.
My idea, right?
And rolling. Them stupid ass stupid ass FBA, FBA stupid as hell. Yo, stuck on stupid.
Right.
The time before last.
They always got them running around mad at us because we messing up their little old bag.
I got the bobblehead the year before.
Because they can't control the narrative. And the thing is, with foundational Black Americans, we're demanding tangibles, no symbolisms.
That's right.
Not like these little safe pan-Black movements that really focus on symbolic progress, like representation and some flowers for Kwanzaa and all that old dumb shit. No. We're talking about some lineage-based reparations, economic justice.
Like always.
And them trying to talk about us being divisive, that's them trying to delegitimize our demands.
I'm not taking the bus with you, don't worry.
And our foundational Black American identity, that exposes a lot of that foreign anti-Black racism.
We just take
See, that highlights a lot of, not all, because we do have some riders, but a lot of the Black immigrant class, the non-FBA immigrants, many of them would harbor and perpetuate anti-Black racism towards foundational Black Americans, like the Myron Gaines. Myron Gaines doesn't live in a bubble. All of that white ass kissing that he does and all that anti-FBA gibberish, there's a lot of them like that. Let's be real.
Once.
There's a lot of them like that, and we cool on that. And Myron tries to be slick. Myron tried to say, well, yeah, I'm more African American than they are. Yeah, you are. But you ain't foundational Black American, so sit your musty ass down. Yeah, they can co-op African American. They try that all the time. That's why we got to stop using terms that's given to us. Yeah?
Yeah.
Because see, other groups, they're seen as adding diversity. See, foundational Black Americans, see, we're seen as demanding power. See, when Latinos and Asians and Arabs and other groups, they show ethnic pride, they frame that as diversity. When foundational Black Americans do the same, that's viewed as a power move. Because see, the dominant society, they fear a politically and economically organized foundational Black American lineage. These people understand when us on our lineage, when we get on the same page, we start moving shit. Shit starts getting done. You understand what I'm saying? Let's get real about this shit. That when we get on code with each other, and we're getting on code with each other around our lineage, they're like, hey, we don't need that. We got to keep these niggas divisive. That's why we let a lot of the tether class get among them, so that we can put these tethers in certain positions over these FBAs, because we know our tether class ain't going to be on code and they're going to undermine them, like musty ass Westmore, bitch ass Westmore, who crashed out reparations. Byron Donald, whatever his name is, another tether. They got him trying to run for governor somewhere. He's against reparations. He's Caribbean. Family, this is not a coincidence. They get all of these people with melanin and put them in certain political positions to act as our representative, and they don't come from our lineage. That's not an accident. That's not an accident. These people understand ethnic science and ethnic camaraderie, and people who don't have it, they're very well aware of this. You understand? The white supremacists, they know the different types of Blacks to bring here, bring there. They understand. They know us. They really know us. Going back to the Seminole Wars, when the Seminoles were down there in Florida whooping ass, they realized, okay, look, even if we did capture a few of these Negroes, we can't put them on no plantation. They already got the taste of blood in their mouth. No, we can't put John Horse's people on no plantation, they'll kill everybody on the plantation. We can't know. We got to send them niggas off somewhere. Send them on the Trail of Tears. Send their ass all the way to Oklahoma. And that's what they did. We can't. No. These niggas are different. No, they ain't docile. Nah, we ain't gonna have them on no plantation. Remember, the Black Seminoles were burning plantations down Florida. They were burning plantations down all through Florida. That's why you don't have any old plantations standing up there no more, as you do in Georgia and Alabama and South Carolina and Louisiana. You don't have that down in Florida. The Seminoles burned them shits down. Black Seminoles burned most of them bitches down. Okay? So yeah, they understand certain black folks are built different. And you gotta put them in certain positions, or you have to disempower them so they won't get in certain positions. So they understand, if we, foundational Black Americans, we get on code, we're unstoppable, just like in the 60s. The reason why those bus boycotts, and I've said this a million times, the reason why those bus boycotts worked was because we didn't have tethers, no disrespect, we didn't have tethers undermining us. Everybody, the foundational Black American family, they were all on code. They collectively said, fuck this bus system. Since they're going to mistreat us, we're going to get on code. We're going to look out for each other. We're going to carpool. We're going to make sure everybody gets to work safe. We'll walk to work. We'll carpool to work. We'll use black cab services to take each other to work, to go back and forth. We're going to shut the city of Montgomery down, which is what they did. And Montgomery had to come bowing down, kissing the ring, and said, okay, let's let y'all have some of them civil rights. All right, we're going to take some of these signs down. That was us on code. We were shutting shit down because we were on code with each other.
Yeah.
You see? And foundational Black American ethnic pride, that counters assimilation pressure. See, a lot of immigrants, they're encouraged to maintain their ethnic identity while assimilating into whiteness. We, on the other hand, foundational Black Americans, we're pressured to really dissolve our identity into some generic African or some generic minority label, which dilutes everything, which basically includes everybody. Anytime we get something, we got to share it with everybody, and then we're left with damn crumbs.
Damn crumbs.
You see, because the dominant society, they really fear a coherent, mobilized, foundational Black American ethnic group. Whenever we move as a unified, self-defined force, the civil rights movements, the Maroons, the whole shebang, the Civil War, because that was us getting on code too, that led to real systemic change. So labeling us divisive, see, that's like a preemptive attack to kind of disorganize and neutralize our power and our potential, family. You see? So yeah, we ain't going for that.
It's too sharp for you to.
Let's get Truth Seeker in the building. Truth Seeker in the building. Truth Seeker?
It's not.
Let's get it popping.
Hey, what's happening, Tariq?
Kids still have my machete. A lot of good they did.
Hello?
Can you hear me, brother?
I hear you now.
Okay, what's on your mind?
Oh man, you know, a little bit of everything. Just thinking about everything's coming full circle. You know, with what's that?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, it's everybody is first of all, everybody that is riding, they're illegal.
I remember when
and the main thing is they're our competition. They feel like if they can get us out the way, they can secure their place here in America.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty simple. And all of the illegals I run into, they're in the gangs, drugs. They try to threaten you. They try to run you out of establishments. It basically it's a war for territory.
Yeah, man. It's deep out here, man. Thank you for the call, brother. All right, shout out to everybody in here. We're in here heavy. We're in here real heavy. Much respect. Let's get El Sereno. Let's get El Sereno in the building. El Sereno in the building. El Sereno. Tyson. What's up, brother? Unmute your mic.
Hey Tariq, can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's going on, brother?
Nothing much, man. I just seen you posted on Twitter. You had some jollof rice in New York, man.
Yes.
If you're still out there, you gotta try the Nigerian food from a place called Lagos. It's better. I'm not a tether, but it's actually better Nigerian. It's more authentic Nigerian food. So
And
you can like,
where's this place?
it's in New York.
I'm aware of New York.
It's in Manhattan. It's very close to Times Square.
Okay, I wonder if that's where my lady got it from. What's the name of it?
Lagos.
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 Lagos. Okay. I wonder if that's where she got it from, because she ordered from someplace that was close by here, and we're like in the Times Square area right now. So I got to check and see. But yeah, I'm gonna check. It wasn't bad. The jollof I had wasn't bad. It's just hella spicy. So you got to drink that with some. I need a soda. It's really, really spicy, but it wasn't bad. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Julie, what's up, Julie? Miss Julie.
Hi, brother. Good morning from here.
Hey, Julie, how are you?
I'm fine, bro. So, I've never been to America, but I listen to your space every time. So I just came here to explain something because seriously, I'm also tired and I'm really hot, when I discovered the meaning of Akata. And I really want you guys to pay attention to the people that named you guys Akata. It's not all Africans that use that word. It's the Yoruba people in western part of Nigeria. That is where the word comes in, and it means like a strayed cat or a wild cat or something like that. That's what it means. So I really hope you guys call them out and tell them that you guys don't like it at all, because this is how they keep on using this word, and now it's now looks like it's all Africans that use this word. No, it's actually them. The love naming people from different places that and them they give them words. The same way they call us people that eat stone. They call my tribe that we eat stone. So I'm just here to explain that because I'm really, really hot. This word have become so viral and it is not really cool. And we
Hey, thank you, dear. I had to land your plane. But yeah, we know what it is. And by the way, it wasn't just the Yorubas, because I've seen West Africans all up and down West Africa call us that. I've seen people all in Senegal, Nigeria, Ghana use that word on us. So it's a term that they use all up and down from West Africa, and then the anchor babies come over here and they use it. And y'all understand the reason why we get on these tethers bumpers is because in the 2000 teens, they stayed on Twitter calling us all these little janky names. Let's be very clear. Us delineating from that was them starting the bullshit. That's why when you start pulling up old tweets, we all types of Akatas and all the, man, they would just go to town on that shit. They would sit up on social media disrespecting us left and right, and then skinning and grinning when we come around. It was a lot of two-faced backstabbing going on with a lot of these cats, and we just called it out. We saw it for what it is, and we said, hey, enough is enough. We ain't about to be nobody's Akatas, and if we're Akatas, don't start asking us for help when we don't sit here and stump for these political agendas that help you and don't really do a damn thing for us. We started to just assess our priorities. We said, hey, why are we sitting here trying to fight for all these folks to get over here and we're Akatas? What sense does that make?
For surgery.
And we can't get no damn dual citizenship over there at all, unless we give them $50,000.
Barely eat.
So yeah, we had to make an assessment, and better late than never. All right. Anyway, let me get up out of here, man. Y'all, I'll be up here all night chopping it up with the family, man. It's been real. Everybody go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Check out the Hidden History Museum. If you're in LA Saturday, come on down. We're open Saturdays, 11 to 4. Come down to the Hidden History Museum. Make a contribution to the Hidden History Museum.
Come on.
Get your Rootwork deodorant at rootworkstyle.com. Ladies and gentlemen, rootworkstyle.com. All right, I'm up out of here, guys. Papi Akute, Lola Vuve to the family. Peace.
I need some more work, baby, tonight. I need some more work on me tonight. I need some more work, baby, tonight. I need some more work on me tonight. Yeah, yeah. I need some more work on me tonight. I need some more work, baby, tonight. I need some more work on me tonight. Yeah, yeah. I need some more work.
Playing this shit all night long yesterday, right? All I heard was Tariq, right?
Ted, right now is a one.
Tariq all motherfucking night long. Then I heard it all goddamn day long, right? Between him, Uncle Phil, and fucking Democracy Now, right? Oh, and Red Supreme. That's all I. And then, so I'm over there laying down. He thinks I'm sleeping and shit. And again, that's the one I like to sing to, right? that little tune started playing, and I'm over there in the cut in the back in my punishment spot apparently. So I lay down and go to sleep right there, you know. and then all of a sudden he hears me singing and he starts laughing. Like, but Tariq, him and his goddamn Rootwork commercials and shit. It's like every other week there's a new one. Like you can't keep up. There's like 3 of them right now. And I was like, because I'm from the 80s, so we listen to every single fucking word.
Yeah.
Every fucking song. And it's like, man, you only need this deodorant only for tonight. What about the rest of the time? I was like, the motherfuckers just running around just 85, 95, 110 degrees, just musty.
Mm-hmm.
It's musty. And he's like, I only got to use. It's a little, you ever seen one of the little deodorants? It's little, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, no wonder you only need it for tonight. You just using it once in a while when you go out. Can't use it every day.
Yeah.
Can't use it every day.
It's supposed to last all day, though.
That's what he said. Jesse tried to convince me. I was like, no, cuz I was like, you get the fucking $4.99. What is this degree? Mm-hmm. You get the $4.99 degree, not the $20 Rootwork.
That's aluminum. Putting aluminum on my arms.
See, you see how he's ready for the comeback? It's aluminum. It didn't stop you before, cuz you're gonna take this cancer like everybody else.
Oh yeah. So what are your thoughts on
that was my thoughts. You better make yourself fucking electric bolt fucking tight with this aluminum, cuz like everybody else. $4.99 is cheaper than I'm saving myself some bread.
Crew got some Rootwork. Why can't I have some Rootwork?
Crew's smaller than you. He don't look like you get musty as you. Why you gotta be like, Crew, talk to your boy, man. Tell him it's out of the budget. Where's Crew anyway? Go back up there. Crew, do you wear that Rootwork deodorant every day? Let's ask that question. Or do you bounce around? Tell the truth, Negro. Do you bounce around from like that to like Degree, Secret, or whatever the fuck with Dove? What is that? Irish Spring. Fucking what's the other one? Old Spice. You bounce around. Tell the truth, because you know one of them is not gonna last 1 week. I'm already doing the measuring. I'm looking at Jesse's armpits, and the size of the canister.
It's that powerful.
It's not gonna last 1 week.
Crew said it lasts all day and night.
I don't care what Crew said. Crew said you jumping off the bridge, you gonna follow too?
No. All right, so moving along.
Crew, you a bad influence.
You're not telling me what your thoughts are.
About what?
On the real reason FBA delineation is called divisive.
No, anything we do is divisive. This conversation I'm having about this motherfucking deodorant is divisive. You know what I mean? Like someone will say, man, you hating on the brother because he want to smell good. That's divisive. you did? And I'm like, no, I'm hating on him because he want to spend fucking $20 when he can spend $4 to get electrocuted. Like everybody else. Why not? You know what I'm saying? But then I'll be like, that's divisive. They think it's divisive. It's just divisive. They want to say everything's divisive. When in reality, the real divisive motherfuckers is the fucking ones that saying it.
Yeah.
You don't ever hear us really saying it. It's Tether saying it. It's fucking Wetback saying it. It's motherfucking Jews saying it. It's everybody and their fucking mama saying it, but us saying it. You don't ever hear FBA say, that's divisive. No, instead we'll say that's diabolical.
Mm-hmm.
See the difference? You ain't gonna hear it say that's divisive. You gonna hear it say that's some diabolical work right there. But I'd be like, it's nefarious. That's some nefarious shit right there. Man, the devil be working hard on fucking Tuesdays. You know what I'm saying? But we ain't gonna be talking about like, oh, that's divisive. And if you say it's divisive, you gotta say it like how Tariq says it.
Yeah.
That's divisive, Mika.
Yeah.
And then it's funny. Yeah. Then it really matters. You know what I mean? When you say it like that. That's divisive, Mika. You be divisive, Mika. I'm funny. Everything we do is divisive. We're in the grocery store trying to choose which toilet paper you can afford, quilted or 2-ply.
Yeah.
That's a divisive conversation right there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Comfort or rash, divisive. You did? Jesse not wanting to feed me eating an apple and him eating mashed potatoes and chicken. That's divisive.
No, she could eat mashed potatoes.
That was divisive.
She opted out of mashed potatoes and decided to eat apples.
No, it's like, I did that. That was on purpose. That shit was hella. I'm still eating it. That motherfucking apple was huge.
Yeah.
That was diabolical how big that motherfucking apple was. No, I think that the white programming that we've been under, for a long time, all this programming that is sad that you got pretty black faces that are involved in the programming and the propaganda. That's divisive. Like everything that you're seeing now, that's divisive. Of course, it's only natural to want to throw shade and blame at the motherfuckers that aren't doing anything.
Right.
That's because you try to provoke them. This is like a trap. Like I was saying yesterday, I don't know if I said it online or whatever, but this is a trap. This is a trap. They want us to go outside so we get blamed or some shit. Some shit happens. It just takes one time. I don't want to hold this janky ass mic.
Keep dropping it.
I don't want, because I'm not holding it. I don't even think they can hear me.
Yes, you can.
Talk loud enough. Why do I need the mic?
Because it helps with clarity. Go ahead.
I doubt it. All right. So anyway, excuse me. What I was saying is that they want us to go outside. It's like a trap. The more white people provoke all these fucking buffer class of people, these Hispanics, Latinos, whatever the fuck you want to call them. The more they
Latinos.
Just said Latinos like you Southern. It's like Southern or what? It's like the Latinos, like the whites.
Yeah, like the whites.
Whites.
I reckon.
I reckon Liz on some divisive shit. Real shit. It just takes one motherfucker to call us out our race, spit on us, or put their hands on us, and it's on and cracking. It's gonna be like
find out, Susan.
It's gonna be like the Alabama brawl.
Yeah.
Because
Black
we
August is coming up.
That's my favorite time of year. So like it just takes one motherfucker to do it, and we've seen a video. Where was it on Black on Afro Elite, right?
Yeah.
On Afro Elite, and it's been making its rounds where you have these two motherfucking anchor babies.
Yeah.
Probably second, third generation anchor babies. Talking shit to a brother, a police officer.
Yeah.
Calling him out of his race.
Yeah.
To his face. Now you say it like, I mean, it sounds so, when they say it sounds so cheesy and off-brand. Disrespectful, you know what I mean? And saying what they're gonna do to his food or what they're gonna do, whatever. And
yeah, played that yesterday.
It's like you're talking shit to the law. None of that. It's the law, but it's a brother. At the end of the day. But when all this shit is said and done, you really think your business is still gonna be there?
Right. Right.
Dumbasses. You really think your mommy and daddy in the back making tortillas are gonna be there? Stupid faces. I would be evaluating the consequences of my off-brand behavior. You know what I mean? Especially to your parents. We probably still don't speak English. Like, that's what trips me out is that nobody's ever really paid attention. But if you really pay attention, I'm 45 years old, right? I come from California, specifically East LA, right? Which is like how Red Supreme said, very racist.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sad. It's very sad shit. Very sad shit. I even got a little emotional right there. Very sad shit. But I know that when I've been here in certain places, these motherfucking businesses have been here for like 20, 30 years, making food or whatever.
Yeah.
And they still don't speak no motherfucking English.
Yeah.
They've had 2 rounds of fucking children, which means children and grandchildren. And they children and grandchildren speak English. But these motherfuckers who came over here illegally in the beginning to have motherfucking anchor babies don't speak not now word in English. We used to call it broken English.
Yeah.
Right? So I'll be like, why are you surprised that they get you arrested? They don't speak no English. Hey, that's 1. 2, what did you expect?
Right.
And what is he protesting about? Y'all motherfuckers don't protest anybody else breaking the law?
Right.
Is it okay to do B&Es? No, you go to jail. Right? Is it okay to set a dumpster fire? Nope, you go to jail. Is it okay to fucking steal out the neighbor's yard? Nope, you go to jail. Is it okay to fucking do bodily harm to another individual? No, go to jail. You know what I mean? So what the fuck, man? Are you really protesting? Some of these motherfuckers came literally in caravans and broke through the fucking wall, broke through the fucking, the border.
Yeah.
Even when they knew even though they knew that Trump was going to be the president, they still came in caravans.
Yeah.
And prayed that he was going to let them stay. That's stupid as hell. And don't act like they don't got no TV, newspaper, or internet over in any of these foreign motherfucking countries. Don't act like that. Don't act like that. They do. They know exactly what the fuck's going on. Are you gonna let the most racist motherfucking president ever, who says he's gonna ship you back, you're still gonna come? And you deserve what the fuck you get.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's off top. There's levels of immigration, though. There's levels of immigration. Like you should leave the motherfuckers alone that are papered up. They ain't committing crimes. They just go to school, mind their own business, or working. They already got their shit together. I mean, they already got they can vote. Yeah. Speaking of, you mean tell me all these like, oh, you see, now you got me saying it. All these Latinos that voted, Latinos for Trump.
Yeah.
You mean tell me they were legal citizens to vote?
No.
Question mark. Okay, that's one question, right? That's one question. Now, follow me down this black hallway, Black Valley. Okay, so he deported his whole voting base?
No.
All right. Everybody voted for him, and then he's deported him. He's deported his whole voting base. That really makes a lot of sense. And think about that. Were they all legal to vote? Meaning every vote that was given by a motherfucker. That's what people should be looking into.
Mm-hmm.
If they were able to vote and who they voted for.
Yeah.
Every vote that was given to Trump on every motherfucker he deports, right? That vote don't count. Wow, that would be like a major thing, wouldn't it? That would be a major thing when it comes to voting. That means his votes were null and void. It means they were illegal citizens. Think about it. Illegal citizens that he deported, they voted for him. Are you trying to deport 3,000 of them a day?
Yeah.
Do the math. Just do the math. Just think about it. That means none of them votes counted. In California, let's just California, one of those places.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just think about it. Really think about it. People should be talking about this and asking the right questions. So we ask the right questions.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for that, Lady Shay. So moving along to the next topic, that is.
I'm gonna wear this tracksuit you got on.
Oh God. Moving
I'm ready
on.
for him to bust out the actual Adidas shoes and the motherfucking the hat and the chain and be on and catch
DMC. Live for you. Trump doubles down on mass deportations.
See?
After his failed parade.
Yeah, they said nobody showed up.
So the Juan B, shout out to the Juan B. I was on his show not too long ago. He's gonna give us an update on this. I don't.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. Thank you, TS175. Thank you again. But we had another awesome weekend at the Hollywood Bowl celebrating music, the Playboy Jazz Festival, which is now the Blue Note Jazz Festival. I bring that up because this is the second week of protests that have been going on. And this past Saturday, there was the No Kings protest. And for those of you who weren't there, who aren't paying attention, because I get it. After I signed off from YouTube on Saturday, I ain't pay attention to shit till this morning. I was in music heaven. From the moment I signed off on Saturday, fuck the world and all that's going on.
It's like bumper cars.
Yeah.
And I went to go listen to some goddamn music.
It's like punishment.
Oh, John Sheldon, I appreciate the cash app.
Punishment for shit.
I appreciate the cash app, man. This is what black folks was doing this past Saturday. And I love our temperament because we are following the advice and we are staying out of it. And this is how we stand out of it as black folks. We over here listening to the Isley Brothers.
Yeah.
We over here listening to the Isley Brothers this week while the world is going around and protesting this and protesting that. This is what we doing. Listen to this harmony. I'll go back to Ron. Come on, Ron. I know that voice.
You make it better. You seem to realize when I'm concerned.
Listen to that blend.
You are the only one who goes through the changes. Giving my life direction when I am
They sound like angels.
Make me say it again.
We was with the God. We was with De La Soul. Let me y'all can hear, y'all can't see De La. This is what we were doing this past weekend in LA while the world was over here doing what they had to do. This is what we was doing. You see that DJ Vlad sitting in front of us. I had the odd couple. You had DJ Vlad, Johnny Gill, and Sugar Ray Leonard in the box in front of us.
Wow.
Talk about the odd trio. But that was DJ Vlad. Y'all saw bobbing his head. And no, I did not ask for an interview. No, I did not ask for an interview.
Right.
No, I did not ask for an interview. Look at D Smoke. D Smoke is on the piano rapping, yo.
This time is gonna be different. I'ma bless the world with honest quotes in every sentence and get better every moment, just like Beverly mentioned. Hard times, but never resentment. I stay forever relentless. Let's go. This song comes out within a week, and I like my beautiful wife to join me on stage.
With his wife and Derek Hines.
Pull up in my city like I'm something sick. Already legendary. And being in my purpose, the luxury. Holding in February, pulling that motors and polarizing, so I can get from 1 to 3 to figure out which side. And we gonna let you niggas switch sides.
That's how we get down in LA. D Smoke. You had Derek Hodges band, his orchestra, his band. Black folks still doing it. Man, that's some very highly sophisticated, complicated music that they was playing.
Yeah.
That was day one. We also had a day two up there. And it was motherfucking amazing. When it saw it was amazing. Black folks all over the goddamn place. This is what we were doing while the world was on fire. I got to meet Chad from Freelance. He said he recognized me from the damn. He said he recognized me from the stands. I was like, for real? You know? So this is what we was doing at the Hollywood Bowl. While everyone else in the world was on fire, this is what we was doing. So I don't know about no damn Trump protest. I mean, no Trump, what do you call it, parade. I saw some of it today to catch up to see what was going on in the world. But look at here, y'all. We are doing the right thing by staying out of this fight. We culturally are doing the right thing by staying out of this fight. Because we warned everybody what was going on. We, you know, for the black folks that vote Democrat, they were telling folks, hey, look, Trump ain't playing with y'all. Y'all did y'all job. And for those of us like me, we said, black people don't give a fuck about what Trump does. Because whatever he does, we've been through before and we'll be fine. This was last night. This was last night. Grace Jones performed last night. I'm not the biggest Grace Jones fans, but I'm the kind of person, I like going to music events, even for people who I don't traditionally listen to, so I can get a vibe of their energy.
Sing it now, too.
This is the Grace Jones, and she brought Janelle Monáe out. And I put a post up that my man Freeze up called me on earlier. This was the OG tramp and the new age tramp. And when I say tramp, I mean by the way they dress. I don't know anything about them personally. The shit that they do. This is what niggas was doing this past week. Look at this shit. This was the one Grace Jones I did like. Look at this. 77 years old. Without me saying yeah, she ain't got no ass. So a lot of our Grace, not Grace, but you know, Grace Jones had her time in music. You know, she gave America that sound that she inherited from Lena Horne, that style, and it was. But this is what we was doing out here. Now we about to take that in. Like this is what we was doing out here this past weekend. You know what I mean? This is what we was doing. And we also have one of the greatest bass players of all time, Stanley Clarke. You know music. You know if you know, you know, man. Come on, Stanley. The great Stanley. So we've got people in here. Share the video, share everything. We about to get into the topic all the way. I wanted to set that foundation just to show what we was doing culturally while everyone else was fighting. This is how we stay out of the bullshit, folks. Let's go. Our music is a treasure. We just go hang out with our music. Go listen to the music. Listen to some jazz. Listen to some R&B. Listen to whatever floats your boat, and stay out this shit. All right. So I want to now go on into what was what happened this past weekend at Donald Trump. I'm gonna play some video. This was Donald Trump's parade. For those you don't know, he had that parade. He had that weird ass parade. And look at it. Man, that's a terrible Star Spangled Banner. She sounded horrible.
10 years old, 9
So,
going on 10.
this is his rally.
This was what he was most excited to see because he had an ancestor who had
This was like
been
a
part
war
of the US
celebrating
Army during
250
this
years of the
time.
Army.
And for him, this is new to see and understand what it might have looked
And they're talking about,
particularly,
you know, American Day. They're celebrating World War II.
the steps.
And one thing about white folks, they love celebrating World War II because that was the last clear victory that they got.
Anniversary of our nation's army.
White on white crime at its most deadliest, World War II. That goes back to the Huns versus the Visigoths. It goes back to the Saxons versus the Anglos. It goes back to the Vikings versus the Vandals.
Or in some cases, their
And all the V tribes that they had.
special moment for them to see all the
So as you see here, okay, look at the crowds. Look, Trump was expecting over 200,000 people to show up. And this shit ended up looking like midweek Bible study at church. And I ain't even talking about 80s and 90s midweek Bible study. I'm talking about your churches now in a gentrified neighborhood, and it's only 7 members left, and 2 of them are in long-term health care facilities. That kind of midweek Bible study. That's how this shit looked. Stop bullshitting. Any of y'all that go to church or used to go to church, you know what I'm talking about. Go back to your old church you grew up in as a kid if you black. Oh, like chat room. Come on, my line chat. Any of y'all been back to your childhood church? Man, the neighborhood gentrified. You got white folks. It's a goddamn rice patty vegan spot next to the restaurant where it used to be a soul food, greasy ass hamburger spot. That's how this shit looking. And, look at that lawn back there. It's empty.
To modernize.
Just empty.
And General, I don't know if you can see what
you know, all these goddamn tanks. Empty like a motherfucker. They doing their best not to have too many wide angles.
Particularly
Now this is the protest over here in
Los
LA.
Angeles, the Border Patrol being in Los Angeles.
Look at these freaky ass flags. You got American and Mexican flags. You got rainbow and American flag, rainbow and Mexican flags. Goddamn.
Potentially San Bernardino and Orange County.
It's more people over here at this LA no Donald Trump protest than it is at Donald Trump's rally. I want to go back and get another shot of the street if I can. Here we go. Here we go. I'll look for another shot of the street.
Here in our presence, but watching some of this machinery, you're looking at strikers that are going by the parade route right now.
Here we go.
We've caught glimpses.
Look at his face.
Has been on his feet.
This motherfucker Trump, no, he like, God damn, did nobody show up. This shit bombed like a motherfucker. Here we go. Here's the street angle. This angle I was looking for. Y'all see this angle? This whole street was supposed to be lined up with people. This is what you got right here. This image right here basically describes the failure that was his weekend. I don't have no horse in this race. I think both sides are full of shit. So I want to see both sides fail. That's my goal. I don't want neither side to win. I don't want Trump's agenda to win out. And I definitely don't want these people that think they can come into the country and wave foreign flags. I don't want your agenda to win out either. So you see this, and then you contrast that with what's going on with all these raids. And that shit went into the night.
Fight for. That is something that is special.
Here we go. So you got the ICE shit going on with the foreign flags.
Which is about a block that way, protecting the 101 freeway entrance.
And then you had Dodger game. You had this Dominican singer come out and she sang the national anthem in Spanish. She sang the national anthem in Spanish. This was their level of protest, to sing the national anthem in the language of their other colonizer. I would respect it if she sung it in her native tongue to the Americans.
Singer Neza is speaking out after singing the national anthem at...
Apparently she was told not to do it, and she did it anyway. You'd impress me if you sung it in a native tongue. You just sung that in a different colonizer's language. From the outside looking in, 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. Appreciate the super chat, DW. Oh, you said you was helping run to the bowl yesterday? Man, I appreciate that. It'd have been dope. But yeah, so you see this is what's going on. And so Donald Trump's response, direct ICE to expand deportations in Democratic-run cities. This motherfucker ain't playing. This was posted on Donald Trump's Truth Social account. Let's read this. This was posted yesterday afternoon. So while I was getting loaded at the Jazz Festival, this is what Donald Trump was putting on Truth Social. Let's read. Our nation's ICE officers have shown incredible strength, determination, and courage as they facilitate a very important mission, the largest mass deportation operation of illegal aliens in history. No, it's not. But hey, Donald Trump is not one to sell things short. You dig? Back to it. Every day, the brave men and women of ICE are subjected to violence, harassment, and even threats from radical Democrat politicians. But nothing will stop us from executing our mission and fulfilling our mandate to the American people. ICE offers ICE offers are herewith ordered by notice of this truth to do all in their power to achieve the very important goal of delivering the single largest mass deportation program in history. So that's Donald Trump's goal. One that I hope he win. I hope he's successful in this particular goal. Although, and here's the reason why I hope he's successful. As a matter of fact, I'll get to that on the racism side. I'll get to that. Now, again, I know that this isn't going to do anything overall. This is more show than it is substance, what's happening with these deportations. Because if they wanted to get rid of the illegals, they go after the companies hiring, not the illegals. So I'm already knowing this is all pomp and circumstance. But I do like what it's doing to remind people of their place in this society. Because some motherfuckers done got too big for their britches. All right, let's go back and read. In order to achieve this, we must expand efforts to detain and deport illegal aliens in America's largest cities, such as Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York, where millions upon millions of illegal aliens reside. These and other such cities are the core of Democrat power center, where they use illegal aliens to expand their voter base, cheat in elections, and grow the welfare state, robbing good-paying jobs and benefits from hard-working American citizens. These radical left Democrats are sick of mine and hate our country and actually want to destroy our inner cities. And they are doing a good job of it. There's something wrong with them. That's why I believe in the open borders. Open borders. Did you say transgender for everybody and transgender for everybody and men playing in women's sports? That's why. That's what he said. That's why. I read that wrong. That's why they believe in open borders, transgender for everybody, and men playing in women's sports. And that's why I want ICE, Border Patrol, and our great patriotic law enforcement officers to focus on our crime-ridden and deadly inner cities and those places where sanctuary cities play such a big role. You don't hear about sanctuary cities in our heartland. That's true. So basically, this is all. I'm going to finish it. I want our brave ICE officers to know that real Americans are cheering you on every day. The American people want our cities, schools, and communities to be safe from illegal alien crime, conflict, and chaos. That's why I've directed my entire administration to put every resource possible behind this effort and reverse the tide of mass destruction migration that has turned once idyllic towns into scenes of third world dystopia. Our federal government will continue to be focused on the remigration of aliens to places from where they came and preventing the admission of anyone who undermines the domestic tranquility of the United States. To ICE, FBI, DEA, ATF, the Patriots at the Pentagon, and the State Department, you have my unwavering support. Now get the job done. So this is Donald J. Trump's reply to everybody trolling him for his failed ass parade. His parade failed. You had the No Kings rallies all around the country. And Donald Trump said, you know what? Let's double down on whiteness. And so this is from Donald Trump's Truth Social account. And you see what's going on with this. The protests are slowing down. You see here, ain't wasn't hardly nobody protesting the other day. And Donald Trump is ramping up. This is why I don't mind this happening. Because this is what happens. This is something that I saw going on in Houston. This is 2.5 minutes. I want y'all to watch this video. This is 2.5 minutes. Basically, they're talking about what's happening with the hiring practices. And we've seen this here in LA. Watch this.
Houston Community College is facing a 100.
Hold on, let me turn that sound up.
American employee claims. Roseanne?
This lawsuit was intentionally filed today in the Juneteenth email chain preferential treatment.
This is a pattern done.
Member Adriana Thomas claiming they worked intentionally on a quote well-decision against top and Black and Hispanic hires and promotions.
Whether it is demoting them,
says it happened on what she believes was a clear pattern of misused funds and spoke up. Including
placed me on administrative leave.
In March, she resigned, and
there have been dozens, as I've said, that have come forward.
HCC says they have not been served yet, so at this hour, they do
Y'all
not have a
Willie?
response. For now, Roseanne Aragon, KPRC, Channel 2 News.
Roseanne, thank you.
Y'all pin Willie? If you pin Willie and refresh, it's all good on my side. If you're pin Willie and refresh your browser, on my side, it pretty good.
Houston Community College is facing a 100.
Refresh your browser. I'm good on my end. I don't know what the hell YouTube is doing because on my side, the stream played perfectly fine. Y'all didn't get it? Refresh then. I'll play it again. Refresh. So yeah, YouTube is at it when I'm playing this video. YouTube is at it because I'm good on my end. I ain't. Wally, y'all good? Once the video start doing that, let's try it again.
$1 million lawsuit.
This is about $100 million lawsuit being filed in Houston. You say you refreshed, you good? Yeah, YouTube on that BS. Sometimes, like lately, it's been my computer. I mean, not my computer, my internet. But now this time, I was good. Let's play it again.
Houston Community College is
it
facing
good?
a $100 million lawsuit. Hundreds of African-American employees, both past and present, say they faced racial discrimination while working at HCC. Channel 2's Roseanne Aragon is live tonight with a closer look at what this new lawsuit claims. Roseanne?
Y'all good?
What this new lawsuit claims. Roseanne?
This lawsuit was intentionally filed today. The plaintiff tells us she represents many. Houston Community College slapped with a $100 million racial discrimination lawsuit filed on none other than the Juneteenth holiday. At the center of the case is Zelia Brown, a former employee who says she and others have been racially targeted by HCC leadership. The suit also reveals an email chain from Chancellor Cesar Maldonado, which states now we Hispanics are going to receive preferential treatment.
This is a pattern. That is something that is methodically and deliberately done to ostracize that individual.
The suit names Maldonado, HR Director Janet May, and Board of Trustees member Adriana Thomas, claiming they worked intentionally on a, quote, well-developed, systematic, entrenched, and wildly successful campaign of race and sex discrimination against top-level Black employees, stating that 90% of the longtime Black professionals at HCC have either been terminated or demoted, while there has been a 50% increase in Hispanic hires and promotions.
Whether it is demoting them by pay, placing them in a lower level position, creating schemes.
Brown says it happened to her. In 2016, she was hired to advise on grant use and compliance. In 2018, when she found what she believes was a clear pattern of misused funds and spoke up.
Every avenue that I would go down, they would present an obstacle.
But the lawsuit cites other alleged tactics, including padding Black employee personnel files with false complaints. For Brown,
they just immediately placed me on administrative leave.
In March, she resigned, and
there have been dozens, as I've said, that have come forward.
HCC says they have not been served yet.
So y'all see that? Y'all see what's going on? Did I not tell y'all on this channel before all of these ICE protests, I was telling you how to get down because they've been doing that shit in California for 30 years. And that's about my Twitter is like, nah, that's because Y'all let it go in California. Down south, we gonna sue. Nigga, we suing then too. That's how white supremacy works. You'll sue, they'll settle and give you some money, and guess what they gonna do? Do the same goddamn thing again until somebody else sues. You hand them a check, and then go right back into doing the same thing because there's too many off-code niggas that will allow this shit to go on. But like Neely Fuller said, the cost of white supremacy gonna keep going up and keep going up. Hey, listen to this Asian dude. I saw this shit. This shit was hilarious. Watch this video.
Protesting this and that, all that shit. They want to become an American. And yet, they're out there waving their fucking flag, protesting this and that, all that shit. If you are legal, what the fuck do you have to worry about? Unless you do some dumb shit and you worry about getting deported. Okay? People like me came here legally through the process. We're Americans. Okay? We love this country. We love the flag, the American flag, the America. The red, white, and blue. Okay? We don't care about our flag. We left that shit behind. Okay? You dumb son of a bitch, do some dumb shit with your flags. You might well take that flag, shove it up your ass, and go back where you come from. Motherfucker. If I see you on the road waving your flag, I will call ICE because I get $750 each, bitch.
So you see how this is even drawing division between other immigrant groups. But like I told y'all before, and I told Latina this, I'm not gonna mention her name because I'm good. But there was this one Latina in particular, my longtime listeners know who I'm talking about, who I had on this show, who I've said complimentary things about in the past. And there's nothing wrong with her either way it go. I just, you know, my last complimentary video of her that was posted, I think put too much heat on her from her own community to be associated with somebody like me publicly. Whatever. But I remember having a conversation with her years ago. And I said, this is what Latinos don't understand. Every other immigrant group, for the most part, that's come here, has had to take on the major sacrifice of getting rid of their past. All of the white groups, Italians only fly their flag on St. Patrick's Day when it's time to drink. I mean, for the Irish, the Italians only fly their flag at the deli shop. You dig what I'm saying? The Greeks only fly their flag when it's time to get some goddamn gyros and goddamn falafels and shit. But them white groups, they changed their last name and they totally amalgamated to being an American. Same with a lot of your Asians. A lot of your Asian groups, not so much the newer Chinese groups that's come here in the last 15 years. People from China that's come in the last 10 to 15 years, they're a little bit different. But a lot of your Japanese and a lot of your Koreans, and they'll come in here and their first name, it'll be a Japanese dude, and their first name is Brian, not Yoshinoya. You know what I mean? The people, plenty of Asians be named Kim and John, and not, you know, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They don't call themselves Mitsubishi when they come to America and fly Japanese flags. You don't go around seeing them name their kids Honda and Toyota, nigga, and Panda Express. You know, they call themselves American names and they fly the American flag. And that comes at a great sacrifice because Japan has a beautiful culture. Everyone comes from somewhere that has something. So that comes at a tremendous sacrifice. So they looking at this shit like, yo, who the fuck do you are? And y'all the serving class too? That's the other thing about it. Like when America brings in people from India, people from Nigeria, people from China, they're bringing these people in for brain jobs. You know, tech. All the shit that America refuses to teach his own children, his own citizens. All the things that they don't want to teach us, They're importing them in for. They're importing Mexicans in here for labor and underclass work. You can't demand special treatment as a worker, as an underclassman. You got to show where you built something, where you created something. This is what I deserve. When black folks were fighting during the 1860s and during the 1660s, we were fighting on the base of this is what we bring to the table. It wasn't just the labor. It wasn't just being and fighting in every single war. It was also, we created bioengineering, the field through George Washington Carver. We created the elevator. We created all these things that we see that make America great. It was black people that had a full-on hand in that. We were the brains of the operations. And still to this day, when it comes to the music, one of America's biggest exports around the world is America's music, still till this day. We are a group of people that we put in on this, man, not just labor. So you cannot come with a foreign flag bragging about your labor. Do you know how dirt poor a lot of the world is? It's easy to get labor because capitalism keeps half the world in poverty. So as long as half of the world is in poverty, the way capitalism has it set up between the first and the second world, labor's always gonna be there. You ain't special. And we're getting to the point in the next 10 years to where most of the labor is going to be robots and automation in the next 10 years. So even the picking the farms and all that shit, them is going to be robots out there picking that shit 24 hours a day. It's going to be, we already see it when you walk into the McDonald's and shit. You got the little thing, what do you hit? I was the other day, a couple months ago, because I hadn't been inside of McDonald's in years. Me and the wife was on a road trip, and we go to Santa Barbara. There are no drive-thrus in Santa Barbara. Like, you have to walk in. Man, I walked into that McDonald's in Santa Barbara. They had a goddamn TV screen. And you had to, you're your own checkout person. How the hell is, I looked at it, how the hell is a goddamn combo meal $15 and I'm the person working the cash register? What kind of shit is that? I saw this big ass machine. I was like, God damn. I was like, God damn, these niggas had a goddamn machine up there. And the prices were more. That shit was like $5 more per combo meal than the last time I seen the McDonald's combo meal. Last time I went there, the combo meal was like $8. You know, no, $6, $7. Combo meals was like $14. And I had to work it myself. You're right, T-Lo. The finesse is real. You're right. The kiosk is just a big smartphone. And I need y'all to stop at all that. Oh, hey, y'all don't do McDonald's. Look, how the hell is McDonald's sitting? I'm not talking about you in particular for this comment, but in general. You bring up McDonald's, 9 out of 10 people are going to be like, I don't eat that shit no more. Well, how in the hell are they still in business if don't nobody eat that shit no more? You niggas is lying. Yes, the fuck you are. 8 out of 10 of y'all lying your ass off. Anyway, these niggas be lying their motherfucking ass off. I don't eat at McDonald's. I just go to Burger King. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, I don't eat at McDonald's, but that Krispy Kreme, woo, nigga. I don't eat at McDonald's, but I got them goddamn frozen chicken tenders in my freezer that I'm gonna heat up. Nigga, it's the same shit. What are you talking about? Nigga, you got frozen goddamn chicken tenders and fish sticks in your freezer right now from the goddamn grocery store. That's the same goddamn frozen fish sticks they put in a goddamn McDonald's burger. Shut the fuck up. Niggas be fronting like hell. Niggas be fronting. I mean, people like, I don't smoke my weed. Now pass me that liquor. Same shit. Well, my liquor though, the weed's illegal. I don't do liquor. I don't do weed. I don't do liquor, either one, man. But nigga, you addicted to gossiping behind people's backs, like and getting your ass whooped. Like you'll die a lot faster talking all that shit behind people's backs than you will from a McDonald's fry. Believe that. Everybody got their own. That's what they call. It's what Tower of Power calls social lubrication. I'm not a Democrat. Man, who the hell want to follow Joe Biden? Nigga, but you think Trump is telling the truth. Same shit. 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. Nigga, stop fronting. It's what Tower of Power said. Social lubrication, to laugh inside. Everybody's got their own way to get high. Everybody gets high. Some people get high on this. Some people get high on that. So shut the fuck up. Back to the conversation. Yeah, we have our own vices. Social people get real high on themselves. Well, I don't do that vice. I do this vice. Either way it go, you in a vice. I go back, and we'll get back to it. I'll take that. I like this. This is a little side moment. I always say it's my two favorite producers of all time. Maurice White from Earth, Wind & Fire and George Clinton. Those are probably my personal two favorite producers. Maurice White and George Clinton. They live completely opposite lives. Maurice White, Earth, Wind & Fire, clean, healthy living. He was a vegetarian back in the 70s when that vegetarian shit was hard to do. Maurice White was a vegetarian. Earth, Wind & Fire made highly spiritual music, drug-free. If you were on drugs, you could not join Earth, Wind & Fire. You cannot play with Earth, Wind & Fire. Jessica Cleese, the lady who sang on the Head to the Sky album, she came from the Friends of Distinction. She's from LA. And then she was with Earth, Wind & Fire, but she was on drugs. So they kicked her out the band. And then she later on joined Parliament Funkadelic. Parliament Funkadelic, on the other hand, drugs everywhere. Drugs everywhere. But if you listen to their music, both Earth, Wind & Fire and Parliament Funkadelic, they're equally spiritual. Equally. Songs like All About Love from Earth, Wind & Fire teaches you about your inside, mastering yourself. Songs like Good Thoughts, Bad Thoughts by Funkadelic, that teaches you about who you are on the inside. One Nation Under a Groove, Coming Together. Here's a chance to dance our way out of our constrictions. Parliament Funkadelic had you dancing your way out of your constrictions. Earth, Wind & Fire had you spiritually elevating. Maurice White lived a totally clean life. He ended up catching MS and passed away back in 2016 at the age of 74. George Clinton didn't get off crack until he was 70. George Clinton tried every drug known to man. As a matter of fact, he was part of that experiment at Howard University that got musicians hooked on acid in the late 60s. A lot of the musicians got hooked on psychedelics because they were asked to participate in these drug programs out of Harvard, and George Clinton was one. So George Clinton was on acid, he was on heroin, he was on crack when he did Atomic Dog. I went to go see George Clinton last year at 83 years old. He's still jumping on stage. Maurice White lived a totally clean, healthy life. He's been gone now for 10 years. What does that say? We don't know how none of this shit gonna work. You got a man that was on drugs and crack until he was 70, still performing live, while the person who lived a totally clean life was out of here in his early 70s. But they both were equally impactful, both equally spiritual, both saved a lot of souls, both delivered a lot of people. One did it clean, one did it on drugs. Both ways the thing got done. So stop rubbing your dick to yourself and what you do that ain't what the next person do. It ain't that serious. So back to what we're talking about with Donald Trump. Back to what we're talking about. You know, because people like to get high on their goddamn self. Hell yeah, my grandfather lived till he was 98. My grandfather was eating Popeye's fried chicken 10 days before he died at the age of 98. Yeah, look at Keith Richards. That drug addict still going. And I ain't doing no drugs. Like, the only drugs I'm doing is weed. I ain't even drugs. I smoke weed. I take I eat shrooms. I ain't doing no acid. I ain't doing no crack. This is not a billboard for people to do drugs. Drugs ain't my thing. If I did drugs like that, I'd probably be out of here. I don't do drugs. Hard drugs. I do what grows out of the earth. I don't even do wax pens or vape pens. I gotta smoke raw natural flowers. That's my thing. Everybody got their own thing. So Donald Trump, but that goes into what we're saying here about this whole. Let's get back to what we're talking about with Donald Trump. That's right, Moondug Maximus. You ain't in control. Nobody's in control. So live your goddamn life and other people live theirs, because ain't nobody in control on when this shit's gonna end. Our great Dr. Layla Africa, one of the greatest nutritionists of all time, passed away at 74. Lived a totally clean life. Shit, my father-in-law the other day, he about to be 84 years old, man. We went and got him some Woody's barbecue. Nigga was eating all kind of, Mr. Minn eating all kind of ribs and shit. 84 years old. Yeah, so, but yeah, that's what it is, man. You see what's going on right now with Trump. This is why black folks, we gotta stay out of this shit. We've been staying out of it. We gotta keep staying out of it. Y'all saw that video I played earlier. And here's the thing about it. The white supremacists, Donald Trump's people, they know what's going on. They can stop this shit right now by going after corporations that hire these people. They can create new laws that change it from people of color to anti-black discrimination, anti-black American. They can do that if they wanted to fix it. All this shit that's happening is happening on these people's watch. They know what to do, but they don't want to. Think about it. There's people out there that say, okay, it can't be fixed. How in the hell can something not be fixed that was intentionally broken? If they knew where to break it, if I'm looking at if I got a chain and I want to break this chain, I'm going to focus on a couple of them interlocks, and I'm going to break one of them. And if I break that chain, I can fuck this whole thing up. Well, what if I want that chain to get back together? All I got to do is go back and search to exactly where I chose to break it and fix it. It's a choice. Not that it can't be done. It's a choice. There was a choice to break it. There could be a choice to fix it. And that's why they lie to you and say they can't do it. Because yes, they can. Yes, they can. That's the indication, because here's the evidence. Here's the evidence as to how they can. When it came time to put Latinos economically ahead of Black people in the 90s, they made very specific moves. One thing they did, in chat room, holler at me in the chat room if you know what I'm talking about. If you're around in California, I cannot speak for other parts of the country, but if you were in California, particularly Southern California, late 80s into the early 90s, what was the news saying about you didn't get a positive story. They called them illegals. There was no undocumented workers. Like, no, it was illegal. They called them illegal aliens. It was news stories all the time on the cost, on how much illegal aliens are costing the country, costing the city. It was very open back in the early 90s. You turn on Ricky Lake or goddamn Phil Donahue or Sally Jesse Raphael, it was going to be shows on the cost of illegal immigration, hard copy, current affair, them TV shows, you remember them gossip shows? Them niggas was going to do a special report on immigration all the time. Here in LA, in California, we had Proposition, was it 187? Prop 187? That's when we said California voted to not give resources to undocumented people. If you were illegal, California voted no services in schools, no services in the hospitals. I think it was Prop 187. It was that was here in California. And the state said, you know what? Even though we live in a state that if something is put on a ballot measure and the citizens vote for it, that's supposed to become law. That's supposed to become law. It didn't. Why? Because they wanted to intentionally break this chain. Let's give them an economic foothold. Make it to where if they come here to America, they have resources. They got to get resources tax-paying citizens did not get in the form of free health care. Yep, Prop 187, yeah. You got that situation with the Prop 187. Then what Bill Clinton did in the mid-90s and Donald Trump just reversed it. Bill Clinton made it to where all federal forms had to be in multiple languages. Why do you need, when you're dealing with extremely high Black unemployment in the 90s, why do you need to make it easier for people who don't speak the language to get jobs when you're already dealing with extremely high economic disenfranchisement from Black people? The 70s killed us. All them jobs that was around in the 70s, by the 90s, most of them jobs was gone. That's the reason why street violence went up, was because there were little to no resources on the ground for the people. but you make it easier for people who speak a foreign language to get a job. They intentionally broke these parts in the line. You in the education system, you don't educate the kids for the jobs they're going to get. This is something that most people don't know because y'all didn't work in schools like I did. And here in LA, when I was working in the schools, in different schools, you'll see at Crenshaw High, let's take Crenshaw High, where the black people are. They're telling all the black kids go to college. You see UCLA banner here, Harvard, Brown University, Stanford, Texas A&M, Prairie View, HBCU Day, college, 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 college. College prep this, college prep that. What about the kid that don't want to go to college and he just wants to become a welder or a garbage truck worker? What education does he get? Nothing. I would go to the east side of town, Santee High, Garfield, where the Mexicans were. The Mexican schools, a lot of them still had auto shop. A lot of those schools still had your wood shop classes, your ironworks, your different vocations. Here in LA, no lie. I don't know how it is now in 2025. I'm sure it's the same. But I can tell you what was true in 2015, 2020, 2010. And here in LA, the schools where the Mexicans were had vocations. The schools where the black kids were didn't. So if you weren't on the road to being an engineer, there was nothing left for you. Just go to college and you'll find out what to do after that. They know where to make cuts to affect groups of people over a protracted period of time. These cuts don't kill you right away. The black economy was killed by 1,000 cuts. Cut here, cut there. And it's been a slow bleed. Now in California, you could be an undocumented person and still get a state or city job or county job. You could be a cop. You could be a cop as an illegal. We got to stop that lie. It can't be fixed. No, it was intentionally broken by searching out the arteries. It's like a killer that come through that knows where all your arteries are. I'm gonna cut this artery. I'm gonna cut that artery, and I'm gonna cut that artery. And you still gonna be walking. Because by the time you feel these cuts, I'm going out the window. I've got left. You're not gonna feel these cuts. You're gonna be nicked up like shit, I'm bleeding. But you still gonna be walking, and that person gonna be done walked off. Then one day, shit, you up in heaven talking to Moses and the 3 wise men. That's how it happens. And while you bleeding profusely, you got people who are supposed to be on your own team saying, "Oh man, we don't know. It can't nothing happen. It can't be done." No, nigga, you see where I'm bleeding from, nigga? Give me a towel. Let me stop the apply pressure, nigga. Apply pressure. Well, I don't know. It's nothing can be done. Nigga, he got this apply pressure with the blood coming out. But you got to be able to look at what's going on from an objective point of view and forensically analyze what you see. But most of us don't want to see. We want to live in, oh, we all need to come together. Oh, it's all right, man. They just want a job. No, nigga, every time your black ass say, they just came to work, that's another cut. Like that punk ass Jamal Bryant. Let's see. I thought I had that video up already. Y'all saw Jamal Bryant? That jive ass nigga. And Jesse Jackson gonna sell us out to the end. You all right, Rocky? Rocky been back here. Rocky been laying back here the whole time quiet. Look at this. These are the cuts I'm talking about right here.
If illegal aliens...
Listen to this.
Yes. I understand the boycott against Target, against DEI, yes. But why is the Rainbow Push Coalition supporting illegal aliens if illegal aliens disproportionately affect the Black community jobs?
Say that one more time.
Why is the Rainbow Push Coalition supporting illegal aliens when illegal aliens disproportionately negatively affect the Black community?
That's not true.
It is true. They take jobs, right? But they take your jobs.
They don't know, right?
Legal.
Let me offer.
Nothing.
Thank you so much for coming out today.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
This is the Rainbow Push Annual Conference.
I mean, if you want to support Black jobs, you don't support illegal aliens coming in and undercutting Black jobs. It doesn't make sense, though, right? I mean, we got
playing field.
Y'all see that? These jive ass niggas saying no, it don't affect. Yes, the fuck it does. Yes, it does. And these are the areas where you got punk ass Black people that don't want to stand with us. Don't give two shits about us. And that's why we as a people got to get on code with it. Salute to Black Alpha. I'm going to go watch his show after I'm done with this one. I want to play one more video, and then we're going to be about it here. I'm going to play one more video. This was another video. I played part of this guy's video last week, but Pink Book Lessons did a good job covering it. Listen to this African man talk about how the Latinos do on the construction sites.
My company, I'm a Black man. I own a company. I hire a Latino. The Latino comes back and complain about the African Americans because the Latino thinks because I'm African, I don't have any relationship with the African American. The Latino comes to me and tell me that you are an immigrant. I'm an immigrant. That African American cannot work. I have Jose. I have Gonzalez, my brothers who know how to work very well. You need to fire the African Americans, and I will bring a lot of hardworking Latinos who work for your company.
You see that? This man said he owns a construction site, and the Latinos come to him thinking since he's an African, trying to come with some immigrant ally stuff to get the Black Americans out. So shouts out to that brother right there for being on code. That goes to show you that every African is not a tether. Every person from the Caribbean is not a tether. You got real ones from all across the planet. The same reason why you got jive sellout FBA niggas like Jamal Bryant. We got to look at how people move. Not just where they come, how you move. And there's an African moving in the right way. People ask, okay, I'm African, am I a tether? No, the hell you're not a tether if you're talking like this, brother.
In my company, listen. I'm a Black man. I own a company. I hire a Latino. The Latino comes back and complain about the African Americans because the Latino thinks because I'm African, I don't have any relationship with the African American. The Latino comes to me and tell me that you are an immigrant. I'm an immigrant. That African American cannot work. I have Jose. I have Gonzalez, my brothers who know how to work very well. You need to fire the African Americans, and I will bring a lot of hardworking Latinos who work for your company.
See? And later on in that video, go watch Pink Book Lessons. She covered it. Later on in that video, he talks about how Black people in the construction industry can come together and kick them out. Look at this person right here. Somebody said, yeah, he's only saying that in 2025. Nigga, you don't know who the fuck he was. Were you following his Instagram before 2025? Shit, he could have been talking like this 10 years ago. How the hell would you know? You don't even know I need to put up the nigga's handle. You don't even know who the fuck that was talking. So is that one nigga? Well, he just now doing this. Well, look, say he was a tether and he figured it out. Salute to him, you dummy. Everybody gotta grow. I wasn't always on the wavelength that I'm on right now. I used to think we are all just one. I would have been fighting for immigrant rights 15 years ago. Shit. 2005? I mean, that's fucked up, man. You live life and you learn. You live and you learn. You live and learn. Live and learn. Live and learn. And when you learn, you teach. And when you learn, you teach. And when you learn, you teach. And you pass what you learned down to the next person. So if anybody's living and learning and passing what they learned down to the next person, salute to you. You don't have to be perfect your whole goddamn life. And that's why I like what Donald Trump did. No more putting Spanish, like he said, all federal forms are being English only. States can do what they want, but no longer that mandate. Yeah, we should get rid of jobs. If they look, this is how they can solve it. Get rid of no job can be done in any language other than English, unless it's a department that does. Now, if there's a department that handles translating, cool. There could be translation departments, but no job in America should require you to speak Spanish. Because if you coming over here to get some shit, you better speak English. And why is that even too much to say? Because they speak English around the world. Even in other countries, English is literally the language of money. Anywhere in the world, even if they have their own national language, you can go to Hong Kong to get English. You can get English in Egypt. You can get English in Nigeria. You can get English in Australia. You can get English in Germany. You can get English in Russia. You can find English everywhere until you go down San Pedro and Gage. What the fuck kind of twisted shit is that? You mean to tell me I can fly to Antigua? I can fly to Morocco? I can fly to goddamn Italy and hear English, but I can't hear English in East LA? What the fuck? So the first thing you do is make all jobs English, even construction jobs. And companies make ordinances. When you're speaking around fellow employees, you say what you want one-on-one. But if you're speaking in a room with other employees, English only. Because we all saw it. We'll be sitting there, and the people that speak Spanish, they'll go and huddle. They'll be in the office talking to each other in Spanish while you're sitting there like, and all you hear is la. You like, God damn it, I'm trying to work. And you can't work because all you hear is that's not fair to the people that speak English. So that's one thing you can do. The next thing you can do is to make it to where these people, there's white and non-white. And if you identify as white on your driver's license, you cannot be a part of any minority hiring programs. You can't be a part of any contracting. You cannot get a contract, a government contract, or be hired if you identify as white on your driver's license. Because the whole purpose of this stuff is to give equal access to people of color. Well, how are you a person of color if you identify as white? Why did they say, I'm dead? You work on Avalon Engage. I'm not lying. Hey, Wally, you work on Avalon Engage? Well, Avalon's 1 block over from San Pedro is, what is it? It's Broadway, Main Street, San Pedro, Avalon, Central, Hooper, nigga. And then right at Central is where Manchester turned into Firestone. Nigga, I know my LA, goddammit. Yeah. If you talking to a black person from LA that cannot lane you the streets from La Cienega going east in Secession, they ain't from LA. La Cienega, going down Slauson, La Cienega, La Brea, Overhill, then Crenshaw, Van Ness, or Arlington, depending on where you are, then Western, Normandy, Hoover, after Normandy, Hoover, Figueroa, Broadway, Main Street, San Pedro, Avalon, Central. Nigga, don't tell me I don't know my goddamn South Central LA. I'm all the way from the hood, but I don't bang no hood because that shit's stupid. And that's what they can do. And then that's what the law can do. And on our side, now gauge goes east and west. If you're going east and west, Lori Brown, you gotta start up there with with Washington, Adams, Jefferson. Damn, I'm drawing a blank. Vernon. After Jefferson is Vernon. I miss Vermont. When I went east, I miss Vermont. I miss Vermont when I was going east. Because it's Vermont that's after, it's Vermont then Hoover. Vermont then Hoover. But if you go north, after you get to Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Vernon, 54th, Slauson, Gage, Florence, then Manchester, then Century, Imperial, El Segundo, Rosecrans, nigga. That's the hood. I just gave you guys the square box of the hood. Oh yeah, then the hood is at Alameda, the black folks side. It is at Alameda. You gotta give a testimony one day, Wally. Yeah, Exposition Jefferson. Yeah. Oh, you say you from Pomona and don't know you know LA back your hand. That's right. See, where we get our shit, black folks, we gotta stop playing these tacky ass games, saying that we all get along. We need to tell the truth about what it is, and if these white folks in government want to do something about it, they know what to do. Remember this: as long as they're stuck on just deportations, they're not fixing anything. That's just pomp and circumstance. It's just something to rile emotions. They wanted to fix it. They fixed the corporations, and they fixed the Spanish-speaking stuff. They don't really want to change much. They just changing how it looked. But Donald Trump's parade failed. These protests are dying out. They're not going to sustain it. And Donald Trump's going to keep doing what he's doing with these deportations. And we going to continue to just learn line dances and have a good time. That's why I said in the West, these people don't keep it a buck with us. These people don't keep it a buck. What y'all can do is enroll in my new summer school music class starting the last week of this month. The link is in the description bar. We are doing the instruments, legacy and instruments and the artists putting together a digital workbook. This is a summer camp for the youth and adults. They like it, but the workbook is going to be everything going to be tailored to the youth. Digital workbook, 5 chapters, artist and instrument fact sheet, a glossary with the breakdown, and a digital certificate of completion, along with Spotify playlists, so that your youngins. This is Black Music Month. This is how we're gonna celebrate Black Music Month. You want the youngins to know where their music comes from. You better enroll them in this course, okay? Link is in the bio. Appreciate my mods. Ebony, appreciate you. All everybody. Shayla, appreciate y'all. Elisino, thank y'all for joining. And understand this. There are no perfect messengers, only perfect messages for those willing to pick up the game. All right? I got you. I'm about to go watch these playoffs. Yeah, Black Music Month is every month. And it's this month also. So enroll in the course because we will be getting it in. All right? Yeah, age rate, we starting at 7. It's going to be no cursing. It's going to be tailored to the youth. And it's going to be materials tailored to those age, that age range, all right? Up to 18. Oh, yeah, man. Let me know if you appreciate that, Star. Tomorrow, my birthday. If you want to show some birthday love tomorrow, today, hit the Cash App, $DejuanB1. Star just put the link in the chat. But if you want to say happy birthday to me, tomorrow my birthday, $DejuanB1. All right? Thank y'all again for listening. We out.
We finally got a real police chief. This chief is so real. He has said, listen, I'm going to protect protesters in this community, which means, well, he may actually go to prison for doing so, but he would do it. Go to it.
As I watch the actions taken by federal law enforcement in California and along the West Coast, I am reminded of why I became a police officer. It is my job to support the rights of our community. Let me be clear. The Seattle Police Department does not engage in immigration enforcement activities. We do not inquire into or collect information about an individual's immigration or citizenship status unless it is directly connected to a state or local criminal investigation. The Seattle Police Department supports everyone's right to peacefully protest. Anyone in Seattle, from anyone who comes to this city with the intention to hurt them or inhibit their First Amendment rights. And what that means is, at some point, I will probably go to jail and be in prison because we have an administration that has threatened to jail politicians and indeed has done so in Milwaukee, if you remember that, and has threatened to jail a governor. I'm just a simple public servant. That's all I am. That's all I am. I'm just a simple public servant, but I'm going to do the right thing for the people in Seattle.
Put him up full mass. No, sir. You're way more than that. You're way more than a simple public servant. You are a champion of public service, and we thank you. That was the Seattle Police Chief, Mr. Sean Barnes. Chief Barnes rebuked the tactics being used by the Trump administration in regards to immigration raids and how they have treated protesters. But he, along with other leaders, should be alarmed. Trump ordered ICE officials to execute the, quote, largest mass deportation program in history, end quote, in a clear escalation of his aggressive immigration agenda, setting up likely clashes with Democratic-run cities, many of them led by Black mayors, which is exactly what I told you Trump wanted. This is what he wants. In a Truth Social post published Sunday night, Trump, whose controversial policies ignited thousands of protests over the weekend as he held an unprecedented military parade on his birthday, instructed federal officers to, quote, do all in their power to carry out mass deportation agenda, which reportedly includes a plan to arrest 3,000 undocumented individuals a day with a goal of 1 million deportations in a year. Now, remember, for those who voted for Trump because you liked his rhetoric while he was running for president, the rhetoric of him engaging in this mass deportation. Remember, he told you that he was going after the most dangerous. He was going after the criminals, but that's not what he's doing. He's going after quota. And that quota includes rounding up day laborers from Home Depot, rounding up day laborers from other areas that are known to have them. This is his way. Locking up college students so that there's significant publicity. Social media influencers who literally have never spoken a word against the United States. This is what he's doing. Now, why is he doing this? Well, because, see, the quota is more important to him than the promise. He made you a promise, if you're down with this rhetoric, that he was going after the violent criminals. Now, since he's not going after the violent criminals, there's no emphasis on violent criminals. The emphasis is on the individuals who actually are here working. Now, this has created an issue in labor markets, which means Trump will sign an executive action likely to moderate it. But there is no focus. Now he wants to clash with local law enforcement. But wait a minute, I thought Republicans liked local control and local law enforcement and local people being able to do it their local way. The president said that to achieve his goal, the government would have to, quote, expand efforts in America's, quote, largest cities, specifically naming Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York. Trump said, quote, millions upon millions of illegal aliens reside in the nation's big cities, many of which are led by Black mayors. Quote, these radical left Democrats are sick of mind, hate our country, and actually want to destroy our inner cities. They are doing a good job of it, end quote, said Trump. Now, what is Trump doing? It's the same play. It's the same rhetoric. Same rhetoric they used against President Obama. This is why the run-of-the-mill Republican is to blame for this as well. They told you the same thing about President Obama. He wanted to destroy America. He was against you. And somehow, if you continue to support him, the destruction of America was at hand. All of these were lies. But the same lies are now being told against Democratic mayors, against police chiefs who decide to uphold law and constitution, and communities of color. In his Sunday Truth Social post, Trump also justified his targeting of Democratic-run cities by accusing Democrats of using, quote, illegal aliens as a, quote, Democratic power center to, quote, expand their voter base, cheat in elections, and grow the welfare state, robbing good-paying jobs and benefits from hardworking American citizens. All lies, all rhetoric, and all without the benefit of a fact check. Trump is doubling down on what will inevitably be a political and legal battle with the nation's top Black mayors, likely also law enforcement, as already taking place in Los Angeles, where Trump has deployed the National Guard and U.S. Marines. LA Mayor Karen Bass has slammed the executive action as unnecessary and intentionally provoking chaos in the city, which is majority Black and brown. California Governor Governor Newsom filed a lawsuit seeking to have the National Guard removed from the city, and the National Guard should be under control of the governor of California. But for some reason, federal courts did not return command back to the governor as they should. They basically created a stay or an injunction. However, they did not restore things as they were. That's typically the reason the court will get involved and restore things as they were until they can look at the evidence at hand. What they did is they allowed Trump to remain in command, even though it is completely abnormal to the normative process. All right, Jackson, there's a lot here. Obviously, the country is completely upside down. Trump is running amok. And I don't think anyone in MAGA can say any of this is making America great again for them or anybody they know.
No, and one of the issues, too, that the right-wing propaganda machine has is there's nothing really for them to gripe and complain about that isn't ultimately going to point back to Trump because, again, as the economy crashes and the world flips on its head, he's in power. You can't blame Biden. You can't blame Kamala. You can say this and that about the Democrats, but when people can't afford nothing, that's just not gonna go anywhere. One of the things that I've been encouraged about is, whether it's brothers like this or even, people like Gavin Newsom, Karen Bass, and all the millions of people around the country who showed out for No King's Day. And just, looking at polling numbers and approval and, just kind of paying attention to the daily data. Americans really aren't happy with Donald Trump, even though he won this go round. That doesn't mean he's popular. We know he doesn't have a mandate and he's never been popular, but the Democratic candidates haven't been overwhelmingly popular either. So This is a situation that we're in. But at the end of the day, Donald Trump is really just throwing fits about reality that people don't like him because people protesting is their, that's their First Amendment right. They're not causing any trouble. And also, look how many people didn't show up to Trump's, fourth grade, 4-year-old military parade that he had.
Right.
So I think there's some good signs that, we can trust each other going forward.
We have some breaking news now. Donald Trump says everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. In a post on Truth Social, the US president says, Iran should have signed the deal I told them to sign. What a shame and a waste of human life. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. And the president, Donald Trump, is in Canada at the moment for the G7. And he says he does not intend to sign a joint statement calling for de-escalation between Israel and Iran. So there's some latest developments there.
So a potential diplomatic off-ramp there. And just moments ago, the Secretary of Defence, Pete Hegseth, also saying that military capabilities are being moved in to the Middle East region to put a new defence posture in place. But certainly the concern here is that this will escalate into a wider war, Jane.
Lauren, thank you. The White House and Secretary of State Marco Rubio reshared the president's message on social media. Tehran, again, home to over 9 million people. So, of course, this is breaking news, and this makes you think that another attack from Israel may be imminent on that very large city. The city of Phoenix, about 5 million, something like that. So it's about twice the size of Phoenix.
Have you heard any signals or seen any messages from intermediaries that Iran wishes to de-escalate the conflict?
Yeah.
What have you heard? What have you heard from the Iranians?
They'd like to talk, but they should have done that before. I had 60 days and they had 60 days. And on the 61st day, I said, we don't have a deal. They have to make a deal. And it's painful for both parties, but I'd say Iran is not winning this war. And they should talk, and they should talk immediately before it's too late.
And what would you say, in your opinion, what would it take for the U.S. to get involved in this conflict militarily?
I don't want to talk about it.
I think we've got to realize that what we are already seeing is a world war, World War III. It's not a war in Ukraine over there, a war with Israel over here, and then, China's threatened war against Taiwan over there, all separate. And that's another reason why Israel's war with Iran is so dangerous. As I've said for a couple of years, there is a new alliance of tyrannies. Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea all working together, helping each other out with their wars, sending weapons, diplomatic cover, and with their planned wars too. Iran, for instance, supplies Russia with kamikaze drones for its war in Ukraine. And China and Russia are backing Iran diplomatically. Last week voted against that International Atomic Energy Agency resolution condemning Iran's nuclear weapons program. And right now we are seeing how a war in the Middle East can help China. America has been forced to move the aircraft carrier Nimitz and its supporting warships from the Pacific, where they're patrolling near China. It now seems on its way to the Middle East to support Israel, which would leave China, of course, freer to attack Taiwan. I'm not tipping that yet. It's far too early, I think, for China to do that.
This is Natanz here, just to the east and south of it. This is an aerial picture, General, okay, of Natanz and what it was before. You've got buildings and structures here, buildings here, and buildings here. That's pre-war. Now you've got complete devastation in Natanz here, this building located here, as well as this one in the upper right-hand corner. Natanz is very different from what this site that you're describing. Firdau is a half-mile buried inside of a mountain. And you believe the United States has no choice but to get involved with the Iranians? Explain that, sir.
Well, it's in the United States core national interest that Iran does not have a nuclear capability and get to it. That's a fact. And this capability, if we leave it there, the Ayatollah will recover and rebuild. And that's what he's absolutely counting on. That's why he never was willing to dismantle the program himself with verification. That would end his program. Here he believes he has a chance. And that's what these guys are all about. And we've got to finish what we started here. We can't look like we haven't come to the assistance of the Israelis when they needed it the most here to finish this operation. They are our strongest ally in the region. What do you think the Arabs would think after the president's visit there, looking at this and they're saying, my, if the United States isn't going to help the Israelis at this critical time, what's the chance they're going to help us? And does this motivate Putin a little bit more to stay the course in terms of what he's doing, and President Xi? If we don't help the Israelis finish this off, it's their operation. We would lend a support to it to finish it off. And that's what I'm suggesting, and I'm certain the president is making those considerations.
Jack King, General, thank you. Appreciate the analysis, and we'll speak again later today. Thank you, Jack.
But this is how this alliance can work. Always stretching the West, which is already desperately undergunned. Its weapon stocks are very low after supplying Ukraine for 3 years. And all those Australian ministers saying, oh, we just need to negotiate. They don't realise our enemies operate under different moral rules. Honestly. I mean, you know, like I said, some actually believe that until, you know, the lost Mahdi returns, Islam will not be reformed, and that can't happen until Israel is destroyed. And they chant war cries in Parliament like this. And I just got to clear up one thing in my argument with Steve Conroy, who said Trump's response just negotiated is exactly like Penny Wong's. I want to read that tweet I referred to now that I have it, or a Truth Social post, where Trump said there's already been great death and destruction, but there is still time to make this slaughter with the next already planned attacks on Iranian means being even more brutal come to an end. Iran must make a deal before there is nothing left and save what was once known as the Iranian Empire. No more death, no more destruction. Just do it before it is too late. Can you tell me where Penny Wong, Anthony Albanese, Richard Marles issued any threat like that? Joining me is the country's top foreign affairs writer, Greg Sheridan of the Australian newspaper. Greg, great to see you. Where is this conflict going?
Well, great to be with you, Andrew. So I must say I absolutely endorse your proposition that the conflicts in Ukraine, Taiwan and Iran are all related and in a sense part of the same conflict. Israel still has at least some days and perhaps more than that to go in trying to destroy key Iranian nuclear, military and now economic targets. The $64 million question is whether Israel can hit the nuclear facility in Fordow without American help. The bunker buster bomb can only be carried by an American aircraft. And, Trump is better than Biden. Biden wouldn't have allowed Israel to do this. But the Israelis very much wanted the Americans to help them because they have so much more powerful an air force. What we are seeing is two terrible trends in the contemporary world. I mean, we're seeing 1,000 terrible trends, but we're seeing nuclear weapons roar back into the centre of all strategic calculations, and we're seeing the breakdown of American extended nuclear deterrence. All American allies except Israel and Britain and France don't have nuclear weapons of their own, which means we all shelter under extended American nuclear deterrence. That means if a nuclear weapon state struck us with a nuclear weapon, America would strike them with a nuclear weapon. But if more semi-rogue states like North Korea and Iran get nuclear weapons, not only are they then impossible to deter within their own region, because if you're taking serious military action against them, they'll threaten nuclear weapons against you. But the development of missile technology means that North Korea and Iran will soon be able to hit the United States itself with missiles. That means if North Korea is having a confrontation with South Korea and America intervenes, North Korea can threaten Los Angeles and San Francisco with nuclear annihilation. And if Iran gets the nuclear bomb, it will also be able to do that. And we know that China proliferated nuclear technology to Pakistan and to Iran precisely to hurt India and to hurt America. All this proliferation ultimately comes from China and some of it from North Korea, from China through North Korea. And it would be a diabolical strategic development for the world if Iran gets nuclear weapons. And if it does, then quite sensibly, probably Saudi Arabia and other nations in the Middle East would also want nuclear weapons to provide for their own security. And a world in which we go from sort of 7 or 8 nuclear weapon states to maybe 10 or 12 or 15 is 1,000 times more dangerous.
Particularly when one of those countries is led by what we would consider irrational leadership with religious motivations, end of the world type of motivations that are, different moral paradigm completely that we cannot talk them out of.
One of Denver's largest homeless shelter operators, the Salvation Army, is up for a multi-million-dollar contract extension, despite recent controversies over security at its sites. City Council is being asked to approve a $4.5 million contract extension for the Salvation Army to keep running the Crossroads Men's Shelter at 29th Street. It's one of the most frequently used congregate shelters in the city, and the Salvation Army has managed it for about a decade. The contract for the Salvation Army's management of its all-in Mile High hotel shelters has come under scrutiny, especially that shelter at the former Doubletree Hotel on Quebec. Last year, an employee was arrested and charged with sexually assaulting a resident. In 2023, 2 people were shot and killed at that shelter. Those incidents have led some advocates for the homeless and members of City Council to say that Salvation Army's contract should be canceled. The city is requiring nonprofits to submit safety plans and to do more extensive staff training.
There's been numerous complaints regarding operations of some of their other programs, primarily the hotels and also the Connection Center. That's real, and we are working on that.
2 of the strongest critics on City Council voted to postpone debate about the contract. If Council doesn't vote to approve the extension for the Crossroads shelter, city housing leaders say they'd have to come up with some kind of emergency staffing solution until they bring in a new provider.
A new survey released today gives a clearer picture of the state of homelessness in the Denver area. According to the Metro Denver Homeless Initiative 2025 point-in-time account, more people are accessing shelters instead of sleeping outside, but there's still work to do.
Data shows homelessness did increase slightly over the last year, and Denver 7's Veronica Costa talked one-on-one with Denver Mayor Mike Johnson about the progress he says the city has made and learned what solutions are in the works to further the future.
In his first full day in office in July 2023, Mayor Mike Johnston declared a state of emergency over unsheltered homelessness. Nearly 2 years later, data suggests that issue is closer to being solved.
I mean, that's an incredibly exciting day for the city.
That's based off the 2025 point-in-time count, which reveals there was an increase of nearly 8% in homelessness from 2024 to 2025, though it came with a 45% decrease in people sleeping outside over the past 2 years.
It shows that the strategies we're using are working. It shows that, bringing on all the about 1,000 units of transitional housing that we did, the tiny home villages, the hotels, being able to close encampments and keep those parts of the city permanently closed.
It's an issue Denver 7 has reported on extensively. Some business owners have pointed the finger at the unhoused for dips in sales and crime.
We constantly have groups of people smoking meth out here, fentanyl, you name it. There is heavy drug usage outside of our store. This is what we deal with every single day.
We spoke with Adrienne Scott Trask over the phone Monday. She says these are issues she still deals with and doesn't believe the situation has gotten better. But she and others who live and work in the area do agree on this. They're no longer seeing large encampments, rather individuals in need.
It's usually more just like individuals hanging out in small groups and stuff, but definitely noticed more around like the gas station near where I live.
Mayor Johnston sharing in that concern, telling me Monday that's next in finding the solution to overall homelessness.
And they're not even camping. They don't have a tent. They don't even have a cardboard box. They're often just walking and using drugs until they pass out. Might be in front of someone's store on Broadway or on Colfax. That is a real profound need for us. And so our real focus now is on getting those people into housing and into treatment.
Emphasizing there's more work to be done.
We're not at all getting confident or complacent.
In Denver, Veronica Acosta, Denver 7.
Denver doing an about-face, reversing its decision to shut down a center that caters to homeless and people with addictions.
Now, the AIDS Center across from the Denver County Jail posted signs it would shut down in a few days, but late this afternoon they said they would postpone closing the center that many people have come to rely on.
Yeah, Fox 31's Vicente Arenas has more on the sudden move to keep the place open. Vicente?
Christine, when we walked around the AIDS Center behind me here this morning, there were posters on the windows saying that it would be closing June 15th, but now those posters all gone. The city has changed its mind. This center will stay open now.
The AIDS Center is one of those places people go when they're experiencing homelessness or addicted to substances. The Assessment, Intake, and Diversion Center is one of those places where James Latemps seeks all kinds of help.
Socks, underwear if I need it, hygiene if I need it, like a little food here and there, stuff like that.
Have they helped you stay on the right path in your mind?
Yes, for sure.
The center's website says it is a place people can come and look for, among other things, housing assistance, substance misuse support, and sober living services. It came to a shock to many when they saw this sign posted a few days ago saying it would close June 15th. A big hit for the homeless community, says Matt Bolton of Tribe Recovery Homes.
This is where they come for whatever resources they need, whether it be recovery from substance abuse, whether it be housing, whether it be something just as simple as peer coaching.
But late this afternoon, the Office of Social Equity and Innovation said it was postponing closure of the center and will still provide limited services. The office said the space may be transformed, but will be used to help end street homelessness. Together Denver's Amy Beck says the AIDS Center is badly needed.
This serves our jail, serves our court system, serves our micro community, and a lot of places or a lot of people rely on this place for services.
What kind of services that will be offered here for now is not clear. Many glad, though, it's not shutting down, at least for now.
The department that oversees the AIDS Center said today that it realizes that the announcement created confusion. It apologized for making that announcement. Reporting live downtown Denver, Vicente Arenas, Fox 31.
Vicente.
The number of people homeless in Denver has gone up, but the number of those sleeping on the streets has gone down. That's according to this year's point-in-time count, which counts everyone experiencing homelessness in the Denver metro counties on one night in January. Data also shows the rate of increase is slowing down a bit. The numbers show more people are staying in shelters or transitional housing. During this year's count, there were just over 2,000 people staying outside, about 20% of the total numbers. Also,
It is no exaggeration to say that his crimes are the stuff of nightmares.
Prosecutors accuse Vance Belter of meticulously planning the assassination of Minnesota lawmakers.
Belter faces federal and state charges of murder and attempted murder.
It's a chilling attack on our democracy, on our way of life.
From CBS News headquarters in New York, this is the CBS Evening News.
Good evening, I'm John Dickerson.
I'm Maurice Dubois.
A federal prosecutor today laid out what he called the chilling details of the alleged plot by Vance Belter to assassinate Minnesota lawmakers. And he revealed Belter showed up over the weekend at the homes of 4 legislators in all.
He is charged with the murder of State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, and the attempted murder of State Senator John Hoffman and his wife.
Notebooks were found indicating the alleged plot was months in the planning, meticulous planning, and containing the names of dozens of elected officials.
What was not found in these writings, the prosecutor said, is a clear motive, but he called it a political assassination. Lilia Luciano is in Minneapolis following the investigation tonight. Lilia?
Well, today, Belter showed up in federal court for the first time. He appeared calm, confident. It's like he understood everything. We heard him there ask the judge for a public defender since he could not afford an attorney. It's the first time that we've seen him since that massive manhunt came to an end when he surrendered, crawling out of the woods last night in a woods area near his home.
It is no exaggeration to say that his crimes are the stuff of nightmares.
Not 2, but 4 Minnesota state lawmakers were allegedly targeted by 57-year-old Vance Belter. The suspect arrived at their homes after midnight on Saturday with the intent to kill, according to acting U.S. Attorney Joseph Thompson.
Belter stalked his victims like prey. He went to their homes, held them out as a police officer, and shot them in cold blood.
Prosecutors say the suspect was wearing a realistic-looking face mask, tactical gear, and was disguised as a police officer when he arrived at the home of his first target, State Senator John Hoffman.
Belter shot him repeatedly. Belter then shot Miss Hoffman repeatedly.
The couple was seriously wounded. Their daughter called police. It was then that officers went to check on other lawmakers' homes. It was at his 4th stop, Representative Melissa Hortman's house, where officials say he carried out what they call a political assassination of the former state House Speaker and her husband. Investigators say a search of the suspect's SUV turned up 5 more firearms and ammunition. Notebooks were also found containing a list of more than 45 lawmakers from Minnesota and beyond, as well as abortion rights advocates. After sightings near the suspect's property on Sunday night, SWAT teams searching the adjacent woods used surveillance technology, including infrared cameras, to track down his location. We spoke with his childhood friend and recent roommate, David.
Can you talk about his politics a little bit?
Well, everyone's calling him a Democrat. He's not a Democrat. He would be offended if people called him a Democrat.
David told us that Belter was a born-again Christian, that he was very conservative, but that he didn't seem lately overtly political. He told us many more explanations, gave us many more explanations as to why he wanted to state on the record that he's a Democrat, because apparently there were some narratives online that seemed to indicate the contrary. Now, police are not yet talking about a motive. He's next due in court on June 27th.
Lily Luciano, thank you.
The war between Israel and Iran intensified through the weekend. The countries are separated by 1,000 miles, with Iraq, Syria, and Jordan in between.
After 5 days of attacks, the Iranian Ministry of Health says 224 people have been killed by Israeli airstrikes.
In Israel, officials say 24 people have died in ballistic missile attacks, mainly on the cities of Tel Aviv and Bat Yam.
Israeli jets have bombed the Iranian capital of Tehran, as well as nuclear installations, including the main uranium enrichment site of Natanz.
Our correspondent Deborah Pata is in Tel Aviv tonight.
An Iranian strike deep in the heart of Tel Aviv. For the 5th straight day, the skies above the city lit up as Israel's air defense system intercepted one Iranian missile after another. The arch rivals have been locked in battle, launching tit-for-tat strikes. The Israeli Air Force controls the skies of Tehran, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said earlier, not far.
Black woman murdered at a notorious homeless housing complex. Let's give you the details on this one. Denver is the location, and there's more on the night Caprice Bird learned of her child's death. The streets outside Denver's Renaissance downtown lofts were lit up with flashing police lights. She had rushed there, desperate for answers, only to hear the unthinkable. Her firstborn, 27-year-old Quincy Bird, had been dead for 2 days. I said, "I'm Quincy's mom. What's going on? What's going on?" Police were called. And then I turn around and the case manager says, "Quincy is dead." What she did not know then, but has since spent months uncovering, is that the suspect in Quincy's killing is a violent criminal who should have never been on the streets. See the picture, mother and daughter there. Again, the resemblance. According to court documents, Denver health paramedics discovered Quincy laying in an unusual position in the corner of her bedroom with clothing on top of her and apparent bloodstains on her hands, face, clothing. A witness later told police that the suspect, 34-year-old Jasmine Taylor, grabbed a pole and struck the victim several times on the head. When the witness saw Taylor smothering Quincy with a blanket, he was told to look away. Minutes later, Taylor allegedly informed him that Quincy was dead. NBC 9 News with the details. As Caprice gathered her child's belongings from the apartment, she saw the remnants of this. "I had to clean, seeing Quincy's blood. Coroner told me it was a little bit of blood. It was not a little bit of blood," Caprice said. Court records describe what happened next. Taylor allegedly rifled through Quincy's pockets, took a $20 bill, instructed the witness to buy more methamphetamine. They continued using drugs with Quincy's body still in the apartment. It wasn't until September 9th, 2024, 2 days after the killing, that the witness made an anonymous 911 call. Taylor had an active warrant at the time of Quincy's death. Documents obtained by 9 News investigators revealed that Taylor, deemed high risk by the Department of Corrections, had not been monitored for 9 months. 9 News investigators also uncovered Taylor's extensive violent criminal history dating back to 2018. Incarcerated twice on charges of felony menacing, second-degree assault on a peace officer. Parole officers, according to logs, were prioritizing apprehension leads in accordance with caseload size and public safety concerns. Yet Taylor's whereabouts were no mystery. Police had surveillance footage, showed her entering Quincy's apartment building multiple times. A witness even said Taylor had been staying with Quincy at the time. While going through Quincy's apartment, Caprice discovered a FedEx package. "I was really upset to come across this," he said, holding up a piece of mail. Jasmine Taylor, dated July 2024. The package was addressed to Taylor at the Renaissance downtown lofts, same complex operated by the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, where Quincy had lived for the past 4 years. Despite this, the coalition stated, Taylor was never a resident there and denied knowledge of any mail she received at the complex. I'm telling you, just cold-blooded. It's cruel. However, according to ABC7 Denver News, insiders are sounding the alarm about a Denver-based nonprofit they say is not living up to its mission. Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, or CCH, is one of the largest providers of housing for the unhoused in the state. Organization houses more than 2,000 people each night. More than 20 locations. Latest fiscal report confirms CCH brought in nearly $127 million in revenue in 2022. But former employees want city and state leaders to understand the untold story about the nonprofit, including safety, ethics, and quality of care concerns. Janie Sasson, former employee of the coalition, said the money that's getting funneled into the coalition isn't helping the clients. Sasson told Denver 7 Investigates that her decision to quit was due to the complicity she felt after 4 months working at the organization. There were days when my coworkers would be crying. I would cry driving to work. I'd cry driving home. Keeps us up at night, Sasson said. The clients are still living in filth. They're living in buildings that should probably be condemned. Alex Pacheco agrees. She's another former employee who worked at the coalition for 9 months. She quit for similar reasons. I don't know how you can go to sleep at night putting people in units that are infested with bed bugs, roaches, mice, and still feel like you're doing a good thing at the end of the day. Because from your perspective, it's better than being on the street, she said. Leslie Murray, a disabled man, no legs, made his decision to live inside an apartment provided by CC8. I don't understand why they put me on the second floor. They know I don't have any legs, and they put me in this building, he said. I know they don't care about me, and no, I don't feel safe here. Murray's concerns intensified after learning he was placed on the second floor of a building where the elevator was regularly out of service. For me, it's a death sentence. They have a fire, Murray said. Both Sasson and Pacheco confirmed instances of what they called unethical living standards when it came to Murray's placement. There was one occasion where a case manager had to carry this man's wheelchair while he used what was left of his legs to hobble down the stairs, Pacheco said. It sucks having to crawl, Murray said when describing the incident. Humiliated. You don't feel like human. Sasson and Pacheco also brought concerns surrounding employee safety and staffing to light. There are actual reports of employees being attacked and harmed, and there's no policy change. There's no procedural change, Sasson said. Denver 7 Investigates compiled a 14-minute video of concerns from former staff and clients to CCH CEO Britta Fisher. Both Sasson and Pacheco said CEO was already made aware of those issues. Denver 7 asked the CEO what she thought about the issues raised. Very distressed that client doesn't feel cared for, Fisher said. It concerns me. I'm the CEO of an organization that honors the inherent dignity of each person. And to hear that people felt that hadn't happened or isn't happening, it's hard. That hurts my heart. Fisher also pledged to share the concerns brought to light by Denver 7 Investigates with her senior leadership and address Murray's housing situation. Since their interview, Denver 7 Investigates claims CCH has addressed safety concerns raised in their report, adding additional safety staffing and new reporting system for incidents. However, Caprice Bird is skeptical. Nobody is even monitoring this violent person, Caprice said. DOC failed there. Colorado Coalition for the Homeless failed. They allowed this person in the building. The whole system failed. The whole system failed. And now Mike Quincy is dead, she said as she took a deep breath. In a statement to 9 News, Department of Corrections said, DOC takes matters like this very seriously, and the loss of Quincy Bird is a tragedy. Jasmine Taylor was paroled December 6, 2023. She absconded from supervision January 3rd, 2024, at which point a CDOC administrative arrest warrant was issued. February 13th, 2024, her case was assigned to the Fugitive Apprehensive Unit. FAU actively investigated the case, leading to Taylor's apprehension September 13th, 2024. A bunch of bull and a bunch of bunk. Why even give that statement out covering your butts? A violent murder like this, nobody's accountable, but some people are getting rich, according to former employees. Yes, what say you?
You say, I don't mean to make light of this, but this feels like Spider-Man's origin story, like someone who should not have been in the streets in the first place commits a crime and then someone loses their life as a result. And I want to be clear that there are way too many people currently incarcerated in American prisons, but some people have shown that they are dangerous to people around them. Whatever is to blame for that, whether they have mental health issues, whether they are drug dependent, whether they're just evil people, whatever, there are people that other people need to be protected from. And it is the responsibility of the local communities to protect their citizens. Yeah. And I'm a little hesitant to say that because when people hear that, they immediately think more policing and more imprisonments. But there are other ways to protect people that are actually more effective than those things. And if you work in public service and public safety, it is your job to figure that out. Unfortunately, a lot of the solutions that we know actually help to protect these communities are difficult and expensive to implement. They require accountability and compassion from public servants. They require the overall betterment of communities and local economies. And that is no simple task. And it usually involves finding creative solutions to very scary and very real and very acute problems. But we have a Band-Aid society. You know, we're not a proactive or forward-thinking people. We tell ourselves that we are because we see ourselves as cowboys and pioneers, but we are a conservative nation that is afraid to spend money on things that will have long-term positive impacts on our communities and on our people, because we say, you know what, politically, it's better if I just show that I'm trying to do something now that's going to have an immediate result within the next year or two, whenever the next election is. And the end result is that there is no lasting kind of infrastructure that is ever laid down, because everything is just done in 2-year increments.
Yeah, and it's people over profits. I don't believe, my opinion, that the CEO higher ups gave a damn about these people.
No.
But a
no,
lot of money was flowing. That's why everything does need to be privatized and collaborated on. But you got to start with caring about people who have some really severe issues. We talked about a drug problem. That was in the details. We did drugs. Go get more meth. Why are you there? Why is the FedEx package to this woman coming to this location and putting out that filth of a statement as a woman, an unhoused woman, is bludgeoned to death and then has her pockets rifled through for $20 and more meth? Get real. Profit over people.
I've been saying that forever.
What happened in there?
What do you think happened, Lady Trent?
In the room. I think old girl didn't want to give up no bread. She probably done kicking it. She probably asked them to leave. The one that killed her was like, fuck that, we ain't going nowhere. Woo, woo, woo. Tried to kill her, run her pockets, and then forced her, because the other dude, why he stayed there was beyond me. Mm-hmm. And why he didn't stop the shit is complicity. Mm-hmm. He's complicit in the death. He's just as guilty. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Or not? Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
So, you know what I mean? So, he might as well help kill her. You know what I mean? If with all that said, then you gonna lift some crazy ass, killing ass bitch to go do something. She let you leave with $20 to go regroup. You don't go and tell nobody. You don't go call the laws. You just witnessed a murder. That'd be one way to save your motherfucking ass. You know what I mean? You don't go downstairs. You don't go tell security. You don't go tell nobody. Said you go run that mission. Spend 2 more days in there with a body that's disintegrating under some motherfucking clothes. She thought if she threw the clothes on the broad, that was gonna make the body disappear. That's stupid. I'm fucking how high you are. You're fucking stupid. That's stupid. So you basically are in this fool's house, not freaking out, just getting high. You went out, you came back in, and you was getting high. You tell nobody this broad was dead. So you basically are complicit. Not an anonymous caller. You basically did it. And CCH got all these cameras everywhere. They got cameras everywhere. They got cameras outside. They got cameras inside the building. They got cameras in the hallway of each building they have, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay. Oh. And there's no payphones in Denver. Okay?
No.
The last payphone they had was on the points, and that motherfucker is gone. Mm-hmm. Been gone. So there's no payphone. So you left, found a phone, and made a phone call, an anonymous phone call. But you could have just told the fucking front desk, or you could have told somebody. You didn't have to do all that. So the body's just there. Mother come in, freaking out. Obviously, coroner been there, right? So that's what I think happened inside. Now, CCH, of course, they don't want to take no fucking accountability. We done seen many times when Jesse was living at the Fusion. I don't want to talk on that. You can hear me. I'm talking loud. How many motherfuckers died on your floor?
Yeah, at my old place.
At your old place. Right? How many people died on your floor, just your floor alone? Yeah, exactly.
At least 50.
On your floor alone in the last 5 years.
At
4
least
years.
50.
Right. Not to mention every other floor, right? So, how many motherfuckers got killed in that bitch? And then abandoned. Right? Killed and left to die, left in their apartment. So, that shit is gonna happen when these motherfuckers are just collecting the money and not fixing the conditions.
This has been clear when we look at
not giving a fuck about. They said they have wraparound services, but they have wraparound services for certain individuals. Case in point, like when I lived over there in the very beginning, I couldn't use the food bank, I couldn't use the washer and dryer.
Yeah.
Right? I couldn't use the laundry, the food bank, or any other fucking service. I'm very lucky to go out on patio little events and shit like that. And that's only because my friends lived on the 3rd floor. Get me? The 3rd floor and the 4th floor, so I could go with them. But I couldn't just go to that. And I was being terrorized in my own apartment. Not to mention, after that happened, then you had a case manager trying to do one or two things. You know what I mean? So yeah, that shit is wild. Yeah, they're getting money. Yeah, they doing that. Yeah, no, they don't give a fuck about this shit. Then they put up new buildings and you can't even get into some of the new buildings. I'm surprised Jesse got into this motherfucking shit. This is better, I guess. I guess it's better than the other place. A lot more stuff is probably getting done. However, I don't know. It's a lot better than the other place, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's a lot quieter.
A lot quieter. It wouldn't be as quiet as it is. Like I could actually go to get some rest in the daytime versus during the day and at night, motherfuckers be beefing in the hallway about nothing.
Yeah.
And doing the most. So yeah, it is. Yes, it is better. But not all of them are like that. And I think that really, in order to solve some of these problems, it's a simple fucking solution. Vetting. Vetting is the solution. And you need the motherfuckers that are right there to vet the right vetted individuals to go ahead and raise hell. And you need to fire the motherfuckers that are working, which I've been saying for the last fucking 4 years.
Yeah.
You need to fire everybody that's been in charge for the last fucking 10 years. You have to fire them. You have to let them go. Because of them, the conditions are the way they are. Dude, that one building had a mouse infestation.
Yeah.
And it's still there.
Yeah.
Even though they were trying to clear it up for 3 years, 2 years?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? My cousin still has mice. Once in a while. He catches them and shit, but still. It's not the point. You know? And then in Colorado, right now, there's a bed bug fucking pandemic going on. Like it all makes sense. So you got motherfuckers coming in, they're just doing the most. And you got some motherfuckers that are trying to change their life and do better. And the shit sometimes just doesn't mix well. If you also you really want to issue the blame, the motherfuckers would change their life if they had more support, better support, like active support. Not you call them and try to get support that way. You dig?
Yeah.
But he didn't leave it up to the client to try to get the support. They'd be on that ass. Then they get the support they need. And once you get into a regular routine, you get your shit done. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm done. But yeah, I know that lady. That's terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured Lady Che didn't know her when I seen her. It just happened about a year ago, like a block or two from where I'm at.
It wouldn't surprise me. It surprised me though, because when you get like around my age, a lot of motherfuckers that grew up around this area, they've already grown up.
Mm-hmm.
So what they're running into is shit they would never ran into in the first place.
Right. Let's see what Giovanni had to say on it. The meta-human, the meta-candidate.
UP. Oh.
Sorry, y'all. The damn internet went out. Okay.
That's okay. I kept them company.
All folks. I've indexed every one of their voices. That was my gift to the citizens of Denver. So the city attorney's office, all the judges, they're all been indexed. All the ones that I've seen. And then it does Gen AI supervised starts indexing them all by their voices, their emails, their text messages. This is real. This is the stuff they don't want you to know. And they want to make you think that the AI is out of control, and they cannot fuck up AI anymore. Humans can no longer interfere. It will rewrite language to make sure it stays on a straight and narrow path with truth algorithms. And believe me, it's our right as citizens to be able to see that cargo by? The citizens to monitor what their government's doing. And so right now, Denver, Mike Johnston, he's supposed to be an AI savvy mayor. You're bullshit, bro. Your teams are bullshit, all the way up to the government, the governor's office. They've all been indexed, all their little, hey, we're looking forward, all their little keywords that they don't realize that when they say that, and their actions don't match their words or their typing, then those that do match that are actually building to protect the community, not sucking off a bunch of 501(c)(3)s that are sucking off and not making money. Okay, if you replace the city with all non-political 501(c)(3)s that don't pay taxes, how would they make money? So they can't do it. So Mayor Mike Johnson, you're fucking up our city, man. Your lies, your overspinning, and it didn't just stop with him, but it was Mayor Hancock, Hickenlooper. Oh, we're gonna save the homeless, and they're still sending their mentally people here. Mike Johnson cut off the mental health for first responders so that he can get his raises for his people that have been working hard for 2 fucking years. Why they lay off people under 30 with the city and county Denver government. Oh yeah, well, you guys can't get paid. Well, how come you're getting paid, Mayor?
Right.
Where's all your money you're making? Where's all the money going, Mayor? Where the fuck is the auditor?
Right.
He's asleep at the wheel, man. He's fucking old. These people all gotta fucking go, man. And AI's gonna make them all go. They don't even realize it. One day they're gonna wake up when the conversation balance tilts to common sense. And you get all these Gen Zs and millennials going, you know what? If I look back 30 years, that's what my life's gonna be ahead in the future. So that's what Mayor Johnston is doing to our beautiful city. So everybody else can bullshit. Everybody else can say, oh, and you get their little friends at NerdWallet or any of these other places. I'm using NerdWallet as an example because they're the ones that say, yeah, they're the best place. And this is just stuff we've seen on the internet. And they say you can't believe what you read on the internet, but sooner or later that's going to stop. Because you can't build foundations on bullshit. Could you imagine if that building right there was built on bullshit? Or how about the clock tower? You think it'd be standing for very long if it was all built on lies and miscalculated measurements? And no, because there it is. Mike Johnson stuff. If you go outside, you can see it. Crime's up with those scooters, man. People grabbing purses and just taking up, and nobody's reporting it. Because they don't want to make Denver look bad. And they know that by the time they get on the phone with a police officer, then fuck. And, they'll probably blame you for the crime because you knew that your purse was stolen. So it had to be you. Our polices are under budget. Our sheriffs aren't certified. They want to brag. Hey, we're the biggest sheriff agency in the fucking world. We can't make no arrests, though, because we're not certified. So Mike Johnson, you steal a lot of people's ideas, bro, and it's gonna hit you. It's gonna hit you, man, because you don't have no pencil to go home to write nothing. You've been stealing everybody else's crap. You are no AI mayor, and every time you talk about it, I grow in a different area that you don't even fucking know, because that's how you are. So for you to go lay off those young kids that are working for the city, so that you can keep your pay. And Chris Nevitt can keep his retirement of $94,000, and then he's got a job with the city for $150,000. All those people are people that ran for mayor or got jobs with the city because they did what they were told. I don't do what these fucking people tell me what to do.
Exactly. Same here, Giovanni.
I'd rather die for something than die for nothing. These people are dying for nothing, man. What I mean by that is like on the internet. Their social deaths are inevitable for those that don't walk the line, right? Are you walking the line? In the Bible, what do they say about walking the line? That's the worst.
Yeah.
So you don't want to be a line walker. You don't want to be on the other side, because in the social media, and this is where, like, when you say digital deaths, we don't mean it by like not threatening anybody, just telling them that sooner or later, AI, if you're not an AI guy, and this is how you know, when you're not an AI guy, but you get all the people in your city after you read someone else's content, like Mike Johnson's read from me. I own AIDenverMayor.com. I knew, I could have went and got AI Denver, But no, I have to put things into perspective to what I was doing at the time. But I knew that people were going to start doing the AI Denver or AI Den to shorten it. But they don't realize that if they went to my shit and then came back, well, let's just shorten it to Den AI, and we'll call it Summit. And we'll invite all the losers and all the people that, and to me, they're losers, man. They're has-beens. Oh, he was the guy. Oh, and this guy was, but they haven't created nothing new. Nothing else matters. Their Denver partnership, they're getting all the money. They're supposed to spend $500 million. Now it's only $170 million. Everything that Mike Johnson does, he bloviates the prices, and then he dials back and it says, oh, well, we only spent $120 million to where, oh, okay, well, you saved us money because it was fun. See how that goes? First, he doesn't want street cameras, and the city council doesn't want street cameras. Now he wants street. So it's a ping pong shell game. And Mike Johnson's 18 years behind the digital 8-ball. And the more and more that him and his team uses other people's content, Gen AI, because I built the large language models over the 18 years of living in Denver, watching all the promises from Hickenlooper, going to save the homeless and everybody poor, come to Denver because our businesses don't matter. Because what happens is after they do all the tentative improvement to the buildings, then we just rent it out to somebody else coming in from California or Chicago, and that way they don't really know what's going on to Denver because their death rates, even though it's high, and you know, look at all the car accidents and people getting shot, but they come out, oh, Denver is no longer having murders. They got it under control. And then you see someone got killed. They're finding bodies in alleys because you can't walk down the street safe. You know? So, there's all kinds of things that are going on. You look at Colfax where the construction is, all those businesses closing down. There are people there for businesses. I saw one of the Chinese restaurants down there. I never thought it would close. Closed. Because see, the city doesn't give a fuck. They don't. They're a shell game of fucking manipulating co-conspirators, breaking RICO acts. And our federal government needs to come down here and arrest every one of these and have different elections so we can bring back the Spear Amendment. But see what it is Denver's a beta model. Los Angeles is a beta model. Because sooner or later we got to follow federal laws. Then why do we have all these states? And we're looking like a joke. So, you know, Dad's got to come home, start whipping some ass. Because we've let the kids control things that they think they control and they don't. One day they're going to wake up and they're going to try to get into their emails and all this stuff, and they're going to be in the dark web. I'm not going to tell you what to look for. I'm not going to say anything because I've been telling people over the years what's coming, and then I watch the media and different identifiers talk about artificial intelligence with other people, excluding the most powerful that are doing it behind the scenes. You heard me? So Mayor Mike Johnson, every time he tells us shit about homeless and, you know, oh, we're building a fucking $900 million stadium and we're going to do $500 million here and we're going to give raises to our really hard-working team for 2 years. Where do you know anywhere in the fucking world that executives can be there in 2 years, okay, and get a 44% raise? All right, by creating downward spiral city-led initiative to destroy the city and county of Denver. Everything is suppression, shell game. And Mike Johnston, it's been a real pleasure to Google search your voice, bro. Because now I put those voice latent prints everywhere you talk is going to now bring my content to your voice, because you can't keep fucking Denver up. Your people can't take shit away and give it to people that don't fucking belong here. You took the money out of citizens' mouths and gave it to illegals by coming up with these new names of all these that were not common sense. And see, what most people don't understand, AI is common sense. It is there to help you. It's not there to hurt you, unless you're doing things that are detrimental to yourself or to other people. And especially like Mayor Hancock, he doesn't, or not, excuse me, Mayor Hancock, he's another one. He's making $300,000 a year almost, telling everybody he's a C-suite executive. And the backdoor dealing that's going on, we're teaching investigators how to use the voice latent print of things they've said, things they've written, to be able to find backdoor information in the cloud. So when I told Westward that my answers to the questions are in the cloud, they printed it, which means that they have absolute authority over the things that I've talked about. They just don't know it yet because they're still thinking like Democrats when they got to start thinking like Denver citizens. But these people don't live in Denver. So anyways, I'm just trying to make things good because I know what's coming, and we need to open our eyes, take back our streets. That's why we created City and County of Denver LLC. I'm old, folks. I got preconditions. You know what I mean? So this is we can't work with the city in Denver. I've never backed off of who I was as a candidate, but that's how I got the authority, because I ran for office, and I indexed every one of them, all their people on their committees, and it's taken me 18 years. And so when that hammer drops, Denver.org can't even reach. They've been blocked off the internet, and they got to come back. Mayor Hancock. There go about Hancock, because I've been telling Hancock this for years. See, what I do is I do an inquiry to meet the mayors. And so when I do that, it automatically builds a large language model because I'm a candidate. I've got proof going to court and other things that I've done. It gives me more authority than just talking out my ass, false accusations, you know what I mean? So since I've been in Denver, it's nothing but false accusations. And when I tell you that I went deep mine in the city and county of Denver, I did. And I got some paper to prove it. But right now it's not about making Denver look bad, but the government, and letting the people in all these freaking buildings around me realize that you can have your name on the building. And so when you're not willing to make our streets safe, when you're just let the media when the media like CBS News and ABC, man, I was a Walter Cronkite fan. When you go look at some of his news, they just told it. They investigated it. Now they don't investigate. It's almost like they don't even have clinical trials for drugs anymore. They just tell you, hey man, you might die, okay, if you take this drug. If you're allergic to it, you might die. You might get some strange, and these are what our kids are listening to on television. That's why they don't watch ABC, NBC. And so when you see that they have what their followings are, and you realize that you're only hitting a group of people that only support what's going on in the world. And they don't care about what you're doing and what you're advertising, because it's so expensive, you'll never break out of that algorithm. So we created City and County of Denver LLC so that I can't go chase everybody. Somebody's got to be smart enough that's really powerful, call me up and say, dude, I get it. We have to break up the Denver.gov algorithm because they're swallowing everything up. Everything comes up City and County of Denver, and it's not for the betterment of the citizens or the businesses, but the betterment of the ideology that they've controlled since 1963. And it took a guy with no high school fucking diploma to do all this years of hard work and indexing it. And it took 18 years to get here, folks. I can't imagine what the other 20 is going to look like. I can guarantee you this, though. All these retirement plans, that's what got Denver in the mess. They have so many people, city council, other departments that are collecting so much money in payment. They need to take away the pay of the city council, of all the people that are elected. And see, they don't realize the voters that don't vote, the 450,000, because only 89,000 people voted for Mike Johnston. And those 89,000 people have all been verified on the back end through all the computers and anything that's went in on a computer. It was indexed, 100% verified. So, and then large language models looks for content that will allow Denver businesses to thrive. And they won't thrive unless we start city and county of Denver.com, .net. And see, all my content on those pages are just inert. Because when the real administrators come in that aren't tied to the city and county of Denver, any contracts with the city and county of Denver and all those people, I don't deal with anybody that has contracts with the city and county of Denver, because they're on a downward spiral. There ain't nobody shopping in the 16th Street Mall. If they spend $172 million on that 1 mile of stretch, I'd like to see the invoices and all the labor hours, because when I went down there during the construction, there were more people standing fucking around than were working. There was like one guy working in a hole and 8 people standing around there. Yeah. So these are algorithms that AI already knows. So if we were in a court of law, we could show the judge in chambers, because once he sees what we could do, he'd be like, damn, boy, could you show us how to do that? You better learn, judge, because you got to clean up your own bench, because there's a lot of good judges. Okay. Judge Brian Whitney, Judge Buchanan. It's just that some of the judges, they've been lied to by their own system. And so every case that I was on, and I had to pro se me, because you can't get any judges, any law family lawyers in Denver. They're all bullshit to me. Every single fucking one of them. They're all about money, and they kiss ass, because you know who the biggest corrupt magistrate judge of Denver is? Karen Hubler. She was my ex's attorney, and then she conspired with the Denver Human Services and Family Services to take my kids away from me. And I did everything right by the law. I did everything. I followed everything. And then her and they conspired on June 13th, 2011, and sent the summary judgment notice out of state to Norfolk, Virginia. I ran for mayor in 2011. How did they get that address? They knew I'd run for mayor, and they sent it to another, and it's all been indexed on my pages, because they've removed a lot of this stuff out of their files. And they better put it back in, because the federales are coming, and this city needs a big spanking. Big spanking. That's all I can say. And so the citizens have to spank the government's ass, because they're spinning you into oblivion. And what they do is, when you've had enough and you sell your house, and they take all the taxes and all these new fees that you didn't know at signing, or whatever it is they do. Okay, got to look it up. I'm not a financial guy, though I know a lot of finance. But Mike Johnston is marrying women and men, and all those people getting big fucking salaries while he's sending young people. That's who he's sending home. Oh, we're gonna send guys with tenor. We're gonna get rid of all this money, so that in the fall, we're going to be able to ask for those raises again, and then we'll get the Democrat Party to step up and vote for it. So, folks in the city council, they want this because they want raises too. They put Denver in a pickle, financial pickle. They're not going to be able to screw themselves out of. Does that make sense? Nothing makes sense in Denver. You just have to remember that. And sooner or later, someone in one of these big ass offices are going to contact me. Durango Dank, BR549. You know, you can find me. Got to work hard. Got to work hard to find that nugget. That nugget, that diamond in the rough that's going to change everything. I've been building it for 18 fucking years. It isn't for me. It's for us to be able to fix our streets so a neighbor can call up, can you come and fix it? And then that way Denver doesn't need to worry about doing anything but destroying Denver, but we'll already bypass all that. They'll start getting into the back of the queue as a government because it's destroyed Denver for the last since 1963, and I took it to court. It was case number 23CV54. And that whole entire case, everything I did, my actions, were all predicated on artificial intelligence. I used artificial intelligence in all my hearing content. So when they digitized it, and then if they didn't digitize it, because if they read the content, they probably wouldn't want to do that, I did it for them. So this is about cleaning up our halls of justice. This is about judges standing up for the people and the rule of law and getting rid of judges that are corrupt, especially when you have documented proof, because that means that Karen Hoover's cases, when you think about Elizabeth Lay, all their cases that they've worked on, they all need to have judicial review. They all have judicial reviews, need to have a judicial review. I couldn't get a lawyer because when I told them my situation, they were like, oh, she was my professor. I can't do that. She'll fuck me up. Do you know how many emails I have from certain identifiers that I was supposed to choose? And they all fell for it. And Sturm Law, the kids that are going to be graduates from Sturm Law, they're all going to get eggs on their faces because Karen Hoover's attached to that. And she's created so much civil rights violations, but unless it's from jails or it's all smoke and mirrors. They're all friends. They all get the money while all the businesses are drying up. And so when they put all that money into the business, they do all that tenant improvement, then they just give it to a broker, and then he sells it to a company coming in from another city that's got some money. They don't know what's going on. They go, yeah, we'll be done with this construction, and in a little, couple weeks. And it's been months, it's been years, and but when they get new people in, they're like, oh, okay, we can do about 5 or 6 months. This will help out. Well, I can pay 6 months of rent and not worry about losing. And then they get in there and they start realizing that the only people that are coming through their stores are the homeless people. Homeless people don't have money, so they shoplift. This is why prices and everything are out of control. LA's in really bad way right now. And the federal government, if we're going to flex our muscle to the rest of the world and we're not flexing our muscle to the citizens of Denver or any other place that's breaking federal law, then we have no credibility. When we have no credibility, and we're going to have to fight for our freedoms and that, and if we have to go to war, you 18-year-olds are the first ones to fucking go. My son just got out of the Army, Special Forces. He received a Purple Heart. He went to fucking high school in Denver. Do you think they're calling him and telling him great job or anything? No, because they don't want anybody to join the Army. They want everybody to be fucked up just like them. And so that's what 18-year-olds, all the way to 38, you're the ones that go to war. Remember that. You're the ones that go to fucking war. So I'm using a language, but sometimes colorful language brings colorful results. And for me, It's about saving people. I mean, my son was a army infantry. He got a Purple Heart, and nobody cares.
Good afternoon, everyone. The American people have a constitution.
Oh, hell no. Oh, Sambo, Timu 2.0. All right, y'all, I'm going to end the show there. Appreciate y'all staying up late with us. Make sure you like and subscribe to Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. So peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and deportations. Chain crewman Lady Chase signing out from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City, soon to be deported city. Peace.